8 teams drop to the survival stage. The top 8 teams from the winner stage advance directly to the Series 1 final stage, while the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 from the group stage in the survival stage. While in the survival stage, only the top 8 teams can advance to the final stage. Additionally, in the winner stage of Series 1 and Series 2, the top 8 teams who advanced first receive additional points based on their ranking, allowing them to start the final stage in a more favorable position. Only the teams that reach Series 1 final stage become the final 16 teams of Series 1 and can proceed to the winner stage, the first match of Series 2. Next up is Series 2. The final 16 teams from Series 1 compete in the winner stage. In Series 2, the winner stage works the same as in Series 1. The top 8 teams advance directly to the final stage. However, the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 eliminated from Series 1 survival stage in yet another survival stage. Of these, only the top 8 teams can advance to the Series 2 final stage. After 2 days of competing in the final stage, the teams advancing to the circuit's crowning event, the Grand Final, are determined. But wait, you might be thinking, can't you just do well in Series 2 final stage and make it to the Grand Final? However, in this year's PGS, only teams with consistent performance can reach the Grand Final and ultimately make it to PGC. To advance to the Grand Final, PGS points earned across Series 1 and Series 2 are crucial. Only the top 8 teams, based on combined PGS points from the final stages of Series 1 and Series 2, can advance to the 3-day Grand Final. Excluding the series finale, all 3 series award the same PGS points, so performing well in only the later series will not give you an advantage. The bottom 16 teams that did not make the Grand Final must once again fight for their lives and finish in the top 8 of the survival stage to advance to the Grand Final. Of the 16 teams that then make it to the Grand Final, only 1 team can become the circuit champion. As you know, to become the circuit champion and advance to PGC, reaching the final stage and the Grand Final is essential. Starting in this year, there is also one important factor. That's right, prize money. In the final stage, ranking prizes are awarded only to the top 8 teams, but any qualified team that earns a chicken dinner receives a cumulative $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. In the series final, ranking prizes are given to all teams that manage to make it to the Grand Final, and chicken dinner teams continue to receive that $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. From points to prize money, motivation has never been clearer. The path has been revealed for our PGC 2026 champion. Anyone can claim the throne.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Gunnar because Salute wanted to talk to you. He had a couple of questions. He wanted to ask you, how do you manage your anger so well? And how are you such a responsible coach? What do you have to say to that?
Well, I guess managing my anger so well comes from the military. I bring a lot of discipline from there. And I was a very angry person in my younger years. So now as I'm getting older, I've learned to manage it and just try and, relax a little bit and just be, thankful that I wake up every day and thankful that I get to play PUBG every day and have this job. And I treat it as an opportunity.
All about the grateful mindset, right? Yeah. Do you think the responsibility it kind of stems from that mindset too?
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, I think if more players or coaches took that mindset or approach, I think they'd be able to benefit their team a lot more. If you wake up every day and realize that we're playing video games for a living and that life can be bad, but there are people that have it worse, and you just become thankful and you pass that on to somebody else, and then you make their day, and then they become more motivated to be better at what they actually are doing, which is playing video games.
What's the one thing you miss the most when you're playing in these tournaments?
My wife.
Yeah. Shout out.
She's the best.
Who would you like me to talk to, and what should I ask them?
I would like you to talk to Glaz from Crazy Raccoon. because we're friends with them and we always like mess around and joke with them. I would like you to ask them if they believe they are the best hot dropping team in the world, because they do hot drop a lot and they're very comfortable with it, whereas other teams aren't.
Okay. I will make sure to get an answer and I'll let you know. All right. Thanks for joining me, Gunnar.
Thank you for having me.
Bye.
Tên thật của mình là Lã Phước Tiến Đạt, còn trong game của mình là Himat. PUBG mang nghĩa em rất là xuất sắc. Nhờ game này mà em được biết đến khá là nhiều, cũng như là kiếm được tiền đó. Vô tình là em lướt trên mạng thì em thấy game này hay, thế là em chơi thử thôi. Có một anh rủ em chơi, thế là em theo tới bây giờ luôn. Thì tại em chưa giỏi game này nên là em sẽ giỏi game này đã em mới sẽ chơi game khác sau. Khi mình coi đây là một công việc vì mình vừa chơi game còn vừa tập luyện nữa nên là không mệt mỏi lắm. Mọi người hay gọi em là thế hệ mạng nhưng thực ra không phải đâu ạ. Mọi người đã học luyện tập theo em cho nên là chắc gọi em thế. Vì em chỉ một người bình thường thôi, em chỉ tập luyện chơi game hàng ngày thôi. Tại giải đấu PUBG thì em đi Thượng Hải mà cho nên là em nhuộm tóc kiểu cho vui thôi. Nhưng mà không ngờ thì tại giao đó thì em lại bắn bay cũng như là vô địch. Từ đó là mọi người cứ gọi em là con quỷ, trong khi tóc em bạc nữa cho nên là quỷ đồng bạc. Nhắc tới tên em thì em cảm thấy bên đối phương sẽ sợ hơn một xíu. Trận đấu sâu sắc nhất có lẽ là tại giải đấu PUBG năm 2024 vừa rồi. Em đã có một pha club Newbie cũng như là Team Sonic. Đội của em được vô vào chung kết. Thế là bọn em đã vô địch tại giải đó. Tại giải đấu đó là giải đấu đầu tiên mà Việt Nam vô địch. Thì sau đó là vào trong cánh gà thì ban tổ chức có thông báo là em được MVP. Lúc đó em rất là bỡ ngỡ, kiểu không hiểu sao mình được. Em cảm thấy rất là vui cũng như là tự hào. Sau chức vô địch đó thì mọi người cũng nhắn tin chúc mừng, cũng như ba mẹ em trên mạng xã hội thì cũng mọi người đã chúc mừng em rất nhiều. Em không nghĩ là bọn em có thể làm được như thế. Cảm ơn mọi người đã ủng hộ mình tại giải đấu BNC 2025. Đây là giải đấu mà team Việt Nam thành công nhất từ trước tới giờ. Cúp này là dành cho các bạn. Trải qua năm 2025 vừa rồi, mình nghĩ là có lẽ mình nói nhiều hơn. Trước năm đó thì mình chỉ tập trung mình bắn thôi. Còn năm nay thì mình đã tiến bộ, như là mình nói, mình con tim nhiều hơn. Về vấn đề chơi game thi đấu thì em nghĩ là như thế không phù hợp. Bình thường em chỉ tập trung em bắn thôi thì em sẽ phát huy nhiều hơn. Còn mà em vừa nói vừa bắn thì em sẽ yếu hơn phần đó. Trước khi mà em quyết định em nói nhiều hơn á, thì em cũng nghĩ là nếu như mình nói nhiều hơn mình sẽ bắn được như trước thì sao. Thì em sẽ thử một lần. Nhưng mà sau khi lần thử tại năm nay thì em thấy không phù hợp lắm. Thì năm sau quyết định thì em trở lại năm 2024 hơn. Việc thay đổi lối chơi em nghĩ là bọn em sẽ tập trung combat nhiều hơn thay vì bọn em sẽ đi bo. Kiểu thế mạnh của bọn em tại khu vực Á Bắc á, là FPV. Khi mà đổ qua TVP thì hơi khó cho khu vực của bọn em. Nếu như mà cần thời gian thì khu vực bọn em sẽ mạnh lại như FPV thôi. Thì em sẽ đi học hỏi cái tuyển thủ của Hàn. Tại vì Hàn là chơi TV rất là giỏi. Thì em sẽ học hỏi họ và em sẽ thay đổi dần dần. Trong năm 2026 tới thì với tư cách là một tuyển thủ, mình sẽ cho các bạn thấy là mình sẽ nâng cấp thêm một lần nữa. Thì mình cảm thấy rất là tự tin, hào hứng á. Mình muốn thử xem là cái TV này sẽ như thế nào. Sang năm 2026, mình sẽ hoàn thành nốt bộ sưu tập MVP của mình. Mình sẽ vô địch BNC và BGC và sẽ biến năm đó thành năm của mình.
A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators, a new way to finish off your foes, and a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday-themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The Great American Ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-Davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament called the Rumble Royale, a new secret room on Miramar, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.2 is here. So rev up that Harley, grab yourself a melee weapon, and get ready to execute the heist of a lifetime. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Look at this postal with 5 kills, still alive after doing so much damage.
Hello, I'm Poça. My name is Francisco Poçamai dos Santos. I went to PUBG after playing other FPS games, so when I started playing, I saw that I could be a good player. There is a lot of dynamics because the game isn't always the same. Every match is different. Moment when I started playing, I was so nervous playing, and I feel so adrenaline when the game is almost ending and the safe zone is getting smaller. This is a feeling that only PUBG makes me feel. Usually I'm very calm. When things get loud, I usually take a breath, and this helps me a lot. In the beginning, I was just playing casually, so I started playing solo when the game was released. In 2020, I think, I started playing with competitive players and getting better. This choice changed everything in my life. I'm having the opportunity that a few people have in their lives. Right now I'm living the dream. I am traveling and playing, and this is very important for me. I will say the last regional, the PAS 5 last year, that was a good tournament for me individually.
Poça has been an absolute menace here so far in this game. 5 kills to his name.
So this year I have a new role in the team. I'm a support. I can see that I am always increasing and getting better and looking for evolution and be the best on this role. Now that the league is transitioning to TPP, I think that the casual players will have more interest to watch the competitive scene. I think we are confident, but we have to adapt to the meta. We are going to look to get better, so I have to think outside the box. For the fans, thank you for the support. I see you guys on 2026. I would like to reach a new level of achievements that I have never had. We will do our best. In 2026, I want to win both PNC and PGC, and I want to stand in the center of the victories. I want to face any changes and make 2026 my year.
It's good.
He's gonna be dancing. He's cheating too now.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another sit-down game time with Bella. Ba-da-bam! Yay!
And Falcon.
And Falcons, of course. All right, so we're gonna give you 5 bullets for this shooting challenge. We have 5 bottles, and the winner of this challenge gets to pick what the loser of the team has to do when you guys win a chicken dinner today.
Excellent.
You're gonna come in first, right? That's the guess.
I don't know.
Yeah?
I mean, I'm getting kind of old. I'll go
All
first.
right, here.
I'll go first.
Okay.
There's like no iron sights either.
Bro, there's no recoil.
Oh!
Turkish guy, no gear, just raw.
Ooh, okay. No, that's 1 point. Smaller bottles, 2 points. I don't
Bro,
think
you're
I can
showing the
fight
wrong
these
eye.
4. Whoa, okay.
Wait, he's different.
Dealer's choice. Which one do you want me to hit?
Middle.
The middle?
Yeah. Oh.
Dude, come on. Yep.
Okay, 2 out of 5. Good job, Gunner.
2 points, 2 points.
Okay,
Tiggs next.
Tiggs that. Find out. Ooh.
Kid, there's a hair in it, Gunner. You absolute ape.
Wait, did he?
Oh, no.
He licked his finger.
He licked it.
On the tip of it.
Oh.
So it goes like.
Oh, okay. Remember the. Oh, what?
Whoa.
Frimsy is up next. What?
I'm inverted.
Whoa.
What was that?
Ooh,
It's
okay.
different.
Okay.
Wait, hit the one with the
What?
Yeah.
Kick from Kentucky.
Did you guys aim with the iron sight or what?
It's cooked.
Oh, you have 5 points.
Dude, that one.
Oh, okay.
Dude,
The default gunner.
I'll show you how we do it in Denmark.
Oh.
It's cooked. It's cooked.
He's gonna be dancing.
He's cheating too now.
Oh.
Dude.
I'm telling you, Gustav is just doing this on purpose. Oh.
Alright, I dropped the zero bomb, guys.
Yeah.
Take one.
Take one. Would you like to show us?
Do a practice run. You have to do it. It's part of
Practice?
media.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for joining me, Falcons.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you for having us, Bella.
Bye.
Left, and that's going to be Falcons making the riot kills here in match number 1.
Nice play, great start. Falcon steps up and dominates. From watching the stream, Gustav looks proud, and the reason for that is he spoke up. He made
Now it's just going to be seeing if they can step into the new angle. Theo on top finds one. Park Pro finds the other. Cold all by himself up on top.
안녕하십니까. 저는 PO 차승훈입니다. 제가 펍지를 처음 접하게 된 계기는 2017년도에 친구 때문에 PC방에서 같이 진행을 했었고 치킨을 먹었던 게 너무 기억에 많이 남아서 지금까지 쭉 해오고 있는 것 같습니다. 제가 제대로 시작해봐야겠다라고 생각했던 시기는 막 나가다 보니까 그게 너무 재밌어가지고 프로팀을 들어가면은 대회를 임하기 편하겠다 싶어가지고 들어오게 된 것 같습니다. 합숙 생활이나 단체 생활을 별로 안 좋아했었는데 그냥 하다 보니까 그런 게 좋아진 것 같고 그러다 보니까 규칙적인 생활을 좀 하게 된 것 같아서 그런 게 제일 변한 것 같아요. 제가 제일 기억에 남았던 경기는 2019년도에 있었던 PKL 페이지 2에서 우승했던 경기가 제일 기억에 남는 것 같아요. 세계대회 우승했던 거를 꼽을 수도 있긴 하겠지만 처음 우승을 할 때 그 힘들게 노력했던 순간들이 다 기억이 났었어가지고
자, 아직 한 발 더 남았다. 남았다.
변하려고 하는 모습은 사실 도전하는 거라 보니까 도전하는 모습이 좋은 것 같아요. 원래 제가 TPP를 하는 사람이라 그냥 뭐 TPP의 변화에 대해서는 그렇게 별로 크게 신경 쓰지 않고요. 변하지 않는다라는 건 잘 모르겠고 제가 원래 TPP를 주로 개인 방송에서 하기 때문에 뭐 그 부분에 있어서는 다른 선수들보다는 자신감이 더 넘치는 것 같습니다. 티글드 선수랑의 라이벌이라 하기에는 제가 지금은 많이 부족한 것 같고요. 티글드 선수가 조금 더 훨씬 더 저보다 연습도 많이 하고 실력이 더 좋기 때문에 라이벌이라고 생각하진 않습니다. 아직 뭐 승부욕이 넘쳤었을 때랑 다른 것보다는 지금은 제가 연습을 많이 못했기도 했고 실력적으로 많이 내려왔기 때문에 다시 올라가면 또 대답이 달라질 것 같아요. 배틀그라운드라는 게임의 의미는 저를 180도 변하게 해준 게임이라고 생각합니다. 제 인생에서 펍지란 그냥 전부인 것 같아요. 저를 여기까지 만들어준 것도 펍지고 그렇기 때문에 좀 더 애정이 깊게 더 담겨있는 것 같습니다. 뭐 펍지 안 했으면 그냥 게임하면서 일하면서 그냥 평범하게 살았을 것 같아요. 팬분들에게는 사실 우승하는 모습을 보여드리고 싶고요. 그래도 3인칭이니만큼 저희가 또 3실을 잘하기 때문에 우승을 하고 싶지만 그래도 최선을 다하는 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 2026년에는 정말 열심히 할 거기 때문에 2026년 PGC에서는 한국팀의 선봉으로서 제가 우승으로 이끌고 가고 싶습니다.
Be nice and be happy.
Hi guys, welcome to another sit-down game time with me and today's guest, Team Vitality. Hello everyone. Hello. Hi guys. Hello. Is that your impression of me? Hello. All right, well today's game is called Guess Who. We'll show you a bunch of pictures of the players here at the lobby and you have to guess their names. Are you ready?
I need to translate it.
Oh, okay.
Будет показывать картинки игроков, но надо будет по очереди называть, что это. Alright, you're done.
So yesterday Team Liquid got 22 seconds. Yeah,
Damn.
if you finish before them, then you win and they're like,
We won't.
wait, you won't? Oh, okay. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Start.
Purdy Corty. Follow my bet.
Baron pick.
Oh,
Patulins.
okay.
Куёта.
Okay.
Bimi.
Draft King.
Oh, you did one more too, and you came in before.
Nice.
Okay, 20 seconds record for Team Vitality. That was a record. You now hold the #1 lead in Guess Who Challenge.
Nice.
It's you and Team Liquid. Why don't we wrap this up with a message to Team Liquid then?
Be nice and be happy.
Thank you guys for joining me, and I'll see you at the next one. Wait, bye. Bye.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
As Hackatory will get that knock on the shell. And with the final bullet in the chamber.
Мій ігровий нікнейм Хакаторі. Справді, мене ще з дитинства вдохновляла кіберспорт. Брат показав шутери. З того часу мені подобається стрілятися. І от коли з'явився режим королевської битви, я от зайшов, мені дуже сподобався. Те, що я став кіберспортсменом, це дуже змінило моє життя. Я навіть не знаю, яким я став би. Так, я займаюся тим, що мені подобається, і я дуже щасливий. Моя найперша спогадка про PUBG. Напевно, мій перший топ-1. Я пам'ятаю, як зараз. Це було на Мірамарі в 2018 році. І так, це найяскравіша емоція. Я пам'ятаю, що я хотів досягнути топового рівня. І потім це переросло в більш професійний рівень. Найбільша емоція, мабуть, з PUBG Global Series 10 у цьому році. Це коли я вбив 1 з 4 17-х. Це найбільша емоція була.
Getting on Navi, but Hackatory aware of it, keeping him at base. Good peak shot. Really nice stuff from Hackatory.
У мене дуже багато знайомих, які мене підтримують, сім'я підтримує, і після цього моменту вони всі писали «красава», «молодець». Минулий рік ми дуже грали добре міні-турніри в ТПП, і зараз наступний сезон переходить у ТПП уже в основні турніри. Останні зміни, які були, насправді ніяк не вплинули на мій плейстайл. Напевно, що я ніколи не буду крисити, завжди буду пушити. Дуже приємно, що фанати слідкують, і я б сказав, що мене мотивує показувати добру гру, бути в топі по статистиці. В майбутньому я б хотів би стати найтитулованішим гравцем у PUBG. На наступний сезон у нас більша ціль звикнути до TPP, і це все. Ми будемо показувати максимальний результат, і нові зміни – це лише краще. Слідкуйте, вболівайте. У 2026 році я хочу виграти PGC. Неважливо, які будуть зміни. Я стану переможцем, це стане моїм роком.
Hi guys, it's Bella for the relay interview. Today's guest is Glass. Gunnar wanted to talk to you and ask you, A,
If they believe they are the best hot dropping team in the world,
and B, he wanted you to do your famous American impression.
네, 냉정하게 생각했을 땐 그래도 이 PG에서 참가하는 팀 중에는 상위권인 것 같아요.
All right, well, that's a very fair take. And now it is time for the famous. And we have Gunnar watching. Can we get Gunnar? Gunnar watching. Yay! He's going to pull up a video to show us. Here is Glass's take.
God damn!
That was perfect. Okay, I see why Gunnar wanted you to do it. All right. Before I let you go, I have to ask you to pick another player to pass this on to. What do you want me to ask them, and who should I talk to?
킥스타트.
Kickstart? Okay. What should I ask Kickstart?
항상 그렇게 꾸준하게 좀 팀워크도 제가 느끼기에는 팔콘도 좋다고 느껴져서.
It's all right. I will let you know, and I'll report back. Thank you, Glass. 감사합니다.
God damn.
You know? Oh, I feel like Sheila's too tall. Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm sitting down here with S2G to play some shooting challenge. We'll give you 5 bullets, and the one that gets the most points has to tell the loser what kind of dance to do today. Are you excited? Yeah. So the small bottles are 2 points. Big bottle is 1 point. Okay, Sheila is up first, and it's harder than. Here he goes. Oh, you know. Oh, I feel like Sheila's too tall. Oh, good job. Oh, what?
Just chill, guys.
Okay, 3 points.
3 points.
Oh, loading. Oh.
내리기티?
Oh.
재밌네, 축하해요. 다음 가라데르스 샷.
Ooh. Oh. What? That is crazy. He is currently in the lead. How many bottles?
3.
3?
와, 남라드리겠습니다.
That was a very clean shot. Oh. Oh. At the moment, 2 points each, right?
Baktığın yere gidiyor mu lan?
Laza, let's go. Oh. Whoa.
Abi tam arasından geçiyor.
Oh, 4 points. Okay, now let's find out. Oh, okay, already. Whoa. I'm terrible. Okay, that was amazing. Keppa, please sit. Keppa won, and I'm sad to inform you that Cece has to take the dance that Keppa chooses.
İstiyorsan Gangnam Style yap. Gangnam Style yap.
Gangnam Style.
Let's go.
Everyone say bye. Thank you for joining me today. It was wonderful, and I'll see you at the next one. Say bye with me.
Where he witness Tick sent the C4 in. Immediate peek and spray from Tig.
Hi, my name is James Gazen, aka Tiggleton. I think for the last 7 years, PUBG kind of has been my life. I moved away from my family. We travel a lot, play it every day with my teammates. I think you would be hard pressed to find a group of people that have spent more time together over the last 7 years than me and my teammates. The first time I ever played PUBG was expecting it to be very realistic, and in my very first match, this naked guy landed on a roof next to me, and I got a pistol, and I was like, he's dead. And he ran and jumped off the roof, and it fell 3 stories, landed on the ground, and kept running, and I was like, it's Superman. He just fell 3 stories off a building, and his legs are fine, what? I ended up falling in love with it after that. For me, PUBG always gave me the most adrenaline. My very first couple games, I felt like I was gonna die in real life if I died in the game. At the very end of the game, I'd be shaking, my heart rate would be I guess I've just been chasing that feeling my entire career. I finished my high school and I got into a university course, and I was pretty happy with where I was, but I didn't take a gap year, and I felt like my whole life I'd just been kind of going with the flow. And then I got the opportunity to fly to California for this tournament called NPL Royale, because I got picked up by an American team. And that was good fun, but I still wasn't taking it too seriously. But I met this guy there, Bizzle, and he basically said to me after watching me play a little bit, he was like, I'll get you a visa and you can come to the US. And I was like, really? So I just full sent it at 18. I went to the US. I took a gap year off university and then never ended up going back. Well, I want to start by saying that I think anyone can be a pro player. That's the beauty of it. For me, being a pro player is about discipline, practicing with a purpose. Like when you boot up the game, you kind of have to switch your mentality from being, okay, I'm here to have fun to how can I improve the best? And you need to be very mindful of the way that you're putting in the hours. The word change to me obviously brings a little bit of fear and a little bit of excitement because with changes, there's always a bit of uncertainty. No one likes uncertainty, but in a way, it kind of feels like an advantage because I know that I'm willing to adapt, and if someone else isn't, then I have an edge on them. One thing that's not going to change, I think for the most part, it'll be the positional play. Like teams will still play for the good positions. And if anything, it's going to become more important. And PUBG's always kind of been like that. It's all about teamwork. It's all about position. So I'm expecting that the good teams will still be good. To the fans watching in 2026, we love and appreciate every single one of you guys. It's really important to me that you guys feel happy. I don't think anything matters more than the fan sentiment. Obviously, there's some big changes on the horizon, but hopefully we can all just trust the process. It's people at Crafton, it's their job to think about what they can do to make our lives better. So just gonna trust them and see where it goes. I think that you guys will still enjoy watching. Like the esport was in TVP initially, and we saw a PGI 2018 that is still fun to watch. It might be a little goofy, there might be some chaotic moments, but I think it'll still be fun. It's still PUBG. In 2026 at PNC and PDC, I hope my team name will be called. And I hope my name will be called. Even when the battlefield changes, I want my wins and my hard work to speak for itself. I hope it'll be my year.
See, oh, and correct C is gone.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, today's game of Guess Who is going to be by Virtus Pro. Hi guys, hello.
Hello.
Good to see you guys. Well, you have to guess 7 players in a row. We'll show you pictures and you have to get 7 in a row correct. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get going. I'll start the timer. 3, 2, 1, go.
Gedrox. Luke 12. Levante. Halo. Uza.
Ooh.
Luca.
That was it.
We get down to one of the more grueling stages here for PGS5. It is going to be the survival stage, as only 8 teams will advance on through.
With not a lot of bullets left, Spear is going to have to make magic happen. We saw him also not a lot of 5.56 bullets left for him here. He's going to try to make a run for it. Shots coming in too. But they have really good angles on him. Sure, it's just Full Sense taking it down here. Really well executed by Full Sense. Getting a central spot, James.
HP. Oh my gosh, how's Kakon survive that? Navi, we're gonna go ahead and send it. Why not? Spiro doing the acrobatics, sticking over here. He will find out Kakon, but he's gonna immediately get traded down by Levante. Levante gets 2. Levante gets all of them.
This is all coming down to how these peaks are going to come out, and can Belmoth get a knock at the exact right time?
They've got him locked down. He's got to leave the Dorito. He makes the run, and S2G will take him down, and that is a huge win for the Turkish squad.
Looking to lock down this final spot here. Shots coming in, really good shots here. Tons of Scappy hit shot with the Hawk here. Swings around the western side. Really good cover though from Jacob. Gets down Agatory. Pio also helping out to Kiss here. Now it's down to just boosting 25 HP here.
Wait, how on earth has Pio got 2? That's crazy. But at the same time, he had... Oh, boost stick! I was about to poke him with a stick and say, do something. As now he's trying to deal with a little bit more of aggression. There's no way you get out of this, Shen. There's no way.
And Open's just full sending it here. Oh, I like that. Good utility use here. Aggressive push here. Okay. And he's just gonna absolutely send it away here. Not giving extra points up to Arena. What a great lockdown for them. What a great game.
We are getting into our next match. It is going to be Rondo coming up. This time we're really ready to Rondo.
River looking over towards Crazy Raccoon, though. See if he can land a few shots. Going to get Blaz about to half HP. But S2G, they're holding strong. Shilla will go down as Laza will go out, and he's going to get picked out. S2G gets taken down. 4AM does need to be careful about doing this. They can't give him too many single fights here. As Winda is going to win the 1v1 versus Spiro. Oh no. Boosting now, the last player left alive for Navi. See if he can maybe get a kill here. He's going to find Spaceman, but 4AM knows exactly where he is, and they will kill him and take first place overall with a fantastic victory in match number 4.
You do not want any of it at all. I think it's all but done here for Falcons.
And 17 grabbed it away from him.
Boostic will finish off Kickstart, and that is 17 Gaming confirming basically that they are going to be the ones getting in through that cutoff at 8th place. And for Falcons fans out there, it's a disaster. They will not be in the finals here of PGS5. As well, takes down Ferris, and that is all she wrote basically, unless we see some Hackatory magic, which can happen, but not today. It is going to be 17 Gaming, an all-important game.
Falcons had a great game, but, you know, you had 4 other games to try to make something happen. Unfortunately, there at the end, it's just not enough.
We now know our 16 teams in that final stage. Tomorrow we will be back, same time, same place.
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next.
Take me to the front line, better get your head right. You ain't gonna take my pride away. Take me to the front line, put me in the limelight. You ain't gonna take my shine away. Take my shine away.
Time for 2 days of incredible action here for PGS5 as we are going to have the final stage. 16 teams here to determine who will become our champion once again. We've already crowned Made in Thailand for PGS4 here in our second circuit for 2026. And now it's time for maybe another team or maybe a repeat. We'll see. My name's Kalaris. I've got Avenger. I've got Porosaurus. I've got Matrim. We're excited to get this going. And 5 new teams graces with their presence here, Avenger, in this final compared to the last one. So there's been a bit of a switcheroo.
A little bit of a switcheroo, yes. I'm excited for it, to be honest. And I'm also excited to see how, sure, Made in Thailand, they made it in here. And if they're able to have a little bit of a resurgence, are we going to have a repeat winner yet of either, you know, last week or from our PGs 1 through 3?
It's a good question. Poro, of course, I think that there are definitely some great contenders for a repeat performance, for a repeat champion coming on in, but there's also some great candidates to be able to take their first one, right? I think Twisted Minds is obviously a great choice for that. Do you have any other names alongside Twisted Minds on your palette?
4 Angry Men. Like it's
yes.
gotta be. It's like 4 a.m. has been so consistent and so good, but they just haven't been able to just jump up over the top yet. So hopefully maybe this time they'll be able to be consistent all the way to the end instead of just like being the best team for the first 8 or 9 games.
Yeah, I think that if 4 Angry Men does what they did before and then Shen gets the MVP as well, Shen is going to be up there with that interview Matrim and he's saying, I'm not going to say Anyong. I'm not going to say it. No, Bella.
Resist. You've got to fight against it. That's the way it's going to go forward. But I mean, 4 Angry Men, you did hit it on. They've been doing it really great. They've been consistent through the process as we've been looking. We also do have a couple of squads that I know that we want to see more out of. Most notably, it's going to be something like 17 Gaming from the same region. This is a squad that's always known for international performance, but they've had a couple of external things that have made their life a little bit harder. So now that they've been having to play with their coach, I would actually like to see Full Sense settle in a little bit more, given the fact that PGC champion. I would like to see at least a couple of games come out that are quality from them.
Yeah, the 5 teams coming in that did not get to play PGS4 finals: S2G, JDG, Full Sense, 17 Gaming, and E Arena. Martin, when you look at those 5, who do you think can cause some ripple effects here throughout this final stage?
You would have to first go and say, all right, Full Sense, this is not a group stage anymore. You did well at PGC for a short event there. This is your time to show that you're still worthy of the name of defending PGC championship, which is going to be happening for the next half year. But it feels like the hot air has gone on a little bit out of the balloon so far. For me, again, this is sure, you just want a lot of money, you can relax a little bit, and now you're getting all these invites and such. But still, you gotta prove yourself. You gotta be in here and wrestle with the top dogs and show that you're worthy of this big honor that has been bestowed upon you to be invited to some of these events.
Yeah, we miss out on some names, of course, with 5 teams coming in. 5 teams unfortunately had to flub it and not get to this final. That's correct, that's a fact. You got the Expendables, Falcons, Crazy Raccoons, Cerberus, and Gen G Poro not being able to make it. So there's definitely some names in there that we kind of expected in the final, and some of them had some good results in the last final, but it's not to be the case this time around.
Yeah, I mean, it's that's what happens when you get 5 games to kind of figure stuff out, and if you don't do it, well, you get to sit here and watch
then
the
you get
final
5
stage
games
from
next
home.
week.
You get 5 games next week, yeah. So your road does not get any easier, does it? But yeah, I mean, it's definitely sad for teams like Falcons, teams like Cerberus, Gen G, like that. We're actually able to kind of not only get to the final stage, but actually perform a little bit pretty well. Not being able to kind of return to that and now having to sit down is definitely a blow. But yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see what now that JDG full send 17. I mean, 17 obviously a team that we had our eyes on coming into this year as like one of our potential big blockbuster squads. And I mean, obviously playing with Akuma is a huge no disrespect to Akuma, but having to play with him instead of Tian is a massive blow. So hopefully they're able to kind of find some kind of way to play around Akuma and find at least get themselves a couple of PGS points here.
I think we all agree with you, right? Like after what we saw from Tian joining 17 Gaming and looking the way he did. But anyway, there are 16 teams that are going to be playing things out, and here's the prize pool they play for as well. $30,000 for that first place, $100,000 in total. If you're able to get yourself a win, you get $1,000, and of course $10,000 for that MVP, which usually whenever we talk to the players, they kind of share between the rest of the team anyway. However, of course, it's always nice to be crowned as that. We've had some great names. Shen, Nixie's been up there as well here, and Virtus Pro with Nixie on board does find themselves in first place for the overall money leadership here, Matrim, thanks to the fact that the circuit final, it's triple the prize pool.
Yeah, I mean, week 3 tends to be pretty strong whenever we're going to see performances. It's like shades of PGIS from back in the day for everybody that's going to be following. Every single week is important, but of course week 3 is kind of the climax of everything that we're going to be looking at. So if one of your favorites or one of your underdogs didn't make it into this week, don't worry, there is still that chance for them to have a big return next week. But as somebody that is kind of an underdog fan, I'm looking at this, and what is my underdog that I'm going to be rooting for? As that gets a bit complicated, because there's a lot of squads that I don't, is it S2G? Do you think that they've got it in them, or are we going to need to look at something a little bit more stable, even as an underdog, such as like anyone's legend as an underdog? That's a crazy sentence.
Well, that is a crazy one, considering that they gained the advance points, right? The lion's share of the advance points coming into this final. So technically, do we just need Himas to do what he kind of did in the first 2 games of that kind of first stage and then be able to kind of coast on through? But Avenger, anyone's legend, we said it in the last circuit, we think that maybe they would eventually take a PGS, and especially if they put up what they've done so far here, that might be the case.
Yeah, Himas has done it before. We could see it again. Delvin obviously has got the experience from a PGC win in 2024 here, so they've got what it takes to be a champion. But the thing is, with a 10-game series like this and how difficult it is to go up against these teams here, it's about fragging out, it's about getting this ball rolling here. What I really wanted to have seen from them in the winners stage bracket, or whatever you want to call it, I wanted to have seen them continue, padding the absolute top of it, but they only managed to get 44 points, which is absolutely a super low amount considering they got 29 points in the first one.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a surprise. That was kind of a crazy winner's stage. I was not expecting. I was expecting a bit more of sponging from whoever comes out at the top, but it's not the case here at all. We're just looking at the PGS points as well, and again, do bear in mind that those have extreme ramifications on not only being able to qualify through into Esports World Cup, which means that you can actually get yourself more spots for your region if you perform well across these 3 events and get yourself more PGS points, but also PGS points #1 at the end of the year will be qualified directly through into the grand final of PGC. So Poro, as soon as all the teams realized that was the case between Circuit 1 and 2, they were like, uh-oh, better play up.
Yeah, I don't think they were sandbagging before this, but now it might be a little bit of extra motivation to get out there and start getting to work. But yep, there you see the advantage points that are being doled out there. Obviously, anyone's legend with the 10, but Super's right there behind him with 6, and Supers have started to look like they've kind of found their footing here a little bit. And that's another one that's got to be high on your list if you're trying to predict the winner, or at least a team that'll be in the mix with one game remaining. That's the question I have, right? Like, all these finals keep happening when there are only 10 games, keeps things pretty close.
Yeah.
Nobody's really been able to kind of run away with it ever.
Right.
And so the question that I have for you guys, I'll ask you, Martin, what do you think? How many teams at the end of this do you think will be in contention for that top spot with one game remaining?
Okay, so two things for me here is that, remember PGS4, it was 10 points from first to fifth place. Just how crucial those 10 points are. It was 11 points down to Gen G, right? Falcons, Gen G, two teams that are not here now. 10 points would have made the difference from being fifth to a winning. So that's like it really, and 89 points is the total, right? So more than 10% of your total points potentially, anyone's Legends, towards a potential win here. If you hit triple digits, that's your win easily.
As we take a look at all of the numbers across the board here as well, we saw some teams are able to survive every single time having to go down to the survival stage, and of course for these teams being able to move on through, we see this the champions kind of post themselves up. I think it's funny, Matchroom, because like Petrichor Road, once again, third place in winner stage, has already won a PGS this year, but yet they don't really come up that much as a topic, but I think that they absolutely should be. They've got themselves some advantage points coming into this final stage as well, and I think they're a contender for a two-time PGS here throughout this year as well.
Yeah, it's hard to talk about Petrichor Road because you really wish that his name was Aches Stay instead of Aches Left, because he is always gone right now. Anytime we're looking for anything coming out from the squad. But they are still finding performances and consistency, and they do have that capability. You were talking about repeat winners. This is a squad that is actually pretty consistent so far on the year. It's not like pop off, I'm going to be in your face showing you how great I am at murdering the world.
They're second in PGS points,
Instead,
right? They're
it's
super consistent.
very, very consistent.
Yep, the PGS points is looking good for them. So, I mean, I don't think anybody's going to be knocking them off that pedestal. So, obviously, they will be getting themselves through into the Esports World Cup that way. But let's take a look at some of our teams coming on into this final and trying to make things work. Now, of course, this was yesterday. Vitality did not qualify, but Schiller did alongside S2G, Martin. And that's very important because I feel like he really has been a standout for S2G.
Yeah, the last game, that was chilling moments for Schiller and S2G. That was a big one for them to come in and prove themselves here. And a shot at a PGS5 here is important. If you do well, you're able to put yourself into that. Right now, sure, the top, you need to get like 50 points to get in there. But if you get a really good performance here and you have a good run at it for next week, and you still have a chance to get top 9. Twisted Minds are currently not into the top. They're 10th right now. They're obviously a direct invite, so it doesn't matter kind of what happens to them if they win today. Everything just shifts down one place, right? But again, like a lot of things gets decided in this weekend here. If the top continues to pad their points, then you need to have an insane run next weekend. So I really want to see our top teams stay consistent and still get these points here, because then they are ensuring themselves a ticket to either themselves or to one of their teams in the home region.
Yeah, you finish top 8 as well. You go through into the better stages of PGS 6. Very important as we take a look across the stage. Everything gets serious now with just 2 days remaining here to get yourself another championship on board for PGS 5. All of these teams staring it down and looking good for it. We already see the names etched in the tablets alongside the trophy as well. And we got 2 more to fill up here, Poro, for the next couple of weeks.
We do, but hopefully Navi, if they get another one, they'll have a better shot at trying to write their names on that thing. But let's hear Bella.
Hello everyone and welcome back. I'm your host Bella, and the grueling survival stage is finally behind us, and it's time for the PGS 5 final stage. Well, yesterday, 8 battle-hardened teams from the survival stage they made it here and are now joining the winner stage top 8 squad. And now absolutely the best 16 teams in the world have now assembled here for the ultimate showdown. And of course, you know what I'm about to say, this race for glory will carry its explosiveness straight into the summer, because in just a month, from June 23rd to the 28th, the ultimate battle of the national pride, PUBG Nations Cup 2026, will be held in Changchun Arena right here in Seoul. So make sure to join us then. But now back to the grand stage of the final stage, where there's absolutely zero room for error, and this is not the place for compromise. This could be the team's time to solidify their status as the world's best, or the beginning of the ultimate comeback. Well, through the first 5 intense matches, we're about to find out who is going to take the momentum on day 1 and take their first step to seizing the crown. Welcome to PGS 5 Final Stage Day 1.
16 of the very best from across the world will line up and fire at one another live from Seoul, South Korea here to be able to claim PGS.
I mean, that's basically our entire lives, just trying to make sure that we have good teamwork from the moment we wake up to the moment we go to bed. Everything we do is like trying to make the team chemistry better. With every roster change comes a lot of responsibility and a lot of pressure, so I feel like it's really important to us to show that we can function with a different IGL and a different system. We're more determined than ever to win. We've done it before, and with this roster change, I feel like there's a new fire inside us.
딱히 제가 에이스라고 생각하진 않는데 그냥 팀 전체적으로 잘 하려고 계속 노력하고 있습니다. 점점 팀원들 폼이 다 올라오고 있는 것 같아서 BGS5에서는 충분히 더 올라온 모습 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다.
我是一个游戏方面稍微比较冲动的选手，然后会比较上头。 然后就是性格方面嘛，比较暴躁一些。我的目标一直都是拿冠军，想在 PGS 5拿回属于我们之前的。
Right from the beginning of the day, they started in 10th, they're ending in 1st. It's an incredible win.
Myth has just become champions blank.
คิดว่าเราเล่นกันเป็นทีมได้ดีมากๆครับแล้วคอยเตือนข้อผิดพลาดให้กันและกันครับก็ถึงแม้ว่าครั้งนี้เราได้ แชมป์มานะครับผมก็ครั้งหน้าจะเป็นไงก็อยากให้รอติดตามกันนะครับผมทีมมิดใครได้ยินก็ต้องกลัวครับผม
Наша команда — это легенды PUBG. Мы хотим быть Twisted Minds, как мы делали это прошлые годы. Так что это все.
Ми заберемо всі поінти для перемоги. Під час гри ми покажемо, як складно нас стримувати.
Korea is good at fighting, and I trust on this. This type of confidence makes us together as a team. So in PGS 5, I want better results.
A real strong team makes points even if it's hard game. We are gonna show you that we are not satisfied with just the one trophy.
Mình nghĩ là cả team đều cố gắng hết mình thôi. Bắn được bao nhiêu sẽ bắn, kiếm được nhiêu kiếm. Thì nếu như mà được bỏ điểm xa team sau thì càng tốt hơn. Tại BK năm lần này, tôi muốn mọi người thấy một hiểm mắt mạnh nhất có thể.
Let's get down to business. We have got our 16 teams ready to go. As you can see them all preparing and getting ready for our first Erangel. We'll have 2 Erangels today here for these teams. And of course, we start with anyone's legend, finishing off at #1 for their winner's stage here, Martin. They're looking poised to try and strike for a victory.
Look how excited they are.
Yes!
Yeah, okay. As I had to go back to my camera. Yeah, and of course 17 here as well. Excited for that. It says Chan Chan there.
Uh-oh.
They keep doing this.
I don't see Chan Chan.
I don't see a Tian Tian.
No, I don't see
They're cheating us.
That's baited. And look how excited Lou is to be on that neutral roster for PNC. Laid back. Absolutely zoned in for this. Perfectix happy to be here for the first time in Seoul, South Korea.
I feel like if Tian Tian's airplane arrived, then Martin would have heard it through those gigantic headphones that have made the return. Yes!
They're back. They're back. They're
Love
back.
to see it.
You know what? Number 1, comfort. Number 2, audio quality. I can hear where they're landing on Miramar when we're playing Erangel, you know?
What am I thinking
That's
right
so
now?
nice.
You can hear my thoughts. I know you can.
Yeah, but it takes time to get from America to Denmark. I'm waiting.
That's fair, yeah.
No, you guys are silly. Matron, talk about the game.
Oh, all right. So, do we think that Twisted's going to finally take a good position on this one, come out, and they're coming into this one a bit late whenever we look at the way that the points are kind of set up. They're starting out at a disadvantage of 9 points, but it's a squad that often can kind of come out of the gate in the first couple of games a little bit slow. It's a team that likes to work up and use information. Whenever we're looking at 10 games, I feel like that's been the kryptonite for them, is if there was just another couple of games, we'd often see that's whenever Twisted Minds becomes dominant. Instead, it always puts them in a chase position.
Well, this was me playing the long con, because I've been saying for the last 2 tournaments, Poro, Falcons, they're going to win. And then I've somehow weeded it into you. You're like, no, Twisted Minds, man.
I'm fine with this all being your fault, honestly.
That's fine. Yeah, that's
perfectly fine with it. But look, the American Skies, even though we're one team short, they still got a lot of work to do here. But they've been doing well this tournament, honestly. And even coming to the final, like, where did Team Liquid end? I can't completely remember, but it felt like they've been giving themselves good shots, and I don't know, this is one of those things where going into today, going back and looking at how close everything was when we got to the point, me and Martin were talking about it earlier with 5 teams in contention with 1 game remaining. It's times like this where you start really looking at those hidden stats like stolen kills versus lost kills, right? And how big of an impact that can have when you get to the end of it.
Yeah, we have seen it. We have seen it have these ramifications for these teams. All right, let's get to it. It is going to be game number 1 of our final stage. 10 games throughout the next 2 days here to figure out who is going to be walking away with the trophy. Let's do it. It's going to be me and Martin here for our first game. Thank you very much, Poro. Thank you, Matrim. We'll get you back after this game. It's Erangel, Martin. Let's do it.
Yes, let's get 10 games rolling. 5 today, James, and a lot of Erangel is on the skies. Here under the line with Myth, but what is that plane path, James? We're going from the Pavka down to military. This feels like a 50-50 Milton Novo circle. What do you think?
Maybe, or just a full military island. We will see. We will see. I know you like that. I know you're partial to that.
I do like when the players are suffering, or when I'm not playing myself, to watch some of this, because it's always these curveballs, all these hard games that defines who the best teams are. It's very clear. And now look at this. We're gonna have some action close to Milta. It's gonna be some fun times here. Some of the teams are gonna try to maybe steal a car. Is it gonna be a straight hot drop with Fury? I'm actually not sure.
Yeah, with the playing path being like this, right, all of a sudden the teams are forced into very rough spots, and they may end up seeing quite a bit of conflict, as now Milta might get a bit hot here. They're dropping right next to one another. It's not just a case of it's a hot drop. It is straight next to the buildings.
It's a lot of hot drops, actually, even throughout the day on the angle here. So let's see with Fury and Myth. Shotgun in hand for Kraken. Got recognized by Virtus Pro and the Guess Who, but can you recognize Myth and see if you can see that? Oh, that's a great angle from Baron here with the AK, James.
Yeah, having the position across the road here and it being quite open when they're transitioning between buildings. So it's not too bad a start here by Baron. Now Panzerfaust being charged up. Yes, we'll finish that off as the Kraken. He's gone. See if we can find a little bit more. More nades go forwards. Poser being quite aggressive, but Baron once again strikes. And Scappy with the MP5. It is a disaster for Furia here. A disaster for the Americas.
That's unfortunate. That's 4 easy points for Myth here. Just give it to them again, guys, already. The 4 points from the start here is going to have an absolutely amazing benefit. I said a 50-50 Milta. Surely I meant 50-50 Fairy Pier here, James.
You're almost bang on.
Yeah. Almost. It was 50-50 anyway. These plane paths here, the tendency, I really like these tendencies on the plane paths. At least I could get something right here. And now that they're removing land ratio and all the predictions we're going to have is going to be completely wrong in the future. We'll see about that here. Has full sense trying to get in close, but Super's already close here with Rex. So we could see a little bit of an early fight with these two guys.
Yeah, I think you bring up a funny point, because like the amount of times as commentators and hosts and analysts were like, oh, we have a slight little bit more knowledge about these circle ships compared to the casual audience. And then we're like, look how smart we are with our predictions of where it's going to go. Can't be doing that on 4 and 8 anymore, which will be quite funny. But again, it will make for some variance of gameplay, right? I think between, as we've said for quite a while, like, yeah, but they kind of solved water in a bigger form quite a long time ago, right? So as we take a look back at the highlights from yesterday. So I'm excited for the changes when they do come along. I'm interested to see how it's going to be.
Yeah, absolutely here. As you see, Fulson from yesterday. And I agree, that the water nerf in 2018 was that you started drowning after 10 seconds, and instead of 1 damage per second, it is turned up to 10. So there's a double nerf to swimming in the water, as seen a lot of people when they talked about land ratio being removed. Sure, but people are not going to go swimming anymore because there's dynamite fishing and you drown extremely quickly. So it's not going to be an issue with 10 people trying to swim for late game. It has also more been the case of, okay, land ratio has been removed, but the unplayable areas, how do people get to that? But we have an e-pickup now, so all these problems that were an issue, almost 9 years ago now, is no longer an issue. So it's going to be fun to see how that works out. And again, my favorite kind of idea of what PUBG is, everyone starts equally in that plane, James, right? And it's about your decisions throughout the game.
I like that bit there where he's very excited about opening that water bottle.
Yeah.
So that was cool. All right.
All right, more shots come in. And Luke and the guys from Liquid is trying to get themselves across. And with Luke 12, the boys trying to get fast across on the eastern side of the bridge here. It is currently uncontested and nobody's there, so they could either stop and try to hold out mid as some of the other teams, or they could get across quite quickly and bet that southern shift is going to be happening. We see Made in Thailand with the shots onto Boza. Really good 4x spray here. Nice MP5 push as well here. It's quite easy for Made in Thailand. And with a Saiga in hand as well, easy peasy for them to clean things up.
Yeah, not bad at all. Winning things out here, it will be super interesting to watch. If not only a team like Made in Thailand was able to get 2 PGSs under their belt, but a back-to-back. Oh boy, that would be exciting. Of course, we haven't seen that since the days of Twisted Minds, which was kind of an anomaly, right? Like they were undisputed the best team in the world. Oftentimes a lot of people still kind of tout them as. Of course, I think it's gotten a bit more of a gray area as of late because of how much all these regions have stepped up. But man, if Made in Thailand somehow made a back-to-back, that would be magical.
That would be insane. It is a new era as well. Like this year as a whole just feels like such a defining era for PUBG. Sure, we've changed the TPP and there's a lot of opinions about that, but still some of our best teams and some of our best players that are still doing the best things and performing the greatest. So we'll see how that kind of comes to occurrence here. Liquid now decided to kind of hold on to a little bit on that eastern side here like that. Myth might not be suspecting that a team is going to be holding them out after they shot at them, but they could also be camping on that eastern bridge on the northern side if they wanted to. It is very much a, I would say, maybe a 55% chance to go south here, considering the water. There's also an unwritten rule in the algorithm, to my knowledge, that the center of the zone shouldn't be able to go to the deep water into the unplayable. So that's another thing here. And the question is that still in effect once we have the algorithm change or update? If it's either algo change or if it's circle settings in game, that could also be very defining for PNC. So that's going to be exciting to see. We also do have some circles sometimes that go water. Sure, it can happen. Sometimes the circle completely random, but there's an algo it tries to follow.
Yes, it does. I'm curious for those teams coming in far away, right? Like obviously Twisted Minds with their ginormous split towards Kameshki. Obviously Batulians oftentimes is looking for something like a glider early on. Lou over far against no lean. So technically Twisted Minds, you're going to be trying to solve a little bit of a puzzle coming in from that far away. And obviously Batulians would love to be the one to be able to just give information from the skies if he gets a glider on board to be able to move on forwards later on.
What do you think so far here, James, in terms of like we have the new teams here, we have 5 new teams. How much does that change? Sure, we have some hot drops here from Fury and Myth, and it's just not worth it in a 10-game series.
Yeah.
Looked at some of the other maps here. We do have some small contests as well. T1, Liquid contesting on Miramar, on San Martin. It's also going to be an interesting one. There's some alt drops that's also fun. Okay. He manages it. It's good. So a few other drops as well on Tego that could be fun too. So, but again, for me, it's just not worth it in a 10-game series. Like, sure, it's not the big final next week, but you still have a chance to both win quite a significant amount of money, but also you have a big chance to get these PGS points that could secure yourself an Esports World Cup slot.
Yeah, it's funny how it works out, because I do think that SMMA does take some shots and takes down Lazar. Great spray by him here alongside his teammates to take down one, start things up. And that'll be the end of that fight by the looks of things. I think that the ripple effects of 17 Gaming getting into this final, actually, of all teams, you know, and T1 then having to go elsewhere, considering that they don't even normally go to Pachinki and Picardo in internationals, but got that opportunity in PGS4, and now don't, after 17 Gaming, just qualify barely through on the last survival game, actually has these knock-on effects, right? So it's, and especially with a playing path like this on the first game, right? How easy is it really for you to actually stretch and go elsewhere? So I think maybe it will stabilize in the next games as long as the playing paths aren't absolutely egregious. But for this one, yeah, it was going to be a foregone conclusion that something was going to go down early.
Right. Yeah, but and also, even if you've already qualified for Esports World Cup, like PGS still has ripple effects throughout the year, still has ripple effects throughout. To be able to go straight to the final. So, like, you want to perform good here no matter what. You want to be in those finals. I tuned into Kickstart stream a little bit earlier from Falcus when he was fishing. He said he had a sad fishing stream on. Perfect for my morning coffee, I'll tell you that. And you talked a little bit about, sure, they always want to win, they always want to get in here, but the most important thing is to be in the final for the next week. And your easiest way to get in there is to do well here. And we still have a lot of water into this circle here, James. Whoa, but it's very likely to go south.
Yeah, emergency pickups coming in here at the moment. Anyone's Legend's going to be the first one. 4AM's going to be diving on in as well in just a little bit's time with this. And some teams on that north side, as you say, with it probably going over towards Military Island now. Virtus.pro has abandoned that kind of bridge camp position that they were going for. They're going to head straight off the right-hand side of this bridge and find themselves a bit of a spot. Everyone's doing some crazy maneuvers.
I like these. I like this send-off of this bridge here. It's a good way to get in a little bit more safe. It's you know, like when we had the crouch jump on the windows. And this min-maxing, the skill ceiling is also always getting bigger and greater. As we see anyone's Legends here, the team with 10-point advantage coming into this one, taking a little bit of advantage getting into that western side. Actually, not a bad spot to start things off with.
Yep, definitely will lend them some defensive capabilities here for the moment. The question will be now, where does 4AM decide to go? Technically, they could see some boots on the ground down there. It's a little harder to spot than vehicles in that location. Obviously, anyone's Legend won't have any. They're just digging on in. Plenty of pickaxes to boot. And Twisted Minds now driving forwards, finding themselves just behind S2G. Remember, S2G did lose one earlier on. So if they do end up tangled in a fight here, well, I mean, technically Battalions will be in the sky, so a little bit far away from it, so it might be a 3v3, but some reinforcing shots from the sky is not an uncommon sight.
Nope, absolutely not here. Important things to take a note on as well. And we get SEAL Team 6 swimming across here for Better Road. Currently second place on overall PGS points. And they have not qualified through the regional series to Esports World Cup, so they need to do well. But I would say with 74 points, if they have a decent showing, it's going to be good. Shots coming in here, though, from anyone's Legend. Himas finds window in the sky. Hits the Mema, goes down as well. It's Nixie.
This was my big concern. I thought maybe they would kind of hit a similar position, and indeed they did. They lose two straight away. Himas on form again. 2 kills going the way of the team that was already on 10, as you mentioned, with those advance points. So now, for Shannon Spaceman, well, it's still 2 good names and players to have up and good to go. They've taken residence just across the road here from DN Supers. And Team Liquid edging around on the south side of this circle on Sosnovka military base, but you'd expect it to not kind of be in their favor. At least they've got a BRDM to work with, though, Avenger.
Yeah, and BRDM has shown us that it can get you very deep in these games here. Almost guaranteed placement points if you play it right. And of course, with the amount of water that we have in play as well. If you need to go to the water, it's an amphibious vehicle, James. It can, sure, go slow, but it can get you across or into the water if you need to.
We've felt like some teams have forgotten that that's the case sometimes, but it's very rare that it really actually comes into play, right? So, but yeah, technically it can do that.
It's so vulnerable in the water, though. Like, it can get shot very easily, and then it's... I get why you don't use it as much, but still, it does go swimming quite a lot. With the teams on the northern side, still Twisted Minds, T1 and S2G here, they've got to figure out how do they approach this one here. We have Full Sense holding on to the edges here. Myth as well, trying to get in close. They're going to be going close to Petrichor Road here, James.
Can you imagine if it went north? Can you imagine? It's not gonna. That would be wild, but not gonna be the case here. So all those teams on that north side gonna have to try and make a cross somehow, some way. Petrichor Road already starting things off against Myth. Up on this beach side as well. As now Chewy does have the foldable shield set up and good to go against them. As Bing Bing takes down Kiss as well, and that is Myth. Down and out like that in a flash. They're gone.
Yeah, that was quick. Petrichor Road, easy points here. Myth got some easy ones, and now they return their favor to another team here.
Ooh. Avenger, we can actually listen in on the Twisted Minds comms because they're going to have to make a bit of a dash here. So let's listen in and see what they're up to.
Вояк есть один. Голову. Вояк есть один? Да. Проезжайте. Не надо разворачиваться. Едьте. Направо просто спрыгивать. Спрыгивать направо.
Спрыгивать надо. Готово? Ну, я буду один прыгать.
Так там на мосту чел вроде. Блядь, под мостом есть люди. Направо в лес, ребят, на двойку. Сам чел... Блядь, нет, хуйня. Полная хуйня меня сейчас уйдет еще. Я умру.
Я, короче, тут парни остановлюсь пока что.
Давай. Я просто умираю. Невозможно, блядь.
And just like that, Batulis gets ripped out of the sky. Yeah, it was always going to be hard. You could hear the chaotic kind of conversation going on, even if you don't know what's going on. Still, everyone's trying to figure out exactly how to make landfall here at the moment, Avenger.
Yeah, a lot of contests towards that northern side. Lukerix gets found, though, with MK12 and Perfect 6. Easy headshot here, and now Twisted Minds decide to relocate just a little bit. Maybe pull up. I'm not sure if they know that he's split out from the rest of the team from VP. They're trying to hold a lot of space on that northwest side. More shots come in from Beamy. And as the guys try to get in, they try to get close. Actually, a little bit of a pull-up here. I'm not sure they know. Correx is here. Good shots coming in. Nate's coming in the hands here. And oh my god, both of them absolutely destroyed here. Nate's going to be dropped for the confirmation onto Lou as well.
What an angle from Corexi. That's Twisted Minds out. 14th place for them. They are done. I mean, as soon as they tried to have to make the cross, right, it was always going to be difficult there. I think that a learning from that is like, if Batulians had been down on the ground a little earlier, maybe they could have had a little bit more firepower. Wasn't too much use up at the top there at the end. But anyway, I mean, it was always going to be dire straits for them. As now we take a look at some of these teams digging on in once again in the south side of this circle.
Iconic name with a pickaxe. Liquid and the boys coming in from the southern side here. They're trying to fend this off. And when you do get to dig yourself a little bit of a hole here, doing that on a high ground in the perspective of TVP, it's extremely strong. Baron does find Thanet, although a little bit of a push here for Volsense, losing one player, and it's actually going to be two only players, Belmont and Tick on the top side here. James, going to be a little bit rough for Volsense. Baron continues to move more shots into Flash it here. He's disengaging from this location.
He is quite pro S2G. Oh, the circle shifts far away from the position on that west side. Now centering up on what actually is quite a common location for this compound to be in, and having these teams having to deal with it. E-Arena, once again, you think back to that Tego match where they had such a wide split across those large compounds, and now once again they've got a large split here in the middle of this circle. I think that E-Arena this time they've got to get together much earlier than that Tego game that really did give them so many points to lead them here.
Yeah, I completely agree. They're going to get sniffed out. Somebody's going to figure out, okay, it's actually a split here. Let's try to crash it. And especially with that southwest or eastern side, it's very crashable. There's a lot of walls around that. Chan back here for 17. Good to see him back on the server. Now Folsen's trying to really fend off this northern western side here, actually. Trying to keep this high ground here. And Liquid, well, that's a good spot.
That's a super good point. We were not notified that it is Tian back in, but the fact that he is here for 17 is huge. We thought he was only going to be in for PGS 6 and forwards, but the fact that he's here for this final for PGS 5, that might change things.
Yeah, might be quite huge here. Saw great things for 17, and 17 itself is such a storied roster. They have qualified themselves through to Esports World Cup for their regional series, but here, if currently top 9, if they get more points, James, they could get one more spot for China to ensure more teams represent them at Esports World Cup. S2G here, trying to push up, trying to get in closer to Full Sense.
Yeah, fair play to Akuma for filling in when he had to, of course, as they were facing some problems. It was quite fun to watch towards the end. As now, though, with TNTM back in, that's exciting. For S2G, trying to make the transition here on this western side, I think that they realize there's going to be quite a few barrier teams. And speak of the devil in the kill feed, takes down Tigger and finishes him off just like that. With 47 players remaining here in this lobby, I know that nobody really actually wants to fight against Tian in here, that's for sure.
Nope, absolutely not. Such a mechanically gifted player. Na'Vi trying to hold on to this northern side of the circle. Belma does find quit. And damage done to Schiller as well with the nade. Baron does find Pelmouth. 1 HP. You got a straight heal immediately here to get up to 75 once again. Delvin goes down as well. Yent with supers. So much fights happening on both sides. It's down to just Schiller.
And Tian will finish off Baron as well, exerting himself against S2G. As I said, these barrier teams are going to be able to hold on strong. S2G, no room whatsoever to be able to make that work. As now, Na'Vi on the north side, what are they going to be able to do? Anyone's Legend kind of in the crosshairs at the moment. Sololzi is down, thanks to Hakatori, but he's been knocked as well. It's going to be difficult to actually get over to him for the recovery, unless he just does a little bit of a crawl, and he can do. I think it is only first knock for him at the moment. Flash, the last one remaining for full sense. He takes down Lucarux. I think Nyx is not going to be best pleased about that, though.
No, he's going to try to get a full western swing here. Look at the arena. They actually got away with murder here. They're going to go to the center compound where Nerns and Opens is waiting for them. Vector still knocked here. Actually gotten flushed here from Destroy. As T1 is completely out in 12th place. 4AM doing a lot of work with DN Supers as well. Shen is turning on once again here.
Oh, 4AM takes down T1. It never ends. It never ends. As anyone's Legend is gone here. The teams with some of these emergency pickups, it's quite surprising that 4AM, after losing 2 for their emergency pickup, has now been able to capitalize from the position that they did have. Now Boostic and the boys did lose Hakatori, trying to find themselves a bit of purchase on this northern side, but likewise, so is Virtus Pro just on the swing around on the northwest side here. Still waiting for those teams to come in from the west, waiting for Flash, right, who took down Lucarux just before. And I think they will eventually know that if they can try and control the west, that would be good, but 17 does lurk in the south.
And it feels like eventually they're going to have to come off that high ground down into the compounds. DN Supers is looking extremely strong with that location. E-Arena too. But with the teams on the outskirts here, the next fight that's bound to happen is Na'Vi. It is Petrichor Road and JDG fighting on this northeast side, trying to get up onto that high ground bunker spot.
Yeah, it's tough now with this amount of teams still here lurking around. As I think that we might see quite a strong start here from China, especially if Petrichor Road can hold down this high ground. As, I mean, JDG coming in next to them would be difficult to be able to make things work. Ferris popping a few shots there against the position that JDG is trying to transition in on. But actually, I think it will benefit them if they allow JDG to get a little bit closer in its entirety towards Petrichor Road, because that's kind of where they're angling to take a spot off. So, but of course, they can't fully know all the ins and outs of what's across that hill.
Oh, absolutely not. Ming Ming with a really good spot. Duck himself down behind a little bit of a rock here, so they're going to be able to hold that out quite easily. Na'Vi and JDT is going to be fighting and pushing onto Petrichor Road just shortly. Spur tries to see the angle here. He spotted the one. NB down to know that he's on this. He's going to try to smoke for a disengage later if he has to. JDT really trying to swing around here, but Liquid is pushing them off to the side here, so it's just a matter of 30 seconds or so. We're going to have 3 big teams fight each other here, James.
See what they can do. A little bit of even just a drive scout or anything like that gives you a little bit of vision over this wall, or over this hillside, I should say. 0-4 falls back. That's a not bad nade. 43 damage. Just falls back there for a second. A little bit of a blue zone being cooked up, but unless you're going to have a double blue zone or you know exactly where people are, I think it might just be a bit of a waste there. Or, I mean, maybe trying to delay them and trying to fight off with JDG as quickly as possible. That's also another angle of approach here that Petrichor Road might want to be taking, as other teams are looking across that hillside, like Team Liquid. But now, Ming Ming starts up against Suzette. They need to finish up this fight fast.
Yeah, big fight between JDG and Petrichor Road now. They disengaged just to have the engage on both of them. Zimmer 12 finds another I-26 knock here, and this is going to be the winner. It's going to be Na'Vi just absolutely sweeping in and taking everything. There's still 3-man strong, and there's multiple knocks on both sides. And look at that! Petrichor goes for it once again with a big beard in, push and play here to try to get some points. Spirit finds a lot of confirms on that. Nance finds 2 onto Team Liquid with an off angle.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. M249 going crazy. As now Here comes the big push, though. Still Luke 12 and Alo trying to do something. The BRDM, he actually dips into the BRDM himself and kept trying to find a little bit of an angle here for this, but Petrichor Road still doing a lot of damage here. Here comes Spiro in the backside, though. Takes down Chewy. I said that they had to finish this fight quickly, and it feels like it was almost never going to be fast enough, especially with Team Liquid now joining the fray.
That's super well played here by Liquid. Great third party, but losing 2 players in Nance there, that's just so unfortunate. As I said before, the big winner of this is just going to be Na'Vi sweeping in. Sadly, they lost Hackatory, but very capable for the rest of the guys to come in. And now up to 6 kills, top 8 placement points are in the fray here. And the circle did come their direction to the eastern shift here, with the road being absolutely in the middle here. So all the teams are going to have to make a play. 17 tries to make a big one here. Big pull up onto Team Liquid. Great third party for them. Farish finds an angle onto Lil Goes. Wenpo goes down as well to Nixie.
Nobody wants to crash the compounds. Everybody would rather take this angle. And 17 Gaming might come up shorter for it. Tian though takes down Boostic. Spiro shoots at him back as well. As now the rest of 17 Gaming here taking quite a lot of damage. Can Na'Vi somehow weather this storm? This is a wild situation here on the eastern side.
I like the passive play. Beamy goes down as well. Nixie goes down as well. The third party again attempted on this ridge side. Nixie gets the bleed out onto Wenbo. And Corexi is the last standing player for VP. Xiaowu trying to go for the res onto Jianchan. Oh yeah, throw that in there. Get that exploded. Quite easy. No utility though for them. Res comes to Nixie, and now VP's up to a 2-man with 5 kills. Into the top 6 here, so not a bad game for them.
Rexy, what we're gonna see here? The little flex around. I'm on tenterhooks here, Avenger, because this is not normally what you see. All of these wraps onto this position, whilst all the teams in the compound are just bing chilling. Like, what is this?
This is the story for this finals. Is going to be an absolute banger of a final. I love the third parties, love the ideas, but they got immediately denied from so many spots. Great shots coming in from Severo though. Hit shot, and he has to disengage immediately, Tianchan. They're getting absolutely sandwiched in between VP and Na'Vi right now. Na'Vi has been, again, the big winner, still 3 alive. Imagine if they hadn't lost Hackatory. They've been absolutely farming this complete ridge here, but they gotta be a little bit smart, gotta be a little bit safe to make sure they maximize their points in this game.
Yeah, I really just feel like there's 2 different, very distinct games going on in this match. There's the one where nobody's doing anything, and then there's the chaos over here. As I guess a lot of teams opted for it, and they might come out richer because of it, at least against one another. I don't know how much they will work out going up against the compounds later on. Nixie takes down Xiao Wu. It's a great spray on through, and Spiro does finish him off. That's EMEA being able to destroy China. What a shot from Spiro! And Boostic finishes it off. Na'Vi, #1 on the warpath, but how long does it last here? God, they have done so well, though, on this east side.
Yeah, that's so well played for them. 10 kills now to jump into first place. Just to show that that 10-point advantage doesn't matter if you're able to have an absolute banger game here to start things off with. Huge here for Na'Vi and the guys, but again, having to come off this high ground here with 3 teams staring at you does feel like it's going to be... Oh, actually, Super is pushing onto 4M to clear this. Spaceman does find Gumin. It's a big name to lose here immediately with the IGL going down.
Not bad at all. Shen, see what we can do here. Monet's going to be charged up by DN Supers as they realize that eventually this breach needs to happen. Likewise, so does Spaceman and Shen. They've done a really good job of being able to hold down as just a 2-man, not only dispatching T1, but being able to weather any storm that will come their way from other teams shooting at them, throwing some nades forwards. Now, Na'Vi does somehow find a small bit of room in this circle. Oh, but his helmet flies completely off, exposing the lovely cap underneath.
The arena, I mean, surely eventually this is going to come off all of them. They're just on the edge. Nobody's like fully in the middle at the moment, so this next circle goes center. Everyone's going to have to use the utility and smokes to get in there. Nurse does find Fairest. Na'Vi trying to hold on with their nails and fingers onto the edge of this circle.
Shen, I think you're gone, mate. I think you're gone. Oh, Spiro takes you down. Now it's all on your remaining member here from 4AM to make something happen. Spaceman, what can you do? The arena just sitting pretty right now. They do not want to move. They just want to shoot at things as much as possible. At the same time, it really depends on this next shift where it actually goes. If it doesn't have this compound in, everybody's going to be like, okay, all right, it's our turn now to try and do something about this. Boostic moves on up, tries to get this res off. Navi's done so well on this side, man. To get 16 points off this game so far when it looked really quite dire, especially after Hakatori went down to anyone's legend.
Goes down, yeah, and the riches and the houses of the arena is still inside here. Deal finds the confirmation onto Spiro. It does feel like it's going to be a compound fight in between the two teams of D and Supers in the arena. But Navi thinking, how can we get more points here? Or is it just giving points away? In my book, with this circle, deny here is the play for Navi. I don't see how they're going to be able to get one more point. Like, even with a pull-up, it's going to be a donation to two teams that they're directly fighting against to make sure to get more points here. Shots coming in here. They're not giving up just yet here. They think they might have a little bit of a chance.
And surprising how that M16 was rested on that shelf there. That was impressive balancing act. As now Evan, he's not got many shots left. That's the interesting thing about this. Ferris is just going to deny, not too much of a surprise here. I think they understand that even in a best of 10, it can really be down to the wire. We've seen it every single PGS so far now here in 2026. They think that they've done enough here for this game, and I completely understand. Now for DN Supers, I mean, they're going to have to make the transition. Honestly, like for E-Arena, once again, they've kind of been given this, like it has been gifted to them with the compounds that they've had. Now it's on them to be able to shut down DN Supers.
Yeah, I'm trying to speak English. If this next circle it does not come the way of the arena here, they're gonna have to use so much utility to get close. And DN Supers is already trying to set up shop to be inside the next circle. If it does go north, well, it doesn't. It's circle 8. I'm jibber jabbering here. It's gonna go central. And the best spot right now is with the cover that DN Supers has. The other guys is gonna have to make big moves. Pathompong and Lyric's already across the road.
Little shots against the tree line. Now, as you say, with that center dot in place, I wonder if anybody, how much smoke people have, how much deployable cover people have. Obviously, there's a foldable shield here and there for the boys on DN Supers. The crazy thing is I mean, I make light of the fact that E-Arena's kind of been gifted quite a bit of this. DN Supers as well, they've not been the most impactful in this game, right? Only 4 kills to their name. They've been sat in that compound for quite a while. They had to dislodge 4 AM. It's very important, but for these two teams, it's a golden opportunity. Just any little extra points that they can get from this one. Now, as a shot comes in from Opons, he's been excellent for E-Arena to be able to get to them to this stage so far. Constantly in the previous stages of PGS5, it was Opons in the kill feed.
It's a 4v3 James. That should be the major advantage going to E-Arena here. Let's see what they can do. Opons still has utility in hand. Tried to shut that down. That shield saved him. That was an important one to get up inside the smoke. Smart play now. Heaven tries to go for a quick send off to the tree here. Gets spotted from Pathompong with the AUG and gets Heaven down.
Yeah, as Rex now goes for a spray on that right-hand side of the smoke here, trying to bring him down. Deal not against Opons, not too bad at all. 2v3 at the moment there, but Deal is down. It is all on Rex. You're an excellent player, but it's not good enough. E-Arena gets themselves the first win of the final stage for a PGS 5. It's a strong compound to play from, and it was for DN Supers as well, but they convert and they get themselves in a strong spot. Let's bring back Matrim and Poro in for this game here, as we have our Military Island finish, Matrim.
Oh, yeah, that was just a set of circles that made it to where everybody was inside of compounds in a very contained area that nobody wanted to go for an assault on. But then that led to that hillside firefight where Na'Vi, 17, Team Liquid, VP, everybody was just stacked on top of each other, and Na'Vi just played it so much safer and more in control. It led to that high kill counts, and then I don't blame them for sacrificing the point over not wanting to give it over to anybody else, because it was just, there's no way. That hillside is just too open, and you're walking into 2 different firing lines. What else can you do?
Yeah, it's tough. Tough. Poro, your thoughts?
I think it was another PGS, or it may have been PGC. I can't remember what tournament. It was a big, major international tournament where we saw Hakatori actually go bananas on that hill, and it was turning into Hakatori Hill. Well, I guess we'll just give the whole thing over to Na'Vi. Like, that was just so well played and so well timed that they're able to capitalize as well as they did without having Hakatori, which is insane.
Yeah, my problem was that Petroglyph Road could have defended JDD and Na'Vi if they did not disengage from both fights. They could have went out a little bit aggressive and pushed Na'Vi and herded them towards JDD, but they decided that they're gonna completely disengage and try to let JDD and Na'Vi fight each other. It just didn't happen because the ridge and the way that high ground works is you can perfectly engage from both the southeast and the north at the same time, and they got absolutely crushed. A little bit sad to see Pero not being able to capitalize better from a central location.
Yeah, of course, the wraparounds matter him here as we watch every other team come into this fight.
I mean, Team Liquid kind of had the idea. They came in with the BRDM. I thought that the wrap was going to be good, but Nons just instantly dropped 2 of them, and all the control the Team Liquid had to the south just evaporated. And then it was squad upon squad just coming in, usurping position. Also, shout out to 4 Angry Men. They did that emergency pickup to drop in, lost 2 early, but stayed into the later stages. And 4 Angry Men actually finding some kills inside that as well. So, I mean, a very solid play from a very desperate situation for them.
16 points for Na'Vi. They do not start this finals off slow as they're able to hold down. And you might think to yourself, when you see a 16-point number 1 from a game, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, did they get a win and just a few kills? No, this was all kills, all balls to the wall here for Na'Vi for this one. So that's good to see. E-Arena and DN Supers with 15 and 10 respectively. And that means our leaderboard very close to start things off. One thing I do want to talk about, which isn't necessarily even the top teams, is that, you know, in our previous tournaments, obviously we had some moments where we looked at the, you know, Chinese teams and we saw, okay, that's a bit inaccurate, that player's not playing, that player's not playing. Tian landed this morning, I'm getting word, and then comes to play here, Poro. So that's exciting now that we finally have him on board after not having him for the previous set stages.
And it makes a huge difference, like absolutely huge difference. So, you know, we were talking about this morning or coming into this, like I had high hope for 17, but you know, you got to kind of temper those hopes because Akuna, the coach, is playing with them, so they're not able to kind of really unleash everything that they're capable of. But now that you got Tian there, all of a sudden that math has changed. And we already got to see it in the first game here. Tian coming in fresh and so clean. Apparently, no time off. Didn't really matter. He's just ready to ball.
All right, he was shooting at stuff, that's for sure. And so was the arena towards the end as Pathom Pong Pong Pong does get himself some good numbers, but it's going to be Spiro stealing it away here, match him.
I mean, you have to give it to them. They played that so measured, and it's not necessarily an easy ridgeline to play in general. They were having to compete against teams that had higher ground on them. Then they still also had angles that could be vulnerable from the compounds, and then they just played it patient. They let the third party come in, they'd step in, take a little bit more of the firefight. Whenever that calmed down, they'd kind of retreat away, let another third party come in, and they were just timing it out perfectly, every single one of their assaults, paying attention to the kill feed, just beautifully and cleanly played.
I didn't know, Avenger, actually, you have a WTSG hoodie in real life as well. That's very nice.
Yeah, I have a lot of merch. I actually have like boxes full of merch. I'm trying to get rid of a little bit as I lay my side down, and I also grill my food on my headset as it's heating up in here quite a lot. Yeah.
I wonder what the sizzling was that I could hear actually, but it's just Martin's brain cooking away, you know, like. I know that pain. I think a lot of us know that pain of having like too much esports merch just laying everywhere. So you need to clean up at some point, maybe. And speaking of cleaning up, it's going to be Boostic as well as Curexy doing a little bits here and there. Poro doing all right for themselves.
Yeah, shout out to the Napster sponsorship for Na'Vi. I haven't heard Napster in forever. But look, at one point, it's back. Like, it's kind of one of those irritating Na'Vi games a little bit too, where you're reminded about how damn good this team can be. Yeah. And you know, I just hope that we don't get to see what typically happens with Na'Vi, where they have a game like this where they pop off, they remind everybody that they're one of the most insane mechanical teams in the world, even without their main fragger being alive, and then they follow it up with like a 13th place with 0 kills. Like that's the monkey that they're trying to shake off their back right now in terms of like from a outside perspective, viewer perspective. And but not to just key it on Na'Vi, but what is T1 doing? Like, how are you going to get wiped by a 2-man 4 AM squad? That's brutal.
Matt?
Well, I was going to jump in on it feels like Na'Vi has the inverse problem from Twisted, right? Twisted sometimes takes a little while to get going because they want to get a feel for how the lobby is happening. Na'Vi, on the other hand, starts off so strong. Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, Na'Vi is just like, boom, everything in the world dies. And then it's the later stages where it just feels like they've got to figure out what's going on. So they ride the early chaos, get those big kills. If they can continue to capitalize, yeah. But it feels like as the lobby gets more cemented, people start getting a bit more nervous around Navi and give him wider breath, and they don't know how to deal with that to keep that kill count up after that.
Yeah, I think, again, the situation could have been completely different if Petrichor Road had just decided on a direction to go a little earlier. I can understand the apprehension about, like, being very cautious about it, but unfortunately you've just got to make those decisions sometimes and stick with your guns, and if you all choose one direction, then maybe it can work out, but it didn't for this one. We're just waiting a few more moments before we get into our next match, which will be Miramar coming up, but a very even start, I think it's fair to say, Poro, for that game, which makes it quite spicy, quite nice, and we already saw players denying early. They understand the severity of the format, and rightfully so.
Yeah, as well they should. I mean, you know, kind of cutting back to what I was talking about right as we were jumping into game, like the impact that your plus minus in kills stolen versus kills lost can have. I mean, going back, VP in that last final that we had last weekend was -6. Like, they stole 4 kills, but 10 kills were stolen away from him. You don't think VP could have used 6 points somewhere later on in the game? Like, that's it's incredibly important, and you know, almost, I would say, more of an important factor than the points from the winner stage coming in, because we saw Anyone's Legend, like, they came in with a 10-point lead, but now they're kind of sitting a little bit further down the leaderboard just because of how the first game played out.
Tough circle for everybody to start with as well. Obviously, some of those teams coming in very late, having a bit of a harder time. Some of those being the casualties of EMEA, of course, is S2G, Twisted Minds as well, Avenger. Not the easiest transitions for them to make in that first game.
No, it's a difficult one, especially when you're the last team to try to cross that western bridge, right? You sure you have a glider, you might have been able to set something up, but the VP absolutely denied anything, trying to get off that bridge quite quickly.
I actually... I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll tell him about it.
I'm leading into the game for you.
Go. Lead me into the game.
And that was the lead-in. Congratulations, Poro Matrim. Let's get it going.
Oh my God, Galaris, that is the hypest transfer I've ever gotten going into a game of Miramar. We appreciate it so much. We had a crazy plane path into a very brutal Circle 1 that led to an early out for Furia in the last game. Hopefully see them make a little bit safer of a landfall this time around.
I just destroyed everything. I ruined it all. I'm sorry, chat. But basically what I was going to say was that I loved hearing Twisted Mind's comms in that situation, because even though obviously I don't speak or understand Russian at all, hearing them kind of feed that information over in a high stress situation, and then there was at one point you just heard Batu just go nyet, and then just do this, like, no, you're doing this, and that is what you're going to do. Stop giving me other information, stop getting other calls, do this thing. Obviously it didn't work out this time, but like, that's the kind of leadership that you need in order to kind of find success.
Look, I'm with you. I don't know a lot of Russian, but I definitely know the no, and then I know the other thing that Batulins has said on stage a few different times whenever he's been hyped. So that's enough to kind of get me by, but you are 100% correct. Like, it's very controlled and a lot more quiet than we've been seeing. A lot of, like, council, I guess, IGLing going on, where everybody's trying to provide a lot of information. That can be really hard to navigate and can lead to, I guess, more emotional comms coming out right now, because sometimes people don't feel like they're getting heard, or the wrong information can come out. So definitely a little bit harder, as we do get a kind of a resort-centered circle to start off with. So Full Sense, VP, E-Arena, yet again, finding themselves easy path to go for whatever they want.
They should be familiar with this. We did see a circle kind of end over in this general vicinity yesterday, over just off to the west of Los Leones. As you see Full Sense kind of hovering around that area right now, and it was a brutal game. It was definitely a brutal game, as teams were all making their way in from that north side, running into each other. It didn't start that way though, Matt. Miramar seems like it's definitely slowed down a bit in the early parts, and teams are finding ways to kind of avoid each other, keep everybody alive. Obviously you'll see, you know, maybe 1 or 2 knocks and kills here or there, but we're getting into C3 with, you know, 60 plus players alive.
Yeah, it's been really kind of a change up, because we've talked about this a few times. Like, Erangel used to be like so slow and safe and methodical. The chess match that we see going into like the intro where Batulins is moving his players around. Instead, Miramar is kind of turned more that way now. And if anything, with the ability to dig into all of the trenches, all of the terrain that's available, it has kind of slowed down the kill capabilities. You were kind of talking about this going into the game, you know, like the plus minus on kills stolen versus like knocks and everything else like that. It feels like with the destructible environment, teams feel like they've got to get way closer in these firefights to make sure to secure those kills. So squads that do longer range control can't really get the same amount of turn and do lead into having more of those like higher kill deficits.
It's really tough. I mean, you hit the nail on the head with the destructible terrain. Like, it's just making it that much more difficult. Even if you get a knock on somebody out in the distance or in a field, like, there's just no way you can secure it. As you get to see the highlights of E-Arena's big match 1 win. Obviously, didn't have to do a whole lot for this one, but you know what? You got to do what you can with the opportunities that you're given, and they do exactly that and find themselves in 3rd place overall.
What do you mean holding down an M249 and letting all the bullets go into the smoke? That's
accuracy through volume, baby.
Hey, look, I'll take it whenever I can get it. I love me an M249. I know you love it too. Team Liquid trying to keep a little bit of control of the territories going on around them, not even inside the circle. This is just kind of seeing what they can spot out going on, because they do have Furia, T1, and 4 Angry Men all around them. Couple of little dust-ups already coming out. As this has been a lot of early rotates for. We've already got Petrichor Road making more aggressive push to center. VP Full Sense just moved down to the south. The Arena also moved down to the south, and already JDG coming in from the west.
Yeah, this is a surprising amount of teams that are kind of like right next to each other up in that Hacienda region, as you said. Just kind of rattled them off there. And also now S2G and Myth running into each other off in the far west. You see Petrichor Road getting a little bit too far south there, getting sprayed away by Belmoth from Full Sense. Full Sense had prio essentially on wherever they wanted to play down here, and it looks like they could put 2 in Resort and 2 on Compound just west of there. This is what we were worried about, Baron. He's going to get taken down by... Oh, it's the Baron versus Baron! We finally got it!
Oh, apparently we have figured it out. E is dominant over O. All he has to do is just hide down, hold down the position that he wants to. We still have a little bit more of a dust-up going on around Hacienda, as it is going to be Furia now turning a bit more of a focus over to T1. T1's just trying to get out of this as much as they can. They're already trying to cut out to the east, so just more control for Furia. And if anything, finding a point, they'll take it, man. That was an early start that kind of messed them up. So Furia just kind of wants to get their feet back under them. Everybody else got to play game 1. Furia didn't.
Yeah, I mean, and Furia was coming in with that little additional points as well, as it looks like T1 is sticking around for this. Heather, as he said, right underneath them, and he's being aggressive here. I like this from T1, and he's going to find the crack and gets the knock immediately. Can he follow it up with the flush? It looks like DraftKings is over there, though. Going to knock him down to 22 HP. That grenade not going to find the mark, and now Heather is in a lot of trouble.
Nice little bait and switch coming up from rotates with T1, getting one of their vehicles a little bit further away. That pulled Furia out of their defenses to see if they can go for angles onto it. Ian jumps out. Furia in a little bit of damage and a little bit of trouble. They have to retreat away, but nobody from T1 wanting to really overextend. Ian just kind of ran up onto this to stop the pressure onto Heather and give him time to kind of reset and lean into Reining's defensive setup.
And it looks like he's going to be able to escape as well as the Kraken will get back on his feet. So Furia gets their point, and they don't lose anybody for it in the process, but we'll see if T1 allows them to pull away. It looks like Ian's going to go up in that direction. I think they would like to be able to get that chip back if possible, and yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. They're just sticking around, make sure they get their man back. So Furia, all of this though, Matt, costing them a lot of time, so both teams are going to be coming in super late.
Yeah, and Furia is just going to go ahead and retreat away from that. Everything was fine and good to go for the kills until they got a knock and they had flashbacks. And they were like, nope, nope, nope. Instead, time to go for the circle. Team Liquid, just to the south of this, also late in rotate. So it's going to be these 3 squads as well as Myth on the tail end. S2G is actually going to go down to Partona. So it's going to be a longer wrap coming up from them, but it is very centered. This is resort heavy. Everybody's trying to make a play for it. Is getting flashbacks to the circle that we saw a million times last year.
Nobody committing 100% to Los Leones, as we see flashbacks of Spiro's performance. Obviously, hear a lot of talk about Hackatory, obviously, a lot of talk about Boostic. Spiro coming in here and showing he is ready to play as well. Won't be left behind, as he had a massive 6 kills, 665 damage. And Navi looked really, really good. Like, really, really good playing from that hillside in game number 1. Hopefully they can follow that performance up with something here in game number 2.
You kind of mentioned that it could be called Navi Hillside from this point forward. They know how to play that hillside so efficiently. We've seen it time and time again. Playing that northern section is a little bit easier than playing the southern sections of it, of course, but That's the thing, is if you get there first, you get the prio 1 position, and you play to your stylings, it just can be very big game for them, as Team Liquid has actually not made a push to the circle. They've gone more to the west, and that means that they're going to be a little bit close to where we can see Fury making their wrap into Pozo. And it's about all we've got going on over here as Team Liquid. No rush into the circle, I guess hoping that maybe the circle could bounce back over into the north, into Los Leones, in the territory that they're a little bit more familiar with, where they tend to do more of a regional drop at.
Yeah, it feels like they're hunting. And it felt like they were hunting in game number 1, too. Like that they had the BRDM, they had the south side of the zone. Like, they were good. And then they decided to try to go up there and make that push onto the hill, and unfortunately it doesn't work out. But the thought is there. The thought is there to be aggressive, go for the points, go for the kills, see if you can try to find it and get it where you can. We'll see how long they stick with it. Yeah, this is a nice pick up here for Furia.
Yeah, this is perfectly timed for it. I mean, if Team Liquid is on the hunt for anybody, it is going to be for Furia. They were trying to get some high ground vantage positions. They're now going to spot that out. T1, they're not even going for the circle, man. They feel the trap in front of them and do not want to get involved. That might have been what Team Liquid was going for, but now it's going to be a much more aggressive play, as this is a play to go for kills early. They know the emergency pickup's there, and now Team Liquid is coming in full gusto. How's the timing on this going to work? Because the helicopter is about to approach, connect in. Can Team Liquid get into a point to start going for these shots before they manage to make air? It's going to time it. There it goes. How much damage can they get? Can they even get a knock? They do get 2.
2! And one guy pulled off. Kraken pulled off at the last second, so the timing was absolutely perfect for Team Liquid and absolutely terrible for Furia, as Biel is going to go ahead and make his way into the circle while Kraken gets left behind. Now, does Team Liquid stick around? I don't think they realize that Kraken is here, so this is actually going to give him an opportunity to maybe pick up the blue chips from his fallen teammates.
Timing on this is so good, because we have Circle 2 that's about to reveal itself, so Team Liquid hasn't lost too much, and whoa, water galore, as that is going to still be about 50% of the circle gonna be water. And now these late rotates coming up from Furia, T1, as well as Team Liquid, Myth on the outside. Everybody's just gonna be trying to find some way to squeeze into this very tiny circle.
I mean, Resort looks like a black hole right now. Every little skittle you see on the map is getting sucked into the dead center. Looks like Full Sense, they already had 2 there. They're going to call everybody back, and they're going to be playing around Resort. That is a very difficult place to hold down from all comers, as you see Virtus Pro already getting in on the eastern side. They're not going to commit all the way. JDG coming from the north. Looks like they're going to get shot off as well. So far, Full Sense has been able to defend that Resort spot pretty effectively.
So Resort and the hillsides north of it is going to have a couple positions that teams can play. Then there's the spattering of fields and sprinklers that go to the west and the south. Those are kind of the no man's lands that we're going to look at in the circle. There's also a couple over into the northeast. There is actually enough dips and divots that most of these squads can find a way into this very small circle, given how much water is in it. It's just going to be really uncomfortable. The way that the arenas are going to kind of line up is where we see Petrichor Road presently holding down at. There's enough of a hillside that's going to kind of block off stuff over in the east, and then you've got a couple of follow-up ravines that are going to happen to kind of create a couple of barriers over there. The west, far more open, but that means that squads are going to be doing much longer wraps down along that southern road. Myth trying to do that right now. Anyone's Legend up on top of it on high ground, trying to punish, but Myth is managing to make it through the first stage of the gauntlet. There is a follow-up that could be coming either in Full Sense or E-Arena afterwards, though.
Yeah, Myth getting a little bit lucky here that all of Anyone's Legend is not down here, so it's not all 4 guns pointing down, so they're able to kind of make their way through. Jacob and Kiss taking the brunt of the damage, but now they're getting shot at from E-Arena. As you said, they're going to cut north, try to find a compound to play, and it looks like they'll do that as Shilla, unfortunately, I think he was serving as a scout, and he's going to find Wimbwa.
2-2 splits here are going to be pretty punished, and not a lot of squads are committing into them. We've just got 17 over in the west, but that's much safer given the fact that they're around the sprinkler fields that are going to be over there. There's also one for 4 Angry Men that is going to be in the northern section. JDG's got a smaller one that's kind of compiled, but most of the other squads staying, I guess, in at least touching distance of each other, or at least regroupable. Na'Vi does have a full 4-man split, but I mean, again, coverable positions coming out for them. Team Liquid on the tail end is going to be coming in from the west. That is the more open section of the circle, but it's also where there's the least amount of positions that are safely playable. So Team Liquid could go for the option to go for the south, or they just might try to bully their way in. Poor old Furia is still just trying to figure out how they're going to regroup, and this is going to be back over into the east.
I mean, yeah, it's just been bad luck for them so far this game, but they did manage to get Posa back. So he has been able to join Biel, who, as you said, right on that eastern coastline, they were able to find compounds, so they should be able to get looted up. We'll see if the Kraken can rejoin them. As Flash and Tigger, oh my goodness, from way downtown, Jacob and Baron going to get shot out as Myth trying to find their way in, but there's just nowhere to find. As it looks like the Kraken has found another E pickup. Let's go back to the Sky Panthers.
Okay, so we've got 4 coming back together as the circle pops, keeps a little bit of water in, keeps Resort, but everything to the west is now gone. Team Liquid goes for their push down to the south, right next to where anyone's Legend's going to be holding the defensive line. Irene is going to be very far to the south as well in the next stage, just like we saw a moment ago. Up to the north, we have Twisted Minds that's going to go for a wraparound as Team Liquid under duress, but hasn't lost anybody yet.
Oh my goodness, get him down to about 10 HP as Sololzy will aim down in that direction. Once again, it's just it's that same situation where anyone's Legend didn't have everybody over there, but they managed to take out the wheel, and that's going to be Luke and Alo both going down. Combination of Sololzy and Larix.
It's just getting tapped from 2 different sides. Instantly gets dropped. Team Liquid trying to be, I guess, a bit more momentum heavy at the start. It's going to take 2 early outs, but can find themselves into a decent position in the circle, and it's all going to be on safety from this point forward. My eyes, though, are now starting to get more drawn up to the north, and where we see that's going to be Twisted, JDG, 4 Angry Men, and T1 all trying to get in. S2G trying to do what we just saw Team Liquid do a moment ago. They're just trying to push their way past. They do find a couple of safe paths, but Delwyn, and it's going to be Belmoth, actually, that finds it. Full Sense is playing Resort so efficiently.
Yeah, I mean, this is tough for S2G. It's just trying to send it to somewhere and hope for the best. Laza will go down. That grenade will bounce a little bit far, but that one's going to be right on top of him. Him-ass right there. Okay, Belmoth will go ahead and get the credit for it. So that's 2 more points picked up there by Full Sense. And yeah, S2G, I don't know what else you could have really done there, as Team Liquid kind of find themselves in a similar position, but it looks like they've been able to dig themselves out a little bit of space.
Updates on rotates. We do have Batulans that's managed to find a foothold for Twisted. They're trying to drive past JDG right now. T1 has to try to figure out if they're going to lean more into the Na'Vi side or the 4 Angry Men side. 4 Angry Men was down in the mines a moment ago, and they're going to regroup in the compound that's just to the south of it. We still have 57 alive in what has been just a very aquatic circle, but a lot of these teams, again, due to the way that the train is set up, finding ways to play through it.
Twisted has that low side that they can work with, and that should keep them safe for the time being, unless it's just a perfectly cooked in place grenade from JDG. But you see the wrap coming through, and Twisted doesn't see this. Suze going to come up and peek from the side. He's going to get the instant knock-on example. Gets Perfectix as well. Perfect flank from Suze.
Retreats away from it, got what he wanted out, and that's going to make Twisted Mind's life so much worse. The Tulans down as well, and this is just going to be full-on salvage. Lou, the last one up, just trying to navigate what's going to be going on around him, and he is firmly surrounded by JDG players. How far are they going to go for it? Now it's just a matter of, do they want to fight around the shack, or do they just going to want to let him sit there? I don't know. JDG, this is a bloodthirsty squad. I feel like Lou is in some trouble.
Yeah, he is. He's just going to lay down here as long as he can and hope that maybe somebody shoots JDG off of them, but Full Sense not even looking over in this direction. Actually, they starting to look north a little bit here. Worth noting that Furia has gotten all 4 players back, Matt. 3 of them are on the east side, and Sweet Kraken coming in from the northwest. We'll see if he can ever get back in there and join the rest of the boys, but Furia managing to reset is actually pretty impressive stuff.
Lou just having to listen to his teammates, their bodies just being ransacked as everybody's just trying to get whatever loot that they can off of them. Circle has popped, goes to the east of where Resort is going to be set up at. Full Sense has actually spotted out JDG. A little bit of punishment is Furia in their approach. Again, their economy is not necessarily going to be the best. Having to approach on the Na'Vi side, who's hot in the earlier sections as Lou now gets eliminated, and that's going to be all she wrote for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, 2 tough games in a row for Twisted, but those boys are made of strong stuff, and we'll see if they'll be able to reset come game 3. As Furia, they are in the midst of Na'Vi, but Na'Vi very split here. And it looks like, okay, one's going to get spotted out. Poso will try to get up into this compound, see if he can maybe get DraftKing back on his feet. But you see Ferris is all by himself here. We'll see if he decides to retreat. Yeah, it looks like he's just going to try to run and get away from this. So that's actually good news for both.
It's all kind of slowing down a bit as back over into the west. We do have 17 trying to get into the area that's right down below Resort itself. Myth is going to be back behind them getting punished. JDG is now going to leave the position that they were looking at with Twisted Minds a moment ago. Team Liquid, who managed to creep their way into the center of the circle, not going to be feeling too good about it, as that's going to be Cowboy now getting eliminated. And Anyone's Legend keeps finding all of these kills in the earlier sections, but has cost them down to just having 2 players up. They are pretty close to the center of the circle, but that puts them next to VP as well as Petrichor Road.
Yeah, they've been a very aggressive squad, and it hasn't paid out just yet. Doesn't mean it won't at some point. JDG looking in the skies, waiting for that mortar to fall, and oh, that feels bad. Goodbye, vehicles. But Furia now in a little bit of trouble, but it looks like they'll at least get a knock and a flush onto Jacob as Spiro has taken down what's left of Furia. This is actually the Kraken on the western side, just trying to fight his way into Resort.
I mean, that's just been everywhere there's something going on, there's a Furia player at, and they are getting punished. I don't know what happened at breakfast. Furia apparently has pissed off the entirety of the lobby, and there is no safe approach to the circle for them. Myth did actually creep in down below Full Sense, but that puts them right next to 17 Gaming's position. The circle is now calmed down significantly. Most of the squads pretty close to each other, but I did want to point out that Guman is playing very far to the south for the Supers. The other 3 players are playing more over into the east, where we saw Na'Vi in a lot of positions happening, but the circle does move more into the Sprinkler side, into the north.
That is a big shift now. All those teams playing around Resort are going to have to start making their way in, and Virtus Pro kind of in a perfect gatekeeping spot here, as we'll wait and see when these teams decide to finally move in. We might be able to get a chance to jump in and listen to their comms, but we'll give it a second here and wait for the action to pick up. Maybe then we'll jump in.
Yeah, if anything, I want it whenever we're looking at Full Sense having to make a push, or 17, because they are the gatekeeping squad that side, combined in with JDG.
There goes Smith.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a solo kind of hiding in Resort. You got to feel like that's due to happen at any time. Similar to what we can see going on with the Furia boys over into the east. They're back alive again, yes, but now they have to deal with Supers or Na'Vi, and our gate kept out. And that's just Furia's day to day. Very, very hard. That's all you can say.
Hey, they made it to 11, which is I would imagine a lot further into this game than they thought they were going to make it. As it's just down to DraftKing and Posa as Petrichor Road. Oh my goodness, looks like they got spotted out by every team. They're dead center, but they're down to just Chewy and Ming Ming. Na'Vi once again in great position, and Human's going to get the knock and the flush on the DraftKing, but Na'Vi was looking over in that direction as well. So this might be a Na'Vi versus Super fight picking up here quickly.
Oh, good night, Sweet Prince. You guys kept trying. Fine points, man. You got to give them that. Here come the rotates down to the south as it is E-Arena trying to get into the circle. We also have Supers coming in onto Navi's position. E-Arena trying to hold out 17. Full Sense has already got 1 player into the circle. Another one's getting closer. JDG doesn't have the best lineup on defense. And everything's kind of funneling into VP, but nobody's getting revealed due to the way that the train is set up for VP.
Yeah, they're looking over in that direction, but we haven't seen them take a shot at anything in a while because, as you said, they just don't have angles. And this is the thing I'm worried about right now. Supers are trying to fight their way into the zone, but Na'Vi, you see the position that they have, are just overlooking everything. Hakatori being that front man, tip of the spear type action, and now it actually looks like T1 might be leaving their compound and starting to make their way over in this direction as well. So Supers might be in some trouble.
Hey, how do they want to push through? There's looks like they're trying to squeak in right in between the 2 of them, and that's safe-ish, but doesn't feel the best. You've got to put themselves into nade range coming up from Na'Vi. There is also the punishment on any peeks from Na'Vi on the other side of it, so there's a little bit of safety to be had over there, but Na'Vi is just dropping everything they can onto this like front push coming up from the road onto Supers, but they're managing to hold it. Hakatori has gone down and gotten flushed. Is that going to be enough to really open up anything, though? It's a lot of utility, a lot of smoke's being burned over here.
That was a massive knock and flush there for Supers. You had Hakatori right up front in a foxhole with a P90. That could have spelled absolute destruction, but a perfectly placed grenade takes him down. And now Na'Vi once again are without Hakatori, having to fight their way into this end game as the circle has left them. They still have options to go to the north side, but they're going to stick around and wait for this Supers fight. Is now Cuban going to get taken down by Nurens?
Nowhere to go. Supers just keep struggling to find a foothold in the circle, and the circle keeps abandoning them. Instead, now just down to 2. They've got to figure out how much of a commitment they want to make into going for any reses. Navi's starting to realize this is going to be pretty dicey for them to even try to get in the circle. So more commitment coming down onto the Supers. Blue Zone nade going to be dropped out to see if they can at least get the flush and finalize. And here comes the foot push. It's going to be coming in heavy and fast. Nuren still holding the angle onto Supers, is completely denied anything. And it is just going to be Na'Vi, full gusto, full control, running right into the smokes. Are they going to spot out low side? Gil gets one. Boostic gets one as well.
Oh, Deal picks up the P90 off of Hakatori's body, and he makes it sing. Heaven is going to go down, though, as Nurens is still shooting this in the background. Deal, the last player left alive, and Spiro will clean him up as Na'Vi take damage, but they win the fight.
Still got to get into the circle, and they've got to deal with E-Arena's position as well as T1's. It's going to be right down into the sprinklers, the open section of the field, but a lot of the firefighting now starting to break out. There's no more space to play around. These squads have got to scrap, and it is getting spicy over into the southwest. Full Sense up on top of 17 Gaming. Very damaged 17 Gaming. E-Arena now, after watching what was going on, starting to wrap back this direction to see if they can get involved. Even VP now starting to leave their compounds to get into a more aggressive position as 17 Gaming is eliminated.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, I think, finally realizing that this is the time they've got to start third partying. So let's take a moment to listen in on their comms as they third party this fight with Full Sense.
One active JDG.
Okay.
Yes, hold on, over the smoke. Insta. Throw it there. Go back. Yeah, just go back. Get kill feed someone, please, on the south. Yeah, one sec. Okay. Nice, where do you knock? I can nade. In the deep, close. On orange, just nade orange. Should I nade it? Okay. On orange, just nade orange. Should I nade it? Okay. Yes. How many is
dead, FS is still 4.
Fast
foreman. Flash.
Nice.
3.
Just chill now.
Yeah, but I think they might have lost one.
I'm gonna check. It's not better. Is 4M in compound?
Tell the hectic nature of trying to figure out exactly who is where and how many of them are left alive. Looking at that kill feed, trying to get an idea of what they've got going on around them. Virtus Pro still 4 up, and they're still in a commanding position for this late game.
Everything's starting to go more hillside, though, as Petrichor Road right in the center of the circle. Na'Vi did manage to make their cross through the sprinklers, got on the other side of the hill. 4 Angry Men trying to get a foothold into it. T1 over in the east now starting to move onto the hillside as the circle has popped. 4 Angry Men in their split's going to find a lot of safety in it, but yet again, we have a death funnel down to the southwest with E-Arena, Full Sense, and VP.
Oh my goodness, this shift works out beautifully for 4 a.m. They have to do something with this map. They've got the whole north side. They know exactly where Na'Vi is. They know exactly where Petrichor is, and they know that there's nobody else around them. So how do they play this going forward? Do you be patient, or do you try to get aggressive and go for more third parties, try to get some more kills, more points off of this? Let's see how it plays out as Full Sense still trying to fight their way out of resort. 8 kills for them so far. It's been a great game.
VP is going for a game-winning shift. They've decided that they don't want to get involved in what's going on down to the south. Instead, put some more eyes into the north. It's been a lot more quiet over there. They've got themselves a point that they can now play around that's slightly defendable. The problem is, if Full Sense does have to pull away from the E-Arena fight, that they're very vulnerable on that road. So that's why they left the other 2 players back behind on it. But E-Arena is very caught up in dealing with T1 on one side of it. Full Sense trying to creep up on the other. It's just E-Arena sandwich. VP realizes it. They cut out of the firefight entirely. Instead, eyes onto the 4 Angry Men position.
Oh,
this is going to be a very big position to try to fight their way out of, as now it is just going to be Full Sense coming alive on the other side.
Pathapong playing that foxhole beautifully. Tigger just realizes there's nothing he can really do about this. They've got to be careful about how they push it, and look at the damage he's doing as Type will come over the time. Perfect timing for Type as he will have to pull back down again as Pathapong will get the trade, but T1 comes through. Full Sense is eliminated.
Now the south is way more open than it was just a moment ago. T1 retreats from that angle, tries to get away from anything that's going to be coming in, any wrap, but nothing is coming at the time. Na'Vi is going to be content over into the east. Petrichor Road did shift away from their more central position, realizing it's been very violent down to the south. T1 now has a very great high ground position, but they don't have vision on what's going to be going on. Most of the other squads have kind of retreated down into a more recessed position away from the high ground, so there is no clean sight lines. And if T1 tries to go up too high, the very northern section of the duo coming up from 4 Angry Men should be able to punish it.
I think they know that. They're dropping smoke down. It looks like VP actually going to get an angle on a Raining, so that top of the hill is great as long as you can stay alive, but the problem is that T1 are just visible to everybody here. Beautiful reposition from Virtus Pro. They've still got 4 alive. They haven't overcommitted to trying to make a fight here with 4AM, but that circle is going to push away from that valley and is going to force Virtus Pro into making action here.
4 Angry Men now has to deal with VP over into their west. Any form of regroup that they would want to go for could be punishable. Na'Vi also could have vision. The way that the sprinklers are kind of set over there, there's going to be a lot of focus, and VP has decided back down to the south they go. It's going to be a very weakened T1. We saw that VP was paying a lot of attention to the kill feed, and they know that T1's probably going to be playing on this angle and are going to be weakened. Good nade comes up from Nixie to get the knock onto Type, and it is now just down to Raining.
That's a beautiful way to start things off, and they haven't taken a lick of damage from anywhere else either as Raining continues to just cycle these smokes. But now Chewy and Petrichor Road, they were snakes in the grass. They'll find the knock on a Luca Rux, but an immediate turn from Beamy. Fantastic work by the Virtus Pro fragger.
VP moving to the south has allowed the northern section of 4 Angry Men to regroup with those that are playing around the center. Na'Vi couldn't punish it fast enough. So now 4 Angry Men are going to be focused in on Na'Vi, who took those shots at him. T1 is still just trying to see if they can get themselves a bit back together over here as they do manage to get the res. Couldn't be punished due to the little bit of a pop-up that happened on the VP on their back.
Man, that Pero flank could have been disastrous, but Virtus Pro dealt with it so quickly and cleanly. And now they are back up to full strength. They have the south side, but as you said, 4AM has taken the lion's share of the center of the zone, and now Shen has an angle on the boost stick. Na'Vi down to 1.
Here comes T1. Opportunistic. They know that there's a chance over here. 4 Angry Men lined up on one side, just now flanking it back behind. Gonna go ahead and get the flush on the boost stick, and they're fine with that. Now just going to retreat. VP eyes now on to 4 Angry Men. Looks like they're gonna be going for a bit more. T1 right up in the face of 4 Angry Men, as well as now VP has managed to force a kind of third-party situation that they can exploit.
Oh my God, it can't be T1 versus 4AM again, can it? 4AM ruined T1's game in match number 1, and now T1 has an opportunity to do the same thing to 4AM again, but now HSM will find the knock on a Type. He's gonna find Nixie as well. 4AM finding some success here in the late game.
Spaceman to the north, the tail end of everything for 4 Angry Men. Gotta stay alive. T1 now gets eliminated, making this a straight up 4v4. There's a wolf pack of 3 players for 4 Angry Men stacked on top of each other, while it's a bit more spread on the western side where VP is gonna be set up. Spaceman though has revealed himself and gets instantly punished.
Beamy with the nasty flanking angle for Virtus Pro. He's got 3 kills, the only 3 kills for the squad so far, and he is delivering in a big way for the Polar Bears as it is down to just 3 players left for 4AM. They have a ridge line to work with here, and what type of utilities does Virtus Pro even have left, Matt? It doesn't seem to be a lot.
Center dot control firmly in VP's hands right now. 4 Angry Men, they've got their backs up against the blue zone. Not too many more options to play for. Smokes down, going to slow back down the pacing, but there's so many different firing lines for VP, and 4 Angry Men knows it. It's just a couple of little ridges to play moving forward, and 4 Angry Men just doesn't know exactly where the position that VP is playing from. They just keep bouncing around, just jack the boxes, popping up, taking a couple of shots to see if they can get any attrition damage onto 4 Angry Men, and 4 Angry Men just doesn't know how to fight their way out. They need a knock in a big way.
And just no utility, or no offensive utility left in the back for either. Shen finds the knock on a Luca Rux through the smoke. Correxy though, he's got the flanking angle, will take the shots over, gets the damage, but no knocks coming through just yet. 4AM are all stacked on top of each other inside these smokes. Virtus Pro have to position themselves to take advantage of them when they come out. Corexy will find one, Beamy gets another. Ooh. Virtus Pro clutches the win.
Big game coming up in what was a brutal set of shifts, but VP weathers it all and finds themselves with a victory, Colaris.
EMEA. That is, of course,
what a win coming in here for them. That was a clutch fight against 4am towards the end. Shen with some insane shots. Can't take it away from him. But in the end, Virtus.pro takes the swathe of opportunity, the swathe of land as well here, Avenger, to be able to clutch the win.
Yeah, good space control here. Really important knowledge and game info they had there on full sense on the arena to take that space from the southern side. But for them, they played extremely well. The way that they had control on the northern side, the way they swept that eastern side, make sure they got Na'Vi out as well. Very well played here. And Beamy, of course, the big clutch. It's my goat.
Do you reckon they've convinced Kurexi that if they keep winning, it gets them home quicker? Horror, what do you think about that?
It might be. It might be. But, oh, man, I don't know what to say. Like, Beamy saved Virtus.pro like twice at least in that game. Like taking care of Petrichor Road immediately, instantly after they got that initial knock, and then getting the knock onto to 4am whenever he got that flanking angle was absolutely huge. Kept Virtus.pro 4 alive, kept them up into the late game. So just fantastic work on Beamy's part there.
Yeah, definitely. Being able to deal with the Petrichor Road situation for me, as you say, was a big one, because that could have been an absolutely huge thorn in their side, but it didn't quite work out for Petrichor Road in the end. Dig down in. And as we take a look at some of these final moments as well, there you can see it. Beamy turning around on a dime, shutting down Chewy and going for the push, shutting down Ming Ming as well. And again, there's the two players, Matrim, that aren't exactly the easiest to shut down, but make it look easy in the end.
Yeah, also big shout out to T1. They were very opportunistic on how they kept shifting over there into the east to try to find points, even whenever they were in very disadvantaged positions. There was a lot of, I guess, kill feed tracking that just allowed teams, we saw it coming off with VP, but also with T1 on the other side of it, just making sure to track who was weak around them to exploit every single point that they can get, because, I mean, everything matters in this series.
And we've asked Virtus.pro multiple times when we were able to win at PEC and things like that, do you guys see yourselves as almost a shoo-in to be able to be challenging for PGC at the end of the year? And the answer is pretty much, it's pretty humble normally when we ask them it, but it's a no doubt confidence in their mind, considering the results they're able to put up recently. 28 points so far, 26 points for Na'Vi. I thought, Avenger, coming into today, that the East was coming in with a lot of firepower, and they are still, but somehow we've been able to take 1 and 2 after 2 games.
Yeah, it's looking good, and we always have high expectations to, whoa, out of the 7 kills, Beamy gets 6. We always have high expectations to Twisted Minds, and, you know, once the other teams do well, they always have to be down there in the bottom. Something gotta tell them that they gotta turn on. It's only a best of 10 here.
That's true. You can't leave it to the later stages, that's for sure. As Belmoth not leaving it to the later stages either. Of course, they had a great spot in resort during all of that, so it did a lot of damage. But once the circles shift away from that Poro, it's not easy for Full Sense to be able to make those transitions.
It was brutal. I mean, I'm actually surprised that they made it as far in as they did. I mean, winning that fight against 17, that could have gone either way. And Virtus.pro was in a perfect position to kind of third party it, but shout out to them just like realizing the situation, like, okay, we can throw some utility over in that direction, but let's not get bogged down. Let's not get locked in. Our game-winning play is to go up here, play that ridgeline, and let whatever happens on the south play out. And that's exactly what happened, and as a result, they end up getting the win.
And there you go, man of the match. Beamy here, as that's... I didn't expect to see that on my screen when I looked over to my left-hand side.
That's terrifying.
Well, thanks, Avenger.
I just want to follow up with what Poro was saying there. One of the things that I really loved about what we saw from VP is they did get away from the south like you're talking about, but then when they had the opportunity, they moved back into it. That is just such a great read on how they were just watching what was happening in the circle. They did some damage over to what was going on for Angry Men, and then retreated back into or not retreated, but then pushed themselves back into a point where they can get even more kills. That shows a level of confidence in play.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a way we can have production show that after we have gone to our interview with the man himself, Beamy from Denmark. Avengers loving it. Let's hear from him.
Hi guys, it's Bella standing with Virtus.pro's Beamy. What a great start to first day of final stage here. I mean, you basically carried your team today. You were on. You were crack plays. All right. Well, we seem to play a little bit more aggressive than the normal Beamy that we know. Was there a reason behind that sudden shift, or did you just feel like it today?
I think it mostly just comes down to like the situation. Like if I see like a good play, I will try and go for it. And I mean, this game we just had a lot of opportunities after we waited out a lot of the game, and it just seemed to work out this time.
Are you out of 10? What would you say your performance. How satisfied are you with the performance so far? Like, are you confident that you'll reach a 10 by the end of tomorrow?
I mean, for now, I'd probably say like a 6. We have some stuff to like we had to work on a bit, but like we're getting there. Like we're adapting to the lobby.
1 match out of 10 done, and it's already at a 6. Nice. All right. Thank you, Mimi, and best of luck to you.
No, I'm young. That's yeah, but no. I think very important to note there that clearly they're a tad concerned, I guess, maybe. Only a 6 on the confidence scale here, Avenger.
But you're asking the guy that when he was the second top fragger in regionals and globals, he would still go and complain, yeah, guys, I didn't play well today on Twitter, right? So you cannot ask this guy. He is not happy until he is number 1 PGC, number 1 top fragger, right? So that's look at that. Oh.
You know, I for one am happy to pay $900 for RAM if this is what I get for it. Thanks, Mark.
Well, thanks for that. All right, I'm getting word that it's time for a break. That's enough of these shenanigans. When we return, that's 2 games down. We got plenty more to come here for PGS 5 final stage.
I don't dance, I don't do push-ups, I don't do anything. No, I don't know how to dance, but they know it.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another day of shooting challenge here with me. Today's guest is Twisted Minds. Hello, guys.
Sorry, every time I see Mimi, I
Hello.
cannot.
Hi, we have the chat joining us for a special edition today. Well, we will give you 3 bullets. Smaller bottle is 2 points.
Moved away.
Big bottle is 1 point. Okay, and the winner of this challenge gets to decide what dance or what ceremony the loser has to do.
Yeah, I keep having to adjust in the Discord too.
Sure, I grant you.
What's the right
button?
Somebody in chat said I sound like I'm in an
ready.
ASMR
Okay,
mic.
it's harder than it looks.
Yeah. I don't know what that means.
That means the fact that your voice sounds pretty
close. I guess I can't.
Okay, I'll try.
Okay.
Definitely.
So if I look away from
Who's
that
next?
microphone, does it make that big of a difference?
Oh.
Оно так заряжается? It's random.
Whoa! Yay!
I aimed for small one.
He is currently in the lead with 1 point. Oh, that was close.
I lost the
You
bullet.
lost the bullet?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Whoa! Whoa! 3 points. Good job.
I don't dance, I don't do push-ups, I don't do anything. No, I don't know how to dance, but they know. Тектоник все танцуют.
Twisted Minds, thank you for joining me today, and I'll be looking forward to that surprise dance. What is it called again?
Tectonic.
Tectonic? Okay. I hope you guys win today so that I can see the dance.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Oh god, I hope my mic's not. Oh god, it is on. No, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. To PGS5. Hello. It's on. It's time to get into game number 3 in just a few moments' time here for PGS5, and so far so good for the EMEA lads, the Regents of Reckoning, as we have got ourselves another match on the way in just a few moments' time. As we've got Avenger, Porosaurus, and Matrim here to talk about everything that's going on. Are you testing your camera there, Avenger? Is your camera on?
No, I was just looking at the Poro's mic. Is it an ASMR mic you got there, Poro?
Apparently.
I love it. He loves ASMR, he does.
Hey,
Talk to me about this game.
I'm just here to bless y'all with these buttery tones and sick cultural references that you don't always get in the real cast.
Because they're from the 80s.
All of our viewership, half our age.
Look, I'm glad I'm at least distracting everybody from EMEA dominance to start off the day here.
Oh, smart. That's what you're going for.
All right, well, this was a hard-hitting segment here for the final stages. Thank you very much, Matcham, for all of your thoughts as well. It is time to get things rolling. Time to take over. It's going to be me and Avenger bringing you... Shut up. Get out of this channel. Go away. Good times here for the final, Avenger.
All right, James, we're going to have another shipyard plane. We're going to go from the northeast to the south, down to Songam and Hospital. Yesterday, we did have an absolutely banger of a game on the northeast here. Let's see if we get another replication of that. But yeah, I love content no matter if it's intended or not. And the last content we had was absolutely banger. Beamy as a Giga Chat, them fragging out. Power talking about his ASMR mic and other stuff. It's just great. But now we're on to the most important stuff, James. It's game time. And it's game 3 of day number 1 here. It's going to be insane.
Yes, it is. I think Porosaurus would do very well as an ASMR streamer, actually. You know, like where they've got those like weird ear-shaped microphones.
Right.
Those.
Yeah, well,
I've seen them.
You're cuddling with the... I like it. I like the idea. I did hear that the industry has been taken over by AI, so I'm not sure it's going to work too much for him. But he might have a little bit of a segment with a few people coming in and enjoying that. VP coming into Yongchang, actually leaving Lukaroks on the eastern side. They also might have an idea that this might be a really quick northeast circle. But let's see where we do go. A lot of the teams not able to get into their normal drop spots. Palace not able to get into their spot. Go Dock Fishing Camp. It's difficult to get even to the western side of the east. But we do get, sure, it's northeast, but it's not as far northeast as it were yesterday, James.
Yeah, this is going to help people out quite considerably. I was concerned about JDG and DN Supers kind of dropping right next to one another to challenge some of those vehicles, but it doesn't look like any casualties have gone down so far. Virtus Pro is not going to be ran into here by DN Supers, but there has been moments where Virtus Pro has dropped in locations like this and then shot at people as they came across that bridge. So it's not good. They're not going to be seizing on that anytime soon.
I don't. They're not going to prioritize that. They might think that we can get an early drop and get into a good spot. Lukaruk is already trying to get into that high ground hill where we have a recall station. DDG trying to go for DN Supers. That's so smart. They knew that they're going for Vilkas. They actually got a coup and then it's just trying to chase. Not sure about they're going to fully commit to it now. It's just going to be sent off here, but I like the idea of it. JDG obviously usually loots Palace here, and DN Supers go Dock. So now Guman has gotten a gun here. Gonna try to go for some shots here. Headshot actually at that range. Oh my god. It's down to 13 HP.
With Iron Sight Scarrel. That was a great shot by Guman and not anything at all. Tough stuff. I mean, I think it's very smart for JDG to have got out when they did. I think if they'd been any slight closer, he would have been gone.
Yeah, that would have been a great pull up here. Only them. Imagine if they didn't drop the 2 guys, by the way. If there's still 4 in the car, they would have known. And they could just continue to chase them. As we see some highlights from the last game here, VP, obviously with the 7 kills, 6 of them going to Beamy here. Big pushes and big plays for them. The way that also, we were talking about it throughout the game here, the way they pushed here with the car to get a pull-up onto both Pero and T1, that was the game-winning play, James.
I can't take it seriously when it's like sped up like 2 times speed.
Oh, yeah.
Like little ants running around.
It throws me off.
Beamy obviously shutting down a very important angle against Spaceman there towards the end, right? Him being the off angle, and obviously Beamy also acting as that. If you do win out that 1v1 exchange, oh boy, does it open up room for you. So that was instrumental in them taking that victory.
Yeah, it was super crucial information. And let's see now with Twisted Minds trying to fend off VP, actually managing to get them back into their cars and get it off. They think that it's not worth, and I agree, I don't think it's worth fighting for this high ground location just yet here. This circle might go absolutely anywhere. Sure, it's not likely to go to Yongchong, but it could go super far south, and this is no longer a prior position. So with how much is happening on Taego, getting early positions, trying to lock that down, go for it, but don't go too greedy. Don't split it 4 ways.
Big old Beamy with those bustling biceps. He was looking jacked in this previous game, that's for sure. And I think you're right when, as we watch these man of the match moments back here, I think for Taego, right, like I think that there is a bit more onus on it. The fact that we do have some of those 2 Taegos towards these final days as well. And apparently, I think also it's in PNC, correct me if I'm wrong.
One more time, what is in PNC?
Taego's more played in PNC than it has been in like previous ones, right? So there's a bit more of a focus on it here for these teams to get things going. I don't think it makes massive amounts of difference, but for some of the teams that have maybe more central drop spots compared to some of the other maps, it might lean in their favor a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely. There's going to be a lot high prio onto Palace, onto Terminal, onto Fishing Camp. Some of these central locations are extremely important. Alo trying to get in and get involved with Anyone's Legends here. Actually, Fall of Team Liquid is completely engaging onto Delvin's location. He's got a really good angle outside the wall here. Might be able to sneak a kill or 2. Really good peek from him against Alo, but pretty good. Got the angle on him, and quick flush for this one here. Now the other guys are trying to come in and help. Headshot immediately onto Destroy, and him as is trying to get an off angle onto the southern side as Solalsi also drives in.
I think the sound dampening of the nade there may have thrown Alo off a bit on that trade on the wall.
Yeah.
Of course, now they do actually finish him off and they can get Alo up, but that could have been a little bit different, right? You might have avoided a not completely there for Alo. So unfortunate timing for him there as he did come around that wall side. As now we do see Solalsi still looking for a bit more of an angle to try and get a bit of revenge here, as our pundits are going to be pegging Anyone's Legends to be able to do something here in this game.
Yep, 31 votes to go the way and 16% to pick up Anyone's Legend. They did look very strong in the first game of our winner stage. After that, it did feel like it fell off just a little bit, but they are very capable.
Yeah.
Having lost Delvin here, though, that's a big name to lose, and with it being phase 1, I understand you want to fight for being able to grab a blue chip, get the kills onto Team Liquid, but they're either going to be looking on the northern side. Him is actually completely disengaging, trying to get a different angle on the guys on the roof. The other guys are still inside the compound here, James.
It's just full kills for this fight, right? Because it's so close to the edge of the circle. Like, this isn't a prior spot by any stretch of the imagination.
Right.
So now we're trying to get in here. We're trying to recover a blue chip. We're trying to redeem some honor. Getting rid of maybe Cowboy on this off angle, but now he's kind of revealed himself a little bit. It was a good nade, though, to start doing some damage against him. And also, Purdy has got this kind of position on lockdown as well. He has got to back off, though, here from this nade. Solalsi, that nade pushed him out from behind the tree. And Solalsi with a second here. Purdy down. He knows exactly where the third is. Throws an underhand nade for the flash. Seeing if he can get a little bit more here. That is some great play by Solalsi.
Oh my god, he swings around, gets him as well. Dalta damage onto Luke, but he's in between the two, and Alo gets Solalsi down now, and Luke tries to go for the push here with the AK in hand. Alo does get the confirmation on Solalsi. Quick drive-by here. Destroy gets him down. Him is down too. It's now just a 1v1 between Alo and with Destroy.
Got to do something. Will he just go for the flushes? He's got to understand that there may be some pressure. He actually saw him. He saw him on the edge of that wall. Oh.
Molotov. That's a great Molotov. Gets an absolutely push on it.
Yeah, actually going for the peek on around the corner here, and Destroy takes it down. That is them wiping out Team Liquid. 3 kills go the way of Team Liquid, but this means Destroy's got some time to be able to make the recovery happen here for Anyone's Legend.
It's got a recall station on that eastern side, James. I actually think it's fine for them. They're going to be able to have some time here. A little bit of off timing on to getting the recalls in quickly. Let's see if he's going to be able to manage that. As we see Fury rotate past Books on Sah in the southern side of this new circle. Very congested toward that middle south side. They're really hoping that this is not, well, the majority of the teams are really hoping this is not going to be a south, an eastern shift for the most part, and they're hoping that it's going to be a south one. DN Super's trying to move into S2G, also getting in there mid, trying to do a little bit of a bridge camp on the shipyard bridge. A bit surprising with that, but let's see how that works out for them as S2G scouts their way in.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be many more fights going on. As Roland will Destroy now, going for all the blue chips. He's got the 3, as you can see, by 15 seconds being on the timer here for this. Wait, no, is it? Anyway. But the thing is about this is that I really enjoy in commentary at Avenger being proven wrong by the players. And I think that when you look at Destroy, this was one of the names when we were seeing anyone's legend flounder a little bit on internationals, as me saying, okay, I think that he might be the one that might need to be the change. But there's been many moments he's been able to step up. So it's been exciting. Did he only get two blue chips, by the way?
Yeah, I think he got two and then went for a quick rest because the timing was a little bit like he was getting close to being late. And then he wanted to make sure he got two in. They might even be dropping on it. Then he goes for another rest afterwards. It's kind of smart just to get things rolling from the get-go there. But yeah, they are going to be dropping off, or even dropping into airport, get a car, and then go south and get their equipment. Easy peasy for them. It's going to be a delayed entry into Circle 2, but anyway, they didn't have any prio to get into it, so it doesn't really matter. They're going to be playing Edge here. That's really the case. It's not about having two metas, but there's two ways to approach it. If you don't have high prio, you can play Edge and you can try to go for the kills, try to get into a little bit of a slower side, and that's what anyone's legend decided to do for this one here. But yeah, I completely agree. You made a really great point. We talked about a lot of Destroy here, as the circle actually goes perfectly on where the majority of the teams are already. But yeah, Destroy with big clutches, and so far, even with the PNC, he is going to be the guy that's going to be changed. Tanwu is going to be taking his place as PNC Vietnam is going to be reunited for a defender of the title. Yeah.
Can't argue with that too much, can you? As now it looks like a little bit of an argument against Na'Vi and Furia, but Na'Vi just backs off from that potential fight going down, even though there's still someone sat here. So maybe they're looking for a bit of an off angle. They are being shot from a distance though, so they're going to be very careful about that. Nade goes forward, does damage there against the driver as well as the players coming on in from this one. Another nade. It did a little bit of damage, but not too much. Goes around the corner. How many do you have?
He just continues to hurl all his util in this direction here. DraftKings is actually in a really great spot to delay this. Many of the teams are trying to get shots out as well. E-Arena is engaging onto Na'Vi as well. 54 HP for Boosting. This is a rough push. DraftKings also has... Boosting finds the opening. Hackatori finds Pose as well, as Spear has gone down to BL though.
Yeah, they're looking to clean this up at the moment, and looking dire here for Fury, especially since he sees him coming around the corner here with the perfect peaks. Now another buddy coming in as well. It's exactly the same! Deja vu! They both come in the same way, and Boostic cleans it all up.
It's really well executed, and this is actually not a bad location. It's on the southern side of the circle, sure, but they're inside. They got time to loot. They got time to get all the util and everything engaged, put it into the vehicles. E-Arena were harassing them just a little bit, but it's actually quite easy. Well, now onto Virtus Pro here. On the northern side, they're going to be having an EMEA fight here with S2G.
They finally got Delwyn up as well. I think that, I don't know why. I was second guessing myself. I'm like, wait, is it 15 seconds? Is it 20 seconds that you get 3 up? No, but it's definitely 15 seconds for the 2. And then from there, I think you really nailed it. Like his inability to just get to the 3rd blue chip, and it literally being seconds before the res was going to come in for 2. He just couldn't afford it. So that's yet another great play by Destroy to know, okay, let's get 2 up first. Let's get them gear on the board. Then Delwyn can come in later. Because we've got time and room to be able to make this all work in tandem.
Yeah, exciting. Great play here from them. And Anyone's Legends really stepped up to it, James. So far, looking great here. 6 players overall for PGS points, 61, just 19 away from T1 here, looking to lock in another spot for their home region of APAC. And for Anyone's Legend, obviously already guaranteed themselves a spot to go to Esports World Cup through the regional, but could guarantee another one here for the top 9 teams going to PGS. Twisted Minds, obviously in a high ground location. We were talking about it earlier here. Locking this down early is great, but they have a really, really greedy 2-2 split here. They cannot help the other guys that's too far away, but they want to make sure if this high ground is in for the next circle, that this is absolutely locked down for them.
Yeah, it's super interesting is how the EWC points and qualification is going to work out. Because if you look at Vietnam, for example, right? You're looking at the Vicious and Team Flash. That are the 2. If the Anyone's Legends and the Expendables are the ones to be able to go through on PGS points after already being qualified through via their regional. So there's definitely potential for some of these regions to be able to get a few more teams on board. As now we keep a looking at our circles. Where are we going to go? Go Terminal. Okay, it's not quite Terminal. It was Twisted Minds though. That's cool.
Yeah, Twisted Minds locking down this compound, but look at 4AM though. They're absolutely inserting themselves into this. I'm not sure if it's worth even engaging for the rest of the guys, but might be able to get some kills. We're going to have a great fight in between 4AM and Twisted Minds. Look at this though, Batulins with a Panzerfaust in hand.
See what we can get done. Obviously a very important Panzerfaust in Miramar against, I think it was Team Liquid, when they were able to secure that victory, which is very important for their stage. Spatulin's still going to charge it up, waiting for an opportunity. I think you mostly wait with a Panzerfaust like this, just to see if like some cross shots will come in, and then they try and transition between buildings, and you're able to get a shot off while that goes on. So you're hoping for your team to be able to see them in a position, and then push them to where you want them to be.
The problem with this compound, it's very shareable. Like, it's very difficult to cross to both sides. You have this little dirt road in between here, so if they get a knock, like getting help from Example without it being, you know, up close and personal, it's going to be difficult. Here with the knock, we saw Corexi getting Baron down. Easy flush here and confirm, and one more point to go the way of VP. Great shot here from Corexi with that bold action from that range, and then it's just a quick and dirty, get in there, get points, get his utility, and get out of there.
Yeah, not been the easiest start for Myth. And if you're losing people like that to the Bolties, oof. Especially with, that's the kind of the thing for me, right? I always feel like bolt actions in these kinds of moments are very strong early game, because teams at this level are all wanting to go for your 1-1-2 splits, things like that. Therefore, if you get a knock, it's harder for them to recover them because they're just so disconnected away from the other parts of the team now. Team Liquid, Twisted Minds, they're going for the fight. Left and save for Virtus Pro. Oh, I'm losing my words here, Martin. What is going on? They're just running into Myth completely.
Yeah, they knew that Myth was weak here, so they gotta pull up on them. Actually, 2 knocks on both sides here, and now it's down to just Kiss, as they already got the confirm early on Baron. Nate's coming in too here. EP does not really want to lose more points here, but it's an easy push here from Corexi. Actually thought he was dead at that point when he turned down, and Corexi gets in and gets involved with Kiss. Now Perfect takes on to the 4AM fight, gets down into Mehmet.
Yeah, a lot of stuff popping off. As now it's trying to go on through here. Luke to shut down Spaceman. Seeing what Winder can do here against the roof position, but he takes a lot of damage himself. He's going to have to duck behind this wall, get himself the heal off, seeing what he can get done. It's very close, this fight at the moment, but Twisted Minds should be able to recover and finish things off eventually.
Third party coming in from the Tubers as well, lurking on the distance here, trying to get involved. They even stolen the Shen kill. Lu got the, it's a mimic kill here now, and down to just Winder. They want to get this, you know, dialed in and finished up quickly here. Example with the off angle. Good shot, more damage done. Oh, great headshot once again onto Winder here. Absolutely destroyed him. Next circle about to pop. We go east.
Oh my days. Quepper actually has an emergency pickup going in there for S2G as well. Is he actually going to take it? It looks like he is taking it as we have all these fights going down. But there's going to be so many moves into this circle trying to actually find themselves a spot. It's going to be difficult for them to also find a purchase whilst all the other teams are scrambling for it.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see they decide to do with this one here, though. A lot of teams, again, as you said, in the western side, and how are they going to be approaching this one? SG is actually full sending it with 2 of the guys, but leaving Latza behind dead. It's going to be a difficult push, maybe straight into Twisted Minds here. Colts get the confirmation onto Latza.
I think they want to try and get towards Quepper. Quepper doing a little bit of scouting for them and trying to find a little bit of a ridge line, but he's also taking damage as well. He's got to throw down some smokes and then solidify this, but it's not solidified at all. Ming Ming does see him, takes down Quepper. Will they be able to do a little bit more? The thing is that to survive where they are currently is difficult because the Panzerfaust is coming on in, and he connects! Oh, Chewy! What a shot! All in one!
Oh, Chan gets both Lukarooks, and Corexi goes down to the nade here too. Beamy, last player left alive here for VP. A big pull-up from 17. Oh, he tries to swing around, but Xiaowu says no. And Virtus Pro, after having absolutely destroyed that last game, goes down in 12th place.
What a difference maker Tian is in these games here for 17 already. They're only finding themselves halfway through the tables at the moment, and Mortar comes in against S2G, but they're still surviving somehow. Again, if they careful.
Good putt. Let's try to go for the heal again once again. That's rough versus I like the send, I like the area, but not with a lot of cover. It's going to be working hard here, Raining. Trying to go aggressive. T1 trying to shut down this position of D and Supers. Lil Ghost finds both JDD players, Nicole and Nance. Very unfortunate for them to lose players like that. raining down to 29 HP and has to go for a little bit of a heal. And JDG is absolutely destroyed by 17. 17 is an absolute tear after Tiantian is back.
Yeah, 17 feels like they might be back to some of their old ways here. Not too much of a surprise. Kuma did well to be able to get them through into the final alongside them here. But now this is a big opportunity for them to be able to do something with the firepower of Tiantian. Back and good to go. That said, though, EMEA here with Na'Vi still just trying to cause a bit of a reckoning themselves, too. Has 6 kills already. Boosted going crazy against Furia. Looking to try and deny E-Arena a little bit of an entry in. Even firing into the BRDM. Good stuff, right? Eventually, that might come back to help them significantly, shutting that down ahead of them.
Lawrence gets confirmed with Belmont's nade there, and Na'Vi, they're really trying to lock down a lot of space here. They actually have the entire southwest of them, but they're going aggressive in this fight instead. They're thinking there might be easy kills to come up onto the arena. Only 2 guys left alive on it. Look at that Eastern shift. Oh my, anyone's legend is just laughing.
Yeah, of all the teams to be able to potentially capitalize on this, that will be exciting considering how much of a scrap they were embroiled in earlier. Na'Vi still finding kills. Perfectix as well, taking down Rex. And Na'Vi now up to 7. And number 1 once again. Is it a thing where it's mandated that they just win the second PGS of every series? Is that what's supposed to happen here?
Maybe it's like that. Yeah, it could be. I'd like to see a repeat from Na'Vi for sure. Cool. The way they've played so far has been great. And considering how much has been without Hackator, it's actually been very impressive. But we know the guys are fracas, and I even wrote to Alloran. Fairest's run through PGS2 was an absolutely showing. So happy to see that back. Sparrow has been amazing too. Boostic, this team is so good. Really excited to see how deep they're going to be able to take it. More championships for PGS. Maybe a contender for PTC. We'll see.
Bloody Tiantian has come in. He, again, landed this morning, and he's coming like the Grim Reaper. Just keep seeing him in the kill feed despite 17 gaming here, being in 9th place at the moment. If he continues through this final, I swear I'm going to lose my stuff. Maybe go Bosch crazy. We'll see.
Oh, it's going to be the MVP. Sparrow takes down 0-4 NB as he tries to get picked up from his teammate on Petrogor Road. Try to get the rest off here. Example trying to fend off full sensor, trying to backfill this. Twisted Mind wanted to make sure they're the last team to come in from that northern side, and they just continue to send it around. They're going straight to T1. They're absolutely waiting for it. Oh my, Belmont goes down. More shots come in here. Now the other guys are going to be helping too. Heather finds him, and that's full sense out in 9th place. We're down to the top 8. Now we have placement points coming in, James.
I foresee a world, though, where 17, yeah, they've moved in along the roadside here, but technically, if Na'Vi's positioned and they actually have nades, I'm scared for 17 where they currently are. We'll see, though, because they're holding off other angles, as now they know that Chewy and as well as the boys here from Petrogor Road coming in on this north side of them, trying to wiggle on around past them as well, knowing that there's no room for them to be able to exist on this side, so they're going for the dash. But Batulins does greet I-26. He's gone down. I don't know here for Petrogor Road if they can get a little bit more done. It's going to be difficult. T1, though, kind of alleviates some of that pressure there for a second for them.
Yeah, they're trying to get a little bit more damage done to Batulins after they've been knocked here. Full 3 gear on him as well. It's going to be a big impact for later. 25 more seconds till this circle closes. Spiro finds Ming Ming too, as Batulins also get the bleed out onto I-26 here. 10 kills now for Na'Vi. And we're going into the top 6 for the teams that are standing. A lot of full teams here. T1, Twisted Minds, 17, and Na'Vi full teams here, James. It's going to be a big fight towards the end.
Yeah, I think 17 is fully cognizant of the fact that that west side could be their weakness. Oh, geez, with this circle as well. So they've divided themselves up into kind of 3 locations across that trench line that they've actually found for themselves. Akatori, though, he looks to be peeking over there. And the other teams that are taking a position, S2G, E-End is moving on next to them, though, with a FAMAS. For Kwetpa here, this nade has got to be cooked right, but he's driving away. Oh no, goes for the spray. Will he take him down? Yes, he will. Denies E-End from doing any more damage to him, but here comes T1, the rest of them trying to shut him down. They would love to get E-End up. I don't know if they're going to be able to, and shut down Kwetpa at the same time.
20 seconds ago, I would have said T1 is winning this game just off the position of having that northern control here, but now losing 2 players like that, I'm not sure if they're going to get the rest, though. Yeah. But Twisted Mind sees this weakness. Oh, no. They push in to try to take the space away. Heather left alone in the compound. Great nade, though. Does a lot of damage to Batulins.
Yeah, that was an amazing nade. You're right, though. With Twisted Minds looking for the opportunity here to try and backfill this position after realizing that a bit of chaos had been sowed amongst the T1 ranks. That is a perfect little maneuver for them. Na'Vi now on the move and trying to backfill the position here of 17 Gaming, who's running straight into Anyone's Legend as well. Anyone's Legend does have a BRDM over there as well, so they've got to be careful about the defensive capability. But Tian takes down Delwyn, and another one, he's taking him down as well with Xiaowu alongside 17 Gaming, alongside Na'Vi, just cleaning up and soaking up all these kills.
Oh my god, Hagatory got little goals down off that peak. That's insane. Chan goes with a push with the Panzer, but he does not. He gets spotted by Hagatory as well. Na'Vi is absolutely destroying 17 with this one here. More utilities being committed. They want to get this cleaned out now. Anyone's Legends, though, they are engaging in this one. They're trying to clean up the scraps of 17.
Yeah, the two Goliaths of the lobby. Right now, the BRTM, Sololzi's driving them through, shuts down Tian. So 17 Gaming rues the day they run in towards Anyone's Legend. Sololzi looks for a little bit of a consolidation himself. It's not too bad a play at the same time here. Spiro in the north side, taking down the Vectix. What can Sololzi do? Any more would be fantastic for him, considering now at this point. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Boostic somehow, some way has a Panzerfaust in hand. They need to shut down the rest of 17 Gaming here. Wembo with a nade. What's going on? Hakatori finishes it. Oh my god.
I think you gotta relax a little bit here, James. You're completely out of breath out of that insane shot. That was crazy. Na'Vi taking so much control here. I really like the play and the try, though, from Anyone's Legend. But now it's going to be Twisted Minds. It is going to be Na'Vi. We do have 3 members left from T1. They did maintain the control of that northern side I was talking about here, but having lost a player might be very, very impactful.
I like how we went from that madness to watching a milk float with a broken wheel slowly go across the road. Oh, the differences in some of the games, the differences in some of the scenarios, but what a performance from Na'Vi so far. And bear in mind, they didn't lose anyone during this. They're still 4 alive. This is absolute madness.
Still standing, and that southern shift there, what a gift. What a rough situation for Twisted Minds for T1 here. Let's see if S2G is going to be able to squeeze out more points as we go through. Alran sitting in the corner already. Someone put Baby in the corner, but he's got to be happy after this one. They're number 1 with 44 points, and it's looking extremely good to take more. Look at T1's push. I like that. That's a great play to go in under the bridge and take space away from Na'Vi.
Yeah, I totally agree. Did you see, look how happy Alran looked during that. That was great. T1 here, as you say, with a really impressive push. And now actually this sandwiches Na'Vi's situation. What can they actually do against this? Hakatori's going to have to hit some absolute bangers here alongside Boostic as well. It's done so much damage. 9 kills, 6 kills and 5 kills across the 2 boys at the moment. There's now T1 here. This could be a real problem for Na'Vi. What can happen? As soon as they expose themselves to shoot at one of these teams, they've got to be so cognizant. And there, straight away, Heather strikes against Hakatori.
Oh, Heather. Big name to take down here for T1, and they're definitely trying to put themselves into a position where they can push Na'Vi towards Twisted Minds. Very, very smart and coherent play from them here. But Hakatori is back up here. Utilities being committed from Twisted Minds as they lurk and push on to Na'Vi's location.
Oh, double nade. Spiro once again tries to get a massive impact here against Twisted Minds on that tree side. And that's going to be an easy double here for Spiro as well. Now, this still opens things up. They, of course, had Hakatori knocked earlier. They've been able to recover him. Here for Twisted Minds, it's not easy to be able to get him from this side. Oh, Queppa's being annoying. Still somehow alive here after T1 was trying to shut him down. This is a very good recovery situation here for Queppa. I didn't think he was going to get anything else off the back of where he was during this.
Example says no. You go down to 4th place and Lou bleeds out. We're down to just 1 member. Example's just trying to make the most out of it. Can he? Nah, he's going to be denying that. No way to give it away. No point to do it.
This is a problem.
Maximize. Boostic gone down to T1. Now it's a 3v3.
And takes down Spiro as well. This is still a problem, though, here. If Fairest and Hakatori, they're still very capable of being able to make something happen. Raining in type, trying to push on forwards. Heather driving around as well, knowing exactly where they are on that left-hand side. This nade could be able to shut down 2 members at the moment, as Hakatori, they're still on. Ooh, how did he not take much damage there from that? That is crazy talk. Boostic's down now completely. T1 trying to throw in a few more nades.
T1 committing everything to this one. He has a Panzer, he has a nade, he has a Molotov. He's got everything here now. They gotta try to sweep this angle here. This approach that T1 has gotten forward and gotten so much out of. Look at that Panzer peek around the corner. Utility now being committed here from Na'Vi. Got to try to smoke up. Got to try to get a line into this circle here. Good utility here being committed. Hackatory stun grenade. Go around the corner here.
What?
Heather does not get found from this one here. Great push with that Panzer and gets Hackatory down.
Perfect stuff. Having that into this late game as well, pivotal in order to be able to make some of these trades happen straight away. Really not risking too much at all, but Spiro is still there. 3v2 now, as the boys from T1, they've been able to clutch out far more dire circumstances, and that's a perfect nade here. It should be a T1 victory. The movement from them on the east side of this circle to be able to find themselves decent purchase along the riverbank, it has been a perfect play from T1.
Yeah, what a way to do it. What a way to take space away from Na'Vi and put themselves into a really hot spot and do it aggressively and get so much out of it. 16 kills though for Na'Vi. What a game. 8 for T1.
It's a good job they're denying them a win here as well, let's be real, because if Na'Vi had got a win off the back of this as well, they would have been flying ahead of the competition after just 3 games. That would have been terrifying for the rest of the lobby.
I'm a push. Leave me alone, I'm a push.
Oh, I'm still a push. He's trying for a run, but he doesn't get it. T1 finishes it off against Na'Vi. An important denial of points against Na'Vi there, considering that they went absolutely radio rental. And T1 here on the east side of this circle, cleaning it all up. Let's get Matrim and Poro back in to talk about this one. Matrim, that was a bit bonkers.
Dude, Na'Vi was just ripping up everything. No chill on that team except for All Rain, and he was just kind of sitting back watching it all go down. I feel bad, though, for T1. They actually had an incredible game. They managed to hold back Twisted on an approach up in the north, saw what was going on with Na'Vi, went down to the bridge, backfilled, and took their time to have a great game. But Na'Vi was just fragging so heavy, we didn't get a chance to see all the cool technical stuff they were doing.
Horror.
I need to figure out what Spiro had for breakfast this morning, or what like Alrain said to him at the beginning of the day to get him hyped up, because this is like, I don't think we've seen Spiro pop off like this at International ever. Like, this is insane work by him, but again, like, fantastic performance by Na'Vi. That hard shift to the east just destroyed so many teams.
Yeah, yes it did. As we take a look back at the highlights from this game, obviously this is very impactful. Unfortunately for Team Liquid, losing this out, Destroy being able to clutch it and then get the reses off. Very important for them coming in from the eastern side here, Martin. And I was hoping that maybe they'd get a little bit more, considering the circles were kind of favoring their direction. But in the end, the rest of the teams came in so warm to fight against them.
Those Eastern hardships was just insane here. I was really hoping for Twisted Minds to really solve that problem in the north with taking advantage of T1, but they managed to disengage so well, get the control on the northern side of the ridges I was talking about mid-game here, and then just absolutely take it away from everything in the end. Twisted Minds, though, those 3 or 4 circles that went away for them, and if it hadn't been for that, they would have had such a great game. Everything just came the way of Na'Vi, and they fought their way through it. What a game, man. That was an absolute banger.
Well, I'm almost losing my ability to breathe here in some of these fights. It just never ended, Matrim.
They were hype. I mean, we even had Tian finding some big plays for himself, 17 on a bit of a come up.
Yeah.
There was a lot of big moving factors happening in this. Match 3 just feels like it's a catalyst on the day. We can have a couple of squads that are starting to find like comfort moving in, but then it's just like these teams suddenly realize, okay, there's nothing left. We've got all the information that we can possibly take. It's just time to assault the leaderboard. And you can see that squads that really needed it, such as Anyone's Legend, Twisted Mind, finding big games in this one, as well as 17 Gaming.
Yeah, a very important assault on the leaderboard, considering there was a world where Na'Vi would have walked away with crazy points from this one. If they'd have got the win and cleaned up T1, it probably would have been a 30-point game, right? Like, and that would have just been... That would have been very detrimental for everybody else, Poro. Nobody wants to see that right now.
To say the least, for sure, yeah. No, nobody wants to go into day 2 just thinking that you don't have a shot at getting a first place. But, I mean, Navi's still... It's still not looking great, is it? Like, they are kind of running away with this thing. But, dude, is there teams that are that good with that many fraggers on them, when they get a lead like that, it just seems like everything falls in their favor, or in their way. Like, every gunfight they're winning, every shot is landing. every peak battle you're coming out on top of, you're running through Furia like they didn't even exist. Like
butter.
It's just unbelievable stuff.
But that's kind of what I felt like in this game, right? Of course, yeah, they start off, they came in at number 1, but then the catalyst, once again, that triggers this response from them is the fact that Boosted just got so many easy kills against Furia or Avenger that they just, I'd say run through them.
Yeah, it was like a hot knife through butter. That was so well played for them, for sure. I gotta say this, though. I'm happy to see Twisted Minds come back. At one point before this game started, of course, the man of the match gotta be Hackatory. And once he's alive to the late game, he's just gonna frag out and do extreme well. For me, though, personal MVP for that one, it was Boostic. He did so well through the early and mid game here, set themselves up for victory. And just a quick calculation here. If they had won this against T1, they would have had 7 more points, right? So let's remember that when we're in the last game for tomorrow. That could be the difference maker between winning it or not. Remember how close it was in PGS4.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Matt, Trim?
I just wanted to follow up on the firefight with Furia. Remember that there was actually a 3rd and 4th party that was going on while Na'Vi approached the Furia positioning. So Na'Vi didn't have a lot of time to really deal with what was going on external from it. We saw Furia trying to slow down the pacing. But the firefighting capabilities coming up from Na'Vi has often fallen onto Hackatory's shoulders, and if he would go down, it meant the fact that they just didn't really feel like they could execute the same way. Whenever you start seeing all the gears functioning and you have Boostic popping off, Hackatory doesn't have to be leaning into it, suddenly they just can handle any firefight, and they're not afraid if they lose a player here or there. They know that they can get in the position to win no matter how many other squads are coming for them, and that is scary.
Yeah, I hate to, I was about to say I hate to glaze EMEA too much, but at the same time, I don't. Obviously, Virtus Pro in second place as well. They're also, I know it is, oh God, second place, Virtus Pro. They are also, big fraggers right here, Poro, and the fact that they're currently finding themselves in a position like that was comparing Hackatory and Curexy together. They're just deadly players, and right now EMEA is doing all right.
Yeah, it's been looking fantastic. I mean, somebody better do something. I'm glad T1 was able to find that win because, otherwise these guys are just starting to run away with it. But, there's still a couple of teams at the top 8 that are having some success here today. Arena kind of surprising me a little bit, the performance that they're having. And anyone's legend after summarily dispatching Team Liquid and able to fully reset off of that. Even with, I mean, they've only gotten 14 points on the day, but they had that 10-point lead coming in, right? But they've dropped down because of how well these other teams are doing.
Yeah. All right. Well, Rondo's coming up next, which again, actually, we've seen so many kind of south middle circles recently here for our Rondos, which actually, again, kind of lends itself well to the likes of your Na'Vis, your Virtus Pros, be it in Hongshan and things like that. So if we get down there, I'm hoping we get a circle elsewhere, Martin, so that we can get a bit more variance coming in for these games.
We need somewhere circles away from Na'Vi, because otherwise they're going to be running away with it. You guys saw the comparison between the guys there, but you have to remember as well, Boostic and Spear has 13 and 12 kills each. Hackatory has 6 because he died in the 2 games, right? They are absolutely out-fragging everyone in the lobby, so Na'Vi's been looking fantastic, and just 25 points for those two is insane.
All these players getting ready. Good fight back though by T1. Obviously they had a decent compound to be able to make it work. I was scared for them when Lequepa had survived some of that after losing End the way that they did, but they were able to recover and get themselves going. Loved the bridge move there, Matrim. That was very important.
Yeah, T1's just leaning into their strengths. They've got a great play. They know how to navigate the macro very well, and they also managed to keep control of that high side hill whenever we were looking at phase 5 where everybody else didn't want to go into the lower section.
All right, gentlemen, I will give it away to Matchroom and Poro here. You're going to be bringing us Rondo. It's time to get things going for game number 4 here of the final stage.
It's Rondo time, Poro, and I know you love the map, the spire, all the crazy stuff that can go down here as the plane path is going to be coming in from the center-south, going up to the northwest.
Where it's going? I haven't even opened my map yet. I'm behind on it. Look, it's great for T1 that 4AM wasn't around in that one, to be honest, because it seems like that 4AM has had T1's number through the first 2 games, and then in game 3, they are able to find a win whenever 4AM gets taken out early. So that's all. That's all they need, right?
Look, we just need this number squads. Number squads unite. You need to start picking it up. T1, 17, 4 Angry Men. Opportunities still exist for you guys, but you got to stop letting EMEA, most notably Na'Vi and VP, just run away with it. Sure, it's only 3 games, but this has been a very heavy pace setting 3 games.
Yeah, 3 games and what is it, 40, almost over 40 points in 3 games? Like, that's bananas, to be sure. Hopefully for our Americas boys, they can find a little something in on Rondo, because through 3 it has not been great at all. I mean, you started the day with Team Liquid trying to be a little bit more aggressive. This is, yeah, we're used to this, right?
It's normal drop, but this is a long drop for them. It's going to make it a little bit spicier to come in.
Well, you know, we say that it is normal drop, but the last time we saw these two, Navi, I think was it Twisted or Navi? One of the two took the fight against the other, and I think Navi took out Lou as they had both dropped for a vehicle. So there was a little bit of bad blood there in a area that these two have shared for regionally, like the longest time, and internationally for the longest time. So it looks like they'll avoid each other for now. So no harm, no foul, even though Boostic's gonna flex out a little bit. He's actually gonna hit one of those shots. Goodness.
Well, this also throws off Twisted's timing by a significant amount. Circle does pop, and it's going to be a bit more over into that river area to the east.
Lame. Not the test track circle. I hate that.
And not necessarily yet. We've seen the circle similarly, and it can often go down to the south. Actually, it does feel like this year we're beginning a lot more southern pulls onto that, like, Ling area where there's a lot of the verticality that comes into play. So maybe we'll get that. I am with you. I wouldn't necessarily enjoy test track, but maybe we'll even get the crossroads in the river.
I mean, the circle we got yesterday was awesome. That southwestern kind of area, playing around the arcing river, and got to see the southwest part of the map. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. I think Navi fans had a lot of fun with that one too, because I'm pretty sure.
Oh, Navi? Go.
Are they actually? Dude, yep. What happened here? Something. Well, did Twisted and Navi just come to blows at some point, and they've decided that now is the time that they're going to be more aggressive on this drop share?
Well, Navi, the way that it's set up, Navi had inside track to get vehicle first, then also get loot. Twisted had to pull away and go more north. That slowed down their pacing, but remember also 17 drops over here. So Twisted didn't want to go too heavy into the north without having some level of control, and that left them extremely isolated and vulnerable. Navi just kept an eye on him and was like, yeah, let's just keep taking whatever points we can find. And Twisted, this isn't as comfy as a drop as you're used to it being anymore.
And then they smoked off the thing.
That tree, it was there the whole time.
I was waiting for him to pull away. I'm like, nah, he's got the map open. And that stop down was to get blue chips too. So like that's an even bigger kind of like kick to the groin there for Twisted. As Navi gets, and they're gonna steal the chips, and they're like, you know what, you can see us. We don't care. We know you're down to a duo.
Look at this. 17 also getting more aggressive on the northern side of test track. I mean, it might just be trying to go for a better position in the circle, but this is already positioning for a later stage situation. As we also do have VP and anyone's legend. VP looks like they are going to try to sneak away from that one. Delwyn is already down and out, but Destroy tries to make some more happen. Can't quite get it. And that is going to be VP scattering into the hills to get some safety away, but got their kill and they're going to be fine with it.
Sure, man. Give the top 2 teams more kills. Why not? As well, I think the experts are probably going to wish that they could retract their previous statements, as down to 2, and we'll most likely be playing this out as 2, as those blue chips most likely did get stolen, as we see Virtus Pro continue to find their way up to the north, just south of Dancheng. See, Made in Thailand has spotted out what's left of Anyone's Legend. So Anyone's Legend, no good, very bad early game. Doesn't look like it's improving.
Full Sense is going to be playing the western section of the river. Navi's going to be just to the north of them. A lot of squads already moving away from test track. You can see just trying to cling to the river. There is a couple of different ways that the circle can go, as we were alluding to earlier, but Furia not going to make the early pull around test track. I wouldn't be surprised if they wait a little bit longer to go for that Jijina City pull and maybe try to swing into either Tuling or go more north.
Yeah, you kind of almost have to feel like if you're coming in this late, you kind of have to go to the eastern side of the river there, just for safety's sake more than anything, and hopefully they can find vehicles. Doesn't look like anybody was over on that eastern side, really. The only team over there right now is Navi, so there should still be vehicles over there for them to find here, as we get the recap of that big T1 win off of that massive eastern circle shift. That was brutal.
Well, this is how they got it right here. This moment, whenever they decided to take this compound, they managed to shoo everybody away. Then they managed to hold it against multiple teams that tried to come up after it. You can see deal with Full Sense on one side. Twisted will be coming up here in a little while. They try to make something happen. Twisted can't really take control over the compound, so they have to go back over onto the hillside and get into Navi's face. Well, T1 just uses the opportunity of the firefight to sneak back down to the bridge. Macro control, T1's bread and butter, man. If they can continue to play like this, they're going to continue to be vital.
I love watching the 2x gameplay. Like, kind of wish we're gonna do it. Let's put the Benny Hill music in there just to make it extra fun. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So Spiro tried to make something happen there at the end, but I think he was probably hoping that he could maybe deny, but unfortunately that was not to be. And T1 clutches out as we check in with Virtus Pro. Looks like they have spotted up here in Danchang, and they're actually going to be taking shots at Myth, who gets a little bit close. Team Liquid kind of over in that same area as well, as now you see Myth getting pushed back into their neck of the woods.
Yeah, Myth just kind of trying to see if they can scout with their bodies a bit, see who shoots at them and where they can stop at. Furia did end up going north of Jadina City, so they're going to be a squad over into the east. Na'Vi playing both sides of the river, so they always end up on top, running a 2-2 split. One side of the river very close, centered. Then they've got another setup around Mehran, so they should be pretty fine. They do have supers that might try to intersect between them, as well as having 17 on their western side. Twisted looks like they're still just going to be hunkering down inside of Neok's factory positionals. Most of the squads are leaning more to Lin, feeling like it might go that way, but that's also going to be just the way that the circle is going to be set. This is a lot more open. Well, this is... we've got the area around Test Track, just due west of the circle. Very open, nobody wants to play. Nobody wants to play anywhere around that area, so that's kind of forced everything more centered. And there is also a couple of hill sections to the north, but the circle never really goes that way, so nobody is making that gamble, really, except for kind of Rex.
You get to see fantastic replay from Hackator that reminds everybody in the chat and in the lobby why we make sure that we flush this man out if he ever gets knocked, because if you don't, well, that's what you get. It's absolutely dominant performance from him, as Hackator and the rest of the Na'Vi boys, as I said, in that massive 2-2 split. Now, Supers has kind of made a home in between them, so we'll see if they are forced to pull each other back together, because S2G is kind of coming down on the northern side of the eastern half of that 2-2 split. So keep an eye on the kill feed to see if they run into each other. Is Team Liquid doing that same thing, scouting with their bodies and getting a little close to 4 a.m.?
This has happened quite a bit. 4 Angry Men, Team Liquid seem to have a similar approach into the way that they want to go for some of these circles. 4 Angry Men, though, has just got hot hands with the trigger, and it's made it really hard for Team Liquid to deal with. Team Liquid just feels like they're trying to see if they can sneak their way into any position closer to the center of the circle, and it's too complicated there right now. We've got 4 Angry Men. Above that's going to be Petrichor Road, and that leads into Full Sense. T1's trying to do something similar, a bit more into the west. That's going to put them pretty close to VP. A couple of shots now being exchanged between them. JDG going to have that more open area in the fields that we're talking about into the west, but we still have Anyone's Legend as well as Myth trying to find a home, and they were going for the southern sections of it. That is a bit more open, but everybody's going for center right now, and I don't blame them. The circle can go just about anywhere at this stage, and if it shifts hard to the west, oh, that's just going to be brutal.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens on that south side, as you mentioned, with Myth and Anyone's Legend already kind of in a bad spot. And then you've got Team Liquid that's figured out that 4AM is in this compound, I believe. They know that somebody's there. They're just going to avoid the line of sight and just play the river just in case the weird thing does happen and this ends up cutting hard over to the east. They have an out. But yeah, for the most part, everybody's just kind of hovering around each other. It looks like Na'Vi is the only team that's getting shot at right now, and that's because they're able to get their duo back together. Biel, there you go. We'll find Quepa. Quepa doing a little bit of scouting here for S2G, and he goes down. Wait.
Team Liquid, no real options. Decide to send it right down into the buildings. They were getting harassed over here just a moment ago. Luke 12 has gone down in the exchange. Winda's going to be the guy. Shit on the other side. Here comes the regroup from 4 Angry Men. While Team Liquid did manage to make landfall, it's not comfy. It is everything being thrown out those windows. Wreckage in vehicles as well as Molotovs, but no big real shift coming up as the circle pops. Goes very hard to the north, so there is nothing really happening over here, and now Myth might be backfilling behind Team Liquid, causing a massive problem.
Yeah, I've got question marks over the timing of this from Team Liquid. I mean, they crashed right before the circle popped, and I think they maybe realized or thought that they had 4AM caught in a 2-2 split, but unfortunately, they're taking so long with this that 4AM is able to get the other two back in here. Now this is all going on outside of zone. As you said, Myth was coming into the south side. Looks like Jacob is just going to be over there looking down, but the rest of the team is making their way off to the east side of the river and continuing to go up to the north. So hard shifts once again striking.
There's a little bit of a footpath. Jacob looks like he's just going to be defending that angle while the rest of Myth moves forward, so that way he can regroup in a faster fashion if he needs to. Spaceman and Cowboy kind of jockeying up against each other. That's the main duel that provides the coverage for both teams right now. So if one of those goes down, make it a lot more complicated. Cowboy's going to move into a more aggressive position while Team Liquid is going to start going for the breach. Alo does manage to make landfall low, but Shin spots him out.
And yeah, I mean, at this point, they're pot committed. Like, they have to do this. They can't, it's not like they can retreat and pull away. Like, they have to take this fight. They'll lose Alo. They're going to get knocked pretty curdy now. 4AM will get traded down. Shen will go down to Luke 12, but Luke is by himself. Remember, Cowboy is still off in the distance. You see him in the vehicle trying to get a better position, but Spaceman is keeping eyes on him.
Enough of a distraction to at least allow Luke more maneuverability. No big push comes out from 4 Angry Men. At least gets the flush. Cowboy's got his movement, got enough that he can really do that has provided the cover, but he just can't get the angle. Spaceman's not putting himself in a vulnerable position and finally spots out Cowboy. Now it's just going to be Luke 12 fighting against 4 Angry Men, close range and very uncomfortable.
Yeah, he's down to half HP to play around the wall, but 4AM is able to regroup and reset, and they know exactly where this man is, and it is not going to be too long before they're able to take him by surprise. Looks like Spaceman tried to get him from the wall, but Luke spot him out. Try to send the grenade over. It's going to go a little bit too far. Ooh. He is all by himself here.
He's reading it well, though. He knows that there's going to be a push on one side of the wall. It's going to be Spaceman. The other one's going to be coming around the other side. He just couldn't get the timing right, so that is going to be Team Liquid now eliminated. Eyes back into the circle. Everything going on around Neox Factory as we have, what, VP Twisted, Petchcore Road, T1, and E Arena all over there.
Wow, Full Sense actually sent 2 players all the way off into the south here. They got a compound in the south side. It's already held down, so they try to come out here in third party. They saw the smokes, they saw the fighting going on, and they're thinking, okay, maybe we can just breeze over here real quick, maybe take a couple of knocked players, get some points for ourselves, but we'll see what they do here as Virtus Pro has popped an E pickup. I don't really expect them to take that. What are they doing with this?
There's a lot of company over here. The timing for it, I don't think is right. It might be, but I mean, if you just want to try to get out of Neox Factory and not have to deal with everything, cool, I guess. Navi is also pretty separated. Petchcore Road's going to be bullying them back to regroup a bit more. 17's going to have strong positioning just to the northeast of Neox Factory, so you can see that it is going to be Supers just trying to sneak their way in as the circle pops and it stays on test track. You called test track and I was doubtful of it, but no, we are right on it now.
I didn't want it, but we got it now, and now you got all these teams from the south and the east that are trying to make their way in. Virtus Pro obviously not going to take that E pickup. Twisted Minds still with that duo up, still defending their territory as best they can. I don't think anybody wants to push into the buildings, but Navi knows the situation. So if they get an idea of where Twisted Minds might be, they might make a move. As you see Navi just hovering around, they're going to spot out the Virtus Pro vehicles and make their way back down to the south.
So test track usually goes more to the west, and that's where it makes it sucky. Being right on test track means that this is going to be a very urban-esque ending. S2G is going to be wrapping into the north. Fury are right on top of him. Fury was trying to come down from the hillside, so a couple of shots being exchanged from them. S2G not too comfy in the rotate, as we still do have Myth, Navi, Full Sense, and anyone's Legend trying to get into the circle, and it's starting to become a fortress where there's just squads all around test track defending it up, high grounds around the different sections for it, in compounds, and everybody else on the outside just trying to find a dip that feels cozy.
Yeah, I actually like this from Furia. They kind of avoid going into test track proper, going to play from that high ground on the outside for a bit and just kind of get a read on exactly where everybody is beneath them. S2G, although they lost Quippa early, they still have a decent spot that they can play here for the time being, as long as Myth doesn't make their way over. Myth is kind of hovering around on that northeastern side, but the shots from 17 may be forcing them to stay off on the edge of zone.
Oh, Twisted Minds continuing getting bullied over here as VP. Nixie's going to spot out the Tulans. That drops him down to just the one, and it is going to be Lou. He's going to be back over around Navi. Navi actually not going for the push into Neox Factory or even really on the angle where Lou was at a moment ago. Instead, they're going to go way further over into the east, so Lou should be safe for the time being, but VP starting to take more control over Neox Factory itself, just really having supers up to the north of them.
Anyone's Legend actually sent it for the track, I believe, or did they send it into supers? It looks like they did, as it's actually Petrichor Road. The supers right off to the side as well. Petrichor Road going to get Chewy out of there, and he's going to survive for the time being. So Anyone's Legend actually managed to bully Pero off of their split here just a little bit.
This is a great compound. It gives you a lot of strength to get vision on what's going on with the road. You can see it's got a lot of very beautiful angles on the positions around it. So Anyone's Legend trying to set up a farm position, try to go for kills on anybody that's going to be rotating around here. It's also pretty centered. It's kind of defendable, but it also has some vulnerabilities on vehicle pushes, as we just saw a moment ago. So now it's going to be a focus on making sure that they keep low ground control, while now also having a turret position on top to shoot at any firefight that's happening around this position.
Love that we have Petrichor Road and supers right next to each other when they're practically the same color. It's not confusing at all, as it looks like 4 AM is actually going to get Shen back, and they might be able to get him looted up as well, as they're on that south side. They're going to try to make their way in just on the doorstep of JDG, as Navi is trying to find a foothold on the eastern side. 17 taking shots over in that direction. So Navi's going to have to make a send here at some point. They might have a little bit of ridge line that they could play here for the time being. And it looks like that's where they're going to go. Yeah.
Yeah, they were already back over here a second ago, so they can just regroup back in this position and run into it. Furia's got no options, so they've just got to go. Send it right next to a Myth, but a couple of tail-end players from Furia not going down as fast. Looks like they were a bit worried about S2G that they were scouting a moment ago. Furia is kind of sneaking this one through. Nobody coming after him. Finally, 17 starting to unload. But where do you go now? There was actually an open opportunity in front of them that they might have been able to go for, but just the pathing for it wasn't right. Instead, they've just got to collapse in right next to the charging station.
It looks like they actually managed to get everybody in, and that's crazy work by them. Unbelievable that they were able to survive that gauntlet. But as you said, right on T1's doorstep, T1 looking over in this direction, 17 still taking shots. Furia will stop down for now, but they are dead center circle and managed to get all 4 alive. That's pretty impressive work.
Navi with their regroup should feel pretty safe over here still. Just Lou going to be gatekeeping them. VP running a very wide split for Neox Factory, control as much of it as they can get. Supers that you were talking about just a second ago running a 2-2 split. They're also going to be in Neox Factory proper. We do have full sends. Nowhere to go, so it's full send time instead. They're going to roll right in between JDG and 4 Angry Men, who then decide to start shooting at each other. I don't know where you can really go, but yeah, sure. I guess the center arc piece is good enough because it's about all you're going to find.
It's not great, is it? But still keeping everybody up. It looks like Belmoth will get knocked, but that should be resable.
There's so many teams. There's, what, 4 different teams that were taking shots at full sends? I mean, find some cover, but this is your life now. You're just going to be on your belly watching the whole game go down.
Pretty much. Hopefully you got a lot of smokes, as we'll see if they could survive a little bit longer. Anyone's Legend looking over in that direction. Meanwhile, outside of the facility itself, S2G fighting in from the north. I think they have a lot of real estate that they could play around, but Myth is just in their south, taking shots over in that direction towards Laza. You can see Kiss landing a few there. So S2G in a little bit of trouble here. Looks like Shilla might be able to find a foothold, though.
Just got to run. There is the ridge that they can play for to at least get away from Myth. Looks like Irina is very much more focused on what's going on to the south, but with Shilla getting closer, now he's going to start drawing some aggro from him. A couple of shots might provide a little bit more space for the rest of his team, as he's trying to be a little bit more loud, see if he can find something, but nope. The ranged duo now starting to get scouted. They've been spotted by T1 as well. There is just nowhere to go, and that's just Shilla now alive.
Yeah, it sucks to lose your vehicle when you're out there, and unfortunately for Laz and Baron, they were just on foot. There's not really a whole lot that they could do. Shilla, we'll see if he can stay alive as a solo, try to reposition into this next zone, but T1 is already looking over in his direction, and yeah, he's got to push right into Myth, and Heather's not even going to let him get there.
Circle centered up directly on Test Track and Neox Factory. So that means the external section that 17 was playing from in those buildings, they're going to have to make a move in. Myth goes into the hillside in front of them as fast as possible to try to cut him out. Navi also trying to get into the circle, but they've already found themselves a little bit of a foothold position. Not necessarily feeling the best, but it feels a lot better than what a lot of these rotates are going to be. Down to the south, we've got 4 Angry Men, JDG, both eyes on the same position. It's going to be pretty close to VP's positionals. And E-Arena that we saw just a moment ago taking those shots at S2G, they've got to figure out some way to get through the hillside.
This is crazy by VP. I mean, they've got so much real estate, but they've got so much area that they have to control, and they just can't be looking in every direction all at once. And that's going to allow 17 and 4 a.m. to kind of make their way in right on the edges, as E-Arena looks like they're going to play the high ground for as long as they can. Petrichor Road can stay safe from this, as Myth is just going to send it right into Na'Vi, and they are getting punished for it. And yeah, Made in Thailand will go down. Na'Vi loses a couple. We'll see if anybody's able to capitalize.
This is actually a little bit spattered over here, so there is a chance to try to go for some of these reses. Blue Zone is at least going to get the flush onto one more. E-Arena got right up into the face of anyone's legend. That got a bit punished off of the road position. So 2 up for Na'Vi. They've got to be pretty cautious because Fairest is very far back right now and want to get this res on a boosting, but nades just keep blowing right on top of them. There is no capabilities to go for it, and this is just going to be Beamy raining down nade upon nade on him. Does get the knock. And Fairest has no choice. He's just got to send it in and go for something. Can't even get there in time for the res. Now he's just trapped.
Oh, he's in no man's land as he's getting shot at from afar by 17. Beamy will actually get the knock on a Lil Ghost, and that opens up a little bit of an opportunity here for Fairest, as he has now arrived in, oh no, wouldn't you know it? Yep. Your eternal enemy is just upstairs, Lou, the last member from Twisted Minds, and he has a present waiting for him if he decides to come up that staircase.
If he could kind of see what was going on with that rotate, I wouldn't be surprised, so he might know exactly who's down below him. Fairest just kind of making sure nobody's hiding out in any of these little cubby holes. Nope, it's above you is where it's going to be scarier. This is a very urban finish for these teams. So VP is going to have a control point that we're going to be looking at. Also, anyone's legend into the west. The arena can continue to try to use that road, get some vision on what's going to be going on. Somehow, full sense JDG is still going to be alive, but T1's trying to do a little bit of gatekeeping as well as Furia against 17, as it does go more than Neox Factory side.
Okay, now that circle has moved and there's a lot of teams off to the west, Furia on the clock right now. They're going to have to defend. Let's take a listen into their comms to see how they deal with this.
Meio, fora no amarelo.
Esse safe no 4, será?
Tem nesse com mapero.
Isso é na placa solar.
Oh, na nave só tem o Feirish, viu? Ó, carro.
É os caras de cima, eles vão jogar agora.
Sim. Ah, mas
Like that, very calm, cool, collected from Furia, as we get to see the highlight of Na'Vi getting crashed by Myth, and it was a great hold at the first, and unfortunately Na'Vi just gets picked apart by the third parties.
Well, did you like that firefight? Because guess what? 17 just took the exact same spot. Beanie is still in the exact same spot. He just doesn't have any nades. So we might have to have a friend come over here and regroup with him, give him some more fun and utility tools as VP and their split starting to get a little bit dicey, because now 4 Angry Men is also down below him. We still also have the standoff that will never end between the solos over here trying to get vengeance on each other.
And full sense, remember they sent it into that art structure. They're down to 2 and they are getting kind of picked out here, but Flash is going to get the flush onto Cold 119, so at least they're getting something as they try to fight in from that outside spot. You saw Supers at that BRDM. We'll see if that becomes a factor later on here, as Fairest still trying to clear out Lou, and Lou still has that present ready and waiting for Fairest should he peek the wrong corner.
Like, I know he's here. I know he's here somewhere. Now Fairest is up where Lou was a while ago.
The most
just
dangerous
dancing
game
around
of hide and seek ever.
Yeah, they can hear the footsteps, and oh, there we go. They've got vision on each other. It's Shoddy versus Panzerfaust with a little bit of a shield, and it is going to be the Panzerfaust, just a bit stronger than the Shoddy.
Revenge never tasted so sweet, as Lou will take Twisted Minds further into this game than Na'Vi. Beamy looking over in that direction, but Lou smartly dropping the smokes to make sure he doesn't get third-partied here. As now T1 have to do something about Furia, and Furia going to have to leave their compound and move around a little bit.
I mean, Furia has not had a whole bunch to work with over here. They're just trying to stay alive in what is just a brutal set of circle shifts. One side of them, they've got supers that are making problems for them if they peek too far to the south. They've had T1 on the other side, as finally Full Sense is going to go down. Anyone's Legend right on the edge of the zone, combined in with a couple of shots coming up from the supers. So we've got pretty much this area inside of Neox factory. That's going to be where we have VP, 4 Angry Men, Supers, everything else like that. Then to the north, it's all about these counter moves that are going on, where T1 now is going to have to be pushing into Furia, but also 17 with some Overwatch onto it as the circles popped, and no section around here feels good.
About the only teams that are feeling good about things, maybe Virtus Pro and Supers, as they still have a lion's share of the big compounds on the other side of the road. Furia, though, they have to deal with this T1 issue, but the smoke wall making things go very, very slowly. This is also getting third party by 17, and Anyone's Legend should come over here soon as well, as Heather will get that opening knock on a BL.
Just trying to change the pacing of this, but T1 just being pretty immaculate in their timings, just setting it up, doing another drop. They're just making it look so efficient, and Furia just doesn't have a lot of options. They're just being bottlenecked, and finally Posa picks around, gets a knock, gets vision on a little bit more what's going to be going on, but it is just a Kraken, the last one up for his team, on the chase, trying to see if he can spot out anybody from T1 to get something else back. He's going to go down, but now that's going to be the catalyst that starts a lot of movement. 17 moves down below all of this, tries to get up into the face of Supers. VP spots what's going to be the movement going on. 4 Angry Men, who is wrapping right back behind the angle that 17 just moved from.
And BB can't even see them. He gets nothing here as 4AM is going to push right into Lou. Lou is ready and waiting. He's got the hard cover, the deployable shield to try to work around. It's not going to make a difference in the end, though, as Shen will take him down. But 17, Tianchan finding the double knock. They will wipe Supers.
We aren't done yet. We still have T1 that needs to try to get into the circle, and it's going to be supervised by VP on top, but they've got close range threats down below them, and they know it. They don't want to let 4 Angry Men get too comfortable in position. T1 still trying to figure out how they want to make the push across, because they already have to deal with now an entrenched 17 Gaming after popping off most of the players for the Supers, and Anyone's Legend creeping forward, but Luke Rux just got some great vision on here.
Oh my God.
Whoa! That was nuts coming up from Spaceman.
Spaceman just absolutely destroyed him on the peak. 4AM finding some success here. There you go. Nixie, though, will get the trade, get the flush. And now Beamy and Nixie will be the last two players left alive here to try to defend themselves. Is actually, no, okay, we're going to get Luka Rux back on his feet. That's good news for Virtus Pro as 17 turns their attention towards T1. They've still got utility left in the bag.
Just the two players up in Winbo and Xiao Wu right now. Little Ghost down. Hard to go for any type of res in this environment. It's just a crossfire on top of them. 17 has the center position, but that means that they get all of the fun. Circle just continues to go into the center, so it means DL can still continue to cling to life. VP has some of their high ground, but it's not going to feel too good for too long, so curious to see if they start trying to take more control of that lower section that 4 Angry Men are playing around. T1 has managed to weather the storm mostly, but now they have to deal with Anyone's Legend that's going to be coming in from the west.
Actually insane that T1 has been able to stay alive as long as they have 6 kills for them overall. Anyone's Legend, they've been real quiet over here on this western side. I don't think I've seen them take a shot in a while, and nobody really seems to have taken shots at them, as they've been able to kind of make their way into the zone. As we see Nixie just waiting to see if 4AM will peek through, but 4AM's not going to fall for it.
Yeah, it looks like they're maybe trying to go for some car fortification just to get away from the high ground that VP's got. It's going to be kind of dicey to pull off, but they're just trying to get across this, and that's going to put them in a bit more of a dominant position. But I love this. Are they just going to try to blow this up? Make sure that it's clear, because there could be a ton of people around it. On the other side of the wall is 17, but it's not going to get enough. Xiao Wu's got focus in onto T1, so the focus from 17 onto T1 might have kept them alive there.
And Deal, the last player for Supers, is trying to hide out there. He survives by 8 HP, will get the kill and flush onto Winda, and T1 will go down as they try to make their way across, as 17 and Anyone's Legend finally starting to wake up on this western side.
VP Lukaruk's gonna go down. Just Beamy and Nixie up. Eyes on the 4 Angry Men's position, running in back behind it. 4 Angry Men now know that they're trapped between another squad of some type. They at least know that it's probably going to be a solo. This has opened up so much more movement for Anyone's Legend on the outside, but 17 Gaming is going to be containing them over there for the time being. VP is the squad that is the catalyst for a lot of what's going to be going on. As here is 17's nades on to Anyone's Legend, who does have cover, but finally having VP get out of these high ground positions has opened up some type of movement for him.
Wild final circle, 12 alive, and it is going to be just on the outside of 4AM's compound in those solar panels, right where 17 Lil Ghost is currently, is where everybody is going to have to go. Virtus Pro get the res, they get the heal off, they jump down, and they're going to try to make their way back to the rooftops. They have to have the high ground.
Must have it. We just lost it a second ago, but now back up here. Lucarix does take some damage, so these angles are a bit vulnerable from the distance that Anyone's Legend's playing from. But now with the high ground, that means that VP, they've got this under control. Anyone's Legend knows it. They have to run in as fast as possible. That puts them into the face of 17, but here comes Deal. Sneaking up back behind. Can he get a knock? Himas runs in. Panzerfaust goes wide. Deal does get the knock onto BB, but it's going to be Nixie with the last one up for VP. He at least has some safety and some timing to go for one of, not both of these reses.
That's a massive trade from Nixie. Keeps them up. They will lose Lucarix, but he might be able to get Beanie back on his feet. That'll be too strong. But 4AM looking over in that direction as Anyone's Legend. The Panzerfaust just not landing for him as they try to make their way through. Sololzi is down. 9 kills for Anyone's Legend. They have been farming on this south side. Nixie, he's going to spot out Destroy, though, and Hamas going to go down to the Molotov from Xiaowu. So just absolute insanity. Shoots the Molotov out of the air, but it's just a little bit off.
VP, every single angle they look down from has got a player back behind it, and they are trying to farm. They're trying to catch up to the position that we see Na'Vi on the leaderboard, and they're finding a lot of success. 7 kills so far. This is a tight nade throw to see if they can connect on it. I don't know, but at least forces them to go across and get another knock into the lower sections of it. So it is a 2v1 right now, as it is just a spattering of people down in the lower sections in trouble. But now with Virtus Pro in this high ground, they're starting to lose it. The way that the dot falls into the center means that VP is now the furthest team away.
Got shotguns in hand for 4AM, and they're mostly hoping that Virtus Pro can do a little bit more damage to 17 before they have to make their way in as the drop down comes through, and Shen will spot out Nixie Beamy now, the last player left alive for Virtus Pro. He's going to focus down on 17, see if he can find anything before he has to drop down, but Shen comes out at the perfect time. We'll take 2. Beamy gets a couple more before going down, and now it's a 1v2. Hasabeme versus 2 from 17.
Going for the peek around, but 17 manages to pick it up. They had everything being thrown at them that game, and they somehow survived from a precarious position. Calaris, this is a pop-off game for them.
Yes, it is huge stuff. I cannot believe we end up in a scenario where we're between Test Track and Neox Factory once again here in these games. Rondo's been crazy stuff, Avenger, and all these teams somehow trying to scramble at the end. Whoa.
I've been thinking about it for years, and now I figured it out. Neox Factory, what do they make? They make magnets. It's circle magnets, guys. That's what they're making.
It all makes sense.
I can tell you that. That's happening. That's for sure.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Also, some moments of people styling. I don't understand why Nixie was trying to shoot his own molly out of the sky to hit Himas. I think he could have just thrown it at Himas, and it probably would have worked out. But anyway, let's take a look back at everything that was going down in this game as well, Poro, because I do feel a little bit for Twisted Minds and Na'Vi that they obviously this is their drop locations and they see no iota of the late game here.
What is going on here between Twisted and Na'Vi? Like, they've been sharing this spot for so long, and then all of a sudden it seems like they're starting to scrap for it in the early game. I don't know what happened, but unfortunate for them as Team Liquid gets absolutely bombasted by 4 angry men. Unfortunate there for them, trying to be the aggressors, but it just does not pay off in the end.
No, it does not. Of course, as you guys were talking about it, making that move into that compound when this circle shifts the way it did is like, okay, I mean, what are we trying to accomplish here? As all these teams crashing into very important spots, Na'Vi has to enter back into Neox Factory's kind of territory, I suppose, here, Matrim, and it really doesn't go their way in the end.
And it's going to feel bad because the position that we saw them playing from that is where 17 ended in this just messy firefights that were going on, man. This was a brutal couple of circles to end this one out. So respect to walking away on the tail end of it, finding success, because even high ground just wasn't enough. 17 somehow wins this by being the team on the outside and keeping control over it and just keeping distance away from the high.
And there we go. It was a kind of a half-hearted fist bump there. Interesting stuff coming out from the boys. But it's 19 points going the way of 17 Gaming here, being able to take this victory. 4 angry men on the other side of the soul panels as well. Shen with the Groza. 14 points go their way here. Martin, as we have China reigning supreme here, number 1 and 2.
Yeah, absolutely dominating. Shen with that Groza, man, that is a scary, scary situation for a lot of the guys, and especially with Nixie trying to get off. They're waiting for exactly that, and that's the problem when having this guy. As we see the total leaderboard, though, Virtus Pro and Na'Vi looking good at the top at 17, jumps into 41 points. That's massive.
Yeah, very important for Na'Vi to not have run away with this game. Indeed, they did not, and that means that the catch-up is now definitely on for Virtus Pro, for 17, for T1, 38 points at the moment as well, and Nixie here from the roofs of Neox Factory, able to do 800 some damage. Jeez Louise, Virtus Pro. They actually do really well coming into Neox Factory. We've seen it multiple times, Matchroom, where they're able to prevail.
I mean, it was just EU bloodbath in Neox Factory. It is just violence. I don't know what's going on over there, but this is just this is EMEA territory, and they are daring anybody to come into this territory. But 17 finds enough. Big kills coming up right now, as Tianchan did go down a bit early in a lot of what was happening, as now it's going to be Zhao Ru returning into the kills.
Why is it 17 Gaming that only gets to not pull the esports post, Poro? What's this? Why are they allowed?
You know, we're not allowed to talk about it. You know, we've been, you know, we can't talk about favoritism in pose nonsense. But man of the match going over to Nixie, rooftop Nixie, as it were, as Virtus Pro just looked really, really good from the top there, playing from the roofs. They caused so many problems for so many teams in that game, just brutal.
Yeah, be it the transitions that maybe anyone's legend could have gotten away with a little bit more to maybe shut down 17 or anything like that. Avenger, one thing's for sure, when you're having a high ground angle like that and you're having to make these moves, it does get a little more precarious.
Yeah, it does. I mean, the way that that lines up with how much space is in between the panels and how much you're actually able to play it. Having utility there is crucial to be able to either knock teams away or make space for yourself to kind of have time to get off. But yeah, I like the priority of staying up there for so long to get the amount of kills that they got. But for the win, you need to get off earlier and kind of sweep one edge.
All right, let's listen in as we have Alrain ready to go, the coach from Na'Vi after game number 4.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with Navi's Alrain. Well, yesterday we had a talk and you said you need to change something from the within, and today seems like you have done that. Your timing, your execution, and the way that you've been sweeping up those kills, it's just mind-blowing. Now, can you share that with us today, or is it too soon?
Well, yeah, we had a lot of discussions, and actually everyone is just got tired of playing too passive. So yeah, the boys today were really aggressive from the very start. I tried to hype them up before the games, and looks like it worked this time.
Aggressive play definitely is your style. I mean, well, you guys are still up in the northern part of the leaderboard now, but who do you have your eyes on? Who do you think would be the biggest challenge and for you to securing your second PGS trophy this time?
We'll fight VP for sure. Yeah, according to the leaderboard, they are our rivals. So yeah, we'll try to beat them up.
Yeah. What do you want to say to VP then?
You are cooked.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, Alrain. 감사합니다. 감사합니다.
Well, I didn't expect to get that out of Alrain, and we got even say 감사합니다, say it, say thank you. All right, it is time to go to a break. When we return, we have got one more game here for day one. Na'Vi's ruling the roost at the moment, but the catch-up is on for plenty of teams. See you soon.
Hi guys, it's Bella. The next interviewee for Relay Question is Falcons. Kickstart. Hi, Kick. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Well, Glass wanted me to ask, how can you be so consistent?
Well, we've played like 20 games, so I don't know how we're consistent, but I mean, it's pretty much just based on what they do. That's how we've been consistent so far. We water review every single thing PO tells them to do.
Mm-hmm.
We've just been trying to copy it the best of our ability.
Yeah. Would you say that your rival is Crazy Raccoons then?
No, I think they're like our father figure pretty much, because we just copy everything they do and they're the GOATs.
Well, okay, enough about Crazy Raccoon and the love that you have for them. What's the one thing you miss from home?
My girlfriend and my cats, I
Nice.
would say, and just being home and having some, home-cooked meals.
Shout out to your girl. And what are your cats' names?
Cookie, Cream, Suki, and Freya.
You have 4?
I have 4.
4 cats. Big family.
Yeah.
All right, well, who should I run off to ask the next relay interview to?
I think Pio.
Pio?
Yeah, we'll just
Okay,
do Pio.
what should I ask Pio?
Why won't he let me drive his BMW?
Okay.
How did he make so much money to get a BMW?
Okay, I'll make sure to ask him that, and I'll get back to you too. All right, thank you, Kick, for joining me.
A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators, a new way to finish off your foes, and a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday-themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The Great American Ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-Davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley-Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament.
All right, let's get to it then. One more game for day one of the final stage for PGS 5. And so far, so good for Navi at number 1. They were shut down a bit, though, here in game 4, which is fantastic for the rest of the lobby. Because as I said before, the catch-up can begin for everybody here. Now we're going to be moving on to Erangel. Joining me, Avenger, Poro, and Matrim to talk about these games. And Poro, now with it all open, we've got so many great challenges coming up. China's challenging, Korea's challenging, even a little bit more of EMEA challenging.
I mean, I said at the beginning of the day, I wanted to see 17 kind of make a run for it, and the fact that they were surprisingly able to get Tiantian has made them right on the cusp. It's just a question of will Navi or VP slow down at all with one game remaining.
I can't tell what Martin's so happy about. We've come back and he's not stopped smiling.
What could it possibly be?
What is it?
Yeah, Poro, what could it be? I think you know. Maybe you can delve into that a little bit.
This guy and his AI memes, chat. He's the problem.
Yeah, he is the problem. Him. All right. But no problem as we now get into game number 5 here. Thank you once again, Matrim, for the big focus on Muller's team. Yeah, absolutely killing. I don't mean to. It's just these segments are way shorter than I expect them to be. Let's do it. Thank you very much, boys. We'll get you back after this. I promise I'll ask Matrim some questions. As we now have Erangel on the way. It's me and Avenger to bring you the last game of the day.
Yeah, it is. I always try to time it as much as possible to get Poro. And I'll always get him. I get him every single time, but it is the last one, James. And a Western plane to start things off with, and the plane starting south. Are we going to have a military involved in two circles out of 2 on a angle today? I don't know, but I'm excited for it.
Please not again. My heart can't take it. After that last cast we did on Tego, I don't need anything wild. I need some calm. Just a little bit of calm. We'll see. For Erangel, oftentimes there are places that technically can be a lot calmer than others. But for now, all these teams, like T1, for example, going to be much happier with this drop, considering that they get to go west, and much easier than the previous plane path, which there was a lot of driving involved.
Yeah, it was. Let's see how they are getting that, and with 17 being in Pochinki, it does feel like home, doesn't it? It does smell like home, as Alrain is preparing home-cooked meals, as he's getting ready to cook some VP.
Yeah, Daddy's back. Tian. He's been able to return. He wasn't out for cigarettes and milk for too long. but he's now back and ready to go. Didn't get much in that previous game, but of course, I think, like, you know, just having that as an extra individual component, having your proper roster back on board, very good. A North Circle, anything but military. Ooh, okay.
All right, what are we cooking up now? We are cooking up let's try to get Liquid back into the talk of today here. So far, only 13 points, but this is a home turf circle for them and for 4AM. 4AM looking good here, 37 points, only 8 points up to second place here, actually decent. Now we see a little bit of a chase here. Him as bullying Flash from Full Sense.
Yeah, if you look at the top side of the leaderboards, actually, we've had a lot of teams do very well today. And that's for sure.
Yeah.
So Anyone's Legend chasing Full Sense. I mean, Full Sense not as well as Anyone's Legend, of course, so they do not want to be losing people on early. As we watch back, everybody trying to crash into Test Track and Neox Factory.
I don't know what Myth has been trying today. It's not been working out, James. I can tell you that much. Especially there, that did not work at all. I like the 17 try to send in and then just speed everything up here. That MG3 really had a huge effect for Venbo and for the guys in 17. They're able to clutch things up, and what a great way to do so, both with utility and Tian also. Welcome back.
Yeah, good stuff. Good follow-ups. To be able to shut down people and get themselves in this position next to the solar panels to make it work. The thing is that works even better now on these solar panel locations is, again, terrain manipulation, being able to create some dips along this way, having the deployable cover also helps, and having vehicles in positions where you can deny teams being able to get kind of cross angles down these solar panels, also very important. And that was able to keep 17 Gaming alive for a long time in that game and push them up into third place. Wow.
Ah, look at that. My favorite chef. He is cooking VP up, that's for sure. Look at that. All rain coming in here. I've been making some bangers today. 2 out of 2 to be thrown in. And Myth, man, 5 points from the absolute heights, from heroes. So now very close to 0. Just 5 points in these so far 5 games is absolutely horrendous performance. We know they're capable of great things, but yeah, 31 people out there, our experts, think, though, the majority of them think that Twisted Minds might be able to have a comeback today.
In fact, all top 3 was EMEA. It was Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, and then Virtus Pro.
Yep.
Which, you know what? I really cannot complain about. I have no qualms with that, and that's the end of my sentence.
Yes, I am satisfied with that one too. Schiller is looking out here too. Good to see S2G and representing inside the final stage here. Good to have them in, and they need to have a little bit of a comeback too. Only 8 points for them, same as Furia. Got a bit of a rough one here. Big names in the bottom here as they chase out Myth. Look at that straight pull up onto Jacob.
I feel like, guys, the circle's really far away. Let's get moving. Let's get a jog on, all right? Like, this is all nice and dandy. You're all shooting at each other, but this is miles away. So any knocks, any losses will mean, ooh, careful, Myth. You need to be getting those rests off if you can even get the blue chips on board. That's going to slow you down as well. And now Kiss is taking down Nurins. This is exactly what we're talking about, man. Like, Arena can't also be affording to lose these players early.
Thumpong trying with the hybrid and the Dragunov to get some shots in, and the AK now as well swapping out. Myth is just looking absolutely roughed out here with everyone just trying to pull up them.
Maybe just want to fight. Look at him.
Kiss with the SKS and the 6x though. Can make things happen. I know he's capable.
100 damage at the moment, taking down Nurins earlier, and yeah, as I say, I mean, from riches to rags, which is not normally the way in terms of taking first, and now currently being in 16th place so far for day 1. A few more points, of course, would bump them up. If they're able to take down E-Arena, that'd be nice. I guess one thing that does bode well for them is, technically speaking, Myth, obviously being able to be quite dominant in the entire region as a whole, alongside Full Sense. You know, they've been able to fight against E-Arena a lot in the past regionally, so they technically would have a bit of a bead on them on how they would like to approach things in fights.
Yeah, for sure. This does feel like a game 6 of scrims, though.
At the moment,
with how everything's kind of unfolding. Teams that has high priority in a good spot. Next week, last game, man of the match. Now trying to get some involvement both throughout the game. 5 kills here in the last one. Could pull up some Delvin so far, but I'll say this though, VP has been looking very, very good. There's a big chance that we might see them have a big victory tomorrow, but they're gonna have to take on Na'Vi, obviously. 53 points for them. And remember, as I said, they could have had 7 more if they're able to clutch that game on Tago.
Good control from the roof overall. Really impressive. Even, you know, when you're not getting the victory itself, being able to take them out of the match, still very nice to see here. So much damage being done now. Unfortunately for S2G, being found over towards Volcano location means that they will be losing one here once again. They've had a bit of a rough time of it. 8 points on the board so far. Maybe, obviously in our pre-show, maybe a little bit of a heightened expectation for them relative to the Circuit 1. A bit of a better performance so far from them in this one, but not by much.
Right. With how everything is lining up here, a lot of teams are not entirely sure that this circle is going to go north just yet. There's a small chance we go south here, but still a lot of water in play, especially for Circle 4. And this is actually the kind of circles where I'm looking forward to land ratio not being in anymore. Like, the water here in Erangel from Yasnaya through the river to Georgia Port does not matter. Like, nobody plays that. They play the bridges, they play around it, but they don't play the water, and it has absolutely no effect for the late game.
No, indeed. It'll be interesting for sure. I mean, even a circle like this, right? When suddenly you can just have a heightened potential of a 50-50 circle on things like the river, right? Like even that alone is scary.
Yeah, it is for sure. Fury are going across here on the Western Bridge now, James, and there absolutely no one close. Extremely scared that someone's gonna bridge cam them here. Up in the high ground, close to Stalber, here's Na'Vi, our current leaders with 8 points ahead of VP, 12 points ahead of 17. Looking extremely poised for this win here. To go once again for the next one. Look, Rooks, absolute pull up here onto Petrichor Road. Easy flush as well to get one more kill for VP. They've been fragging out today.
Chasing them down at the moment. Not bad at all. And just kind of situated to almost dead center at the moment. Spaceman's not having any of it. Come back here. Once again with the hybrid. Seen, well, either more people are favoring it, which I don't believe is true, or unfortunately they're just having a bit of a harder time on the looting spree that they go on earlier.
Oh my god. That's a little bit rough. Ooh, okay. Not been able to kill like that. That's good. The arena coming even later in, as we were talking about. Furia here is crazy. Myth also coming in extremely late. The arena with a decent game here could still contest himself for the top.
You think your arena's plan is to just try and find an emergency pickup and hope for the best later on?
Yeah, I think that's a good plan. Novo has lots of loot. Not enough time to loot all of it. That's why they're still in the blue, considering the second circle is closing and we're going to go up to Cerveny.
Yeah, all these teams at the moment in the middle of the circle, a lot of them positioning themselves what is effectively towards the river, but at the same time a lot of teams leaning on the far north side of this circle too. Obviously, for our first circuit, a lot of hard shifts. Birdie and the boys do see anyone's legend moving in alongside them, but moving in further away from them, so we'll take some shots here and there. He's got plenty of ammo to be able to do so. And we have a shift north.
Wow, that's a very northwestern shift here, James. A lot of teams are going to have to make big moves here. Fury's going to continue on that western side. Liquid is going to converge onto that location. We're going for a 2-2 split with the Dog Shacks east. And going to the western side of this one here, leaving the recall side open. It's very crashable, very good for them to come in. Look at that, though. VP is coming in and getting onto the yellow houses that are no longer in a bad spot here. Actually, pretty central location for them here. Gonna put in some pressure onto Liquid. Luke finds Nixie, absolutely donks him with the mini and puts him onto his knees here. Great knock.
I think also the Team Liquid 2-2 split meant that they had to just do some warding off shots against S2G, who almost came close to crashing into the warehouse that they're in, as well as Crossroad, but so they did back off after hearing those shots. Important for Team Liquid to kind of maintain that if they're going to stick with the 2-2 split. And Na'Vi way north, up towards the beach almost now. Maybe they crash into the position on Severny, but again, I mean, it's bold and early to be going into Severny. Didn't mean that to rhyme, but there we are.
Absolutely not. That's That's not something I'd like to see continue. That rhyming is absolutely legal, James. As 17 tries to fend off Furia going on to the northern side here. They might actually be able to get quite deep here because Twisted Minds only got example onto that high ground ridge that goes north of shooting range. So let's see how deep they take it and if they're able to go deeper than this one. JDG is converging on this western side, trying to push them away or maybe get some kills from them.
Yeah, full sense on that shooting range position where JDG was trying to come in, like Cold Woman 9. Like, I don't think they're going to be able to get too far into that. And the fact that Full Sense has what is effectively a very common dip for something like this, not just shooting range, but the dip on the east side of it. Maybe he'll be able to control that for just a little bit longer here. As for Furia, what's the plan, man? Like, where are we going? Up to the cliffside? But from there, where's your next point? I guess actually Example might be in a bit of trouble if that's... Yeah. And then maybe the next point.
Could be a little bit of a rough situation for him if they fully pull up on him. It's going to be a 4v3. DraftKings is sniffing it out. He's got a really good setup. He's going to get a kill or two here before he gets away, depending on how Fury engaged with this one.
You know, I looked at the map and I thought Example was actually in the building, but he's not at all. He's created himself a little dip. So actually, that might cause some confusion here for Fury if they do end up peeking on over. But Toolens is kind of flexing his muscles a little bit, trying to reinforce the Example position just in case. And now making it look like there is truly somebody here in this compound. So, yeah, I think Fury will back off.
If they pull up on, and they think it's only one guy, no, they know it's two here. If they think it's only one guy in the compound, they pull up on the wall that Petulins is in. Example's gonna have them open with their, they're gonna turn their back to him. And he's gonna have absolutely easy kills here. Let's see. I actually really like that. That's a kind of a bait to kind of reel them in a little bit. So let's see what Furia decides to do here. I think it's going to be a little bit more of a cautious play. Not committing too much with just 15 seconds to go before we see this next circle here, James. But I really like that. Setting up shop in a completely unexpected location. Having these off angles are always super crucial.
Yeah, I really like the breakdown. I think that could be super powerful if they'd have actually committed fully to that and just said, hey, it's just Petulins, lol. But anyway, now the circle does shift away. Crossroads is very much a focal point here for Team Liquid now as they've all rendezvoused down there. S2G surely saw that maneuver. Surely it might want to go into the warehouse, but maybe someone gets there ahead of them. That would be crazy. Doing so much damage. Just like that.
It's falling apart for them. Fury is out with just 8 points here. JD actually they took them completely apart here. They constructed such a good setup for it, and 17 is now engaging onto T1, and DN Super is going and engaging too.
Yeah, that was brutal for Furia. I mean, it felt like they just didn't have a game plan at all coming in from the west top in that top corner after having the Toolin shoot their way. Now, Example shooting at JDG, who's been able to get all of the kill points from that. Basically, free pickings from that one for JDG. And Cold Woman 9 on his spot, entering that kind of shelter area. Quite useful as a little bit of a checkpoint for them. But again, beyond that, from this west side, it gets very open between here to Severny towards the east. It's very open.
It is. Let's see how the teams in the west, they kind of try to figure this one out here. The split from 4A, I'm not sure, should be continuing. Maybe they should converge on a more central location here. The high ground warehouse being completely open is crazy as well. Na'Vi 2-2 splitting the gas station and the doghouses is kind of nuts. Let's see how Anyone's Legends trying to engage onto this location here.
I like that drifting just then. It was cool. But might not be cool here for S2G, trying to hold on against Myth now, crashing in on their compound. As already though, Baron does go down. Baron takes Baron. Oh my days. I can't believe I had to say that. A Kiss trying to deal with it at the same time. M249 around the corner. Lazar holding on upstairs. There comes Kiss for the M249. He can just start spraying around the corner, but Lazar takes him. Oh, Lazar, this is so important. Can he hold on? No. Scappy takes him down. The breach is successful. I can't believe Baron knocked Baron.
Something in another dimension here happening, and now it's going to be a 4 AM pull up onto Na'Vi. Same locations here. They both drive in. Ferris gets hit by Agatar, unfortunately. More shots come in. Spiro finds one. Here's the Memo go down as well to Spiro after an insane pull up. Gets the ace shots down as Team Liquid's third party is the fight.
Factory down, boosted down as well. Coming around the corner. No, Na'Vi shut away. That is the goalpost here for day number 1. 54 points on the day. Not too many points going the way of Na'Vi in the last 2. But they did so much work earlier than that. Now for VP, for 17, for a wounded 4am with a little bit of room, there is an opportunity here as Na'Vi starts to pack up.
Now Super is lost Rex, but a lot of damage done to Deal as well. Now good shots coming in from Deal. Gets found by a nade by Cold though. JDD also gone down to multiple here. Human finds Nance, and it's a little bit of a rough fight for both. It might be a mutual destruction kind of scenario.
Might be. T1 also on the move as well. All the Korean teams here trying to make a bit of a dash for it against Heaven. Now Kansley finds himself against him. Type is gone though as well. Our South Korean team's slowly falling here. I don't think there's much more room here for Gumin to be able to do something. Take a look at that circle shift. Gumin's gonna have a hard time going up this hill.
He's gonna commit all utility to it. He sees one, sees two. Gonna go for a sweep. No, I didn't see the other guy on the right side, and Dian Supers goes down in 12th place. And now Full Sense is gonna be having this fight here and try to push off Twisted Mind. That's a quick burn. Gonna commit a Bluestone to it as well. Lou tries to pull up as they lose their in-game leader, Batulans.
It's quite aggressive, and they need to be, as they need to get themselves a little bit of this circle to themselves at the same time. Anyone Legend doing some damage. That's going to force them to be even more aggressive, I would think, on the Full Sense location, unless they can drop down some smokes and just survive, weather the storm here for a little bit.
No, look, see how the location of that southern side is being anchored here with Lou trying to get and fend off some of the guys from Full Sense. It might be slowing down just a little bit as everyone finds their footing inside this next circle here. I'm trying to go for Mad Dash to get in, and lots of shots coming in. Corexy finds Winda. More bullets going towards Petrico Road as well.
Definitely got an okay spot, right? So if they can get a little bit from this, that would be fantastic to try and get that catch-up going here against Na'Vi. Also a mortar, 169, and they have full clear vision of this. This might connect. They should have this dialed in distance-wise, and yes, he does! It's perfect here! Perfect vision of how to line that up. Oh, that is the ideal scenario for a mortar play.
Really well played here. Well executed by VPS. They try to fend off all the teams on that southern side trying to get in, but Arena is also trying to get involved into this Petrico Road fight here. James might be a little bit rough for them. Arena with the lyrics and Pathompong trying to get closer to Petrico Road within range here. Example trying to get some shots towards mid as well as they try to drive in.
Just maybe a second or a half too long a cook there as he drives on by. Let's see what we can get done a little bit more. Example Perfect is trying to weather some of the storm at the moment. Reposition the car a little bit, whatever the case. I mean, the wheels are going to be gone. Has to go into the smokes to get a first aid off. And reinforcements inbound. The paratroopers in Batulans coming back from the sky. I wouldn't be surprised if he opened the parachute early, but maybe he thinks that he can get some gear on board really quickly on this north side. I don't think so, though.
I think they might be thinking of a pull-up onto Myth and then get their gear away. Look at that.
Okay.
They have that northern side here. Wenbo does go down to Nance. JDD having a little bit of a fight here. Tulans is landing in. And the Nox come off. Example trying to commit some utilities to get this mid location cleared.
You know, Jacob was parachuting in as well for Myth, and I was wondering whether or not they were going to end up landing next to each other and punching it out. That would have been absolutely wild. As Perfectix is actually doing something here. Scappy hits Batulins though with a nade. As quickly as you're back in the game, you could potentially be back out.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate situation where you don't have an armor. That 20% reduction from having an armor on is massive. Or even more if it's a higher level.
Yeah.
Amy goes down to Chewy as well.
Okay, good stuff on that south side after them taking so much damage. E-Arena's going for a wide wrap here. They felt like they couldn't really do much more from this south side. I completely understand it. They would have had to go through an absolute gauntlet to be able to make something work. So what are we doing? We're crashing what Jacob's position? They don't know actually that they might know that he's there. Okay, they really know that he's there. He had no weapons. What was he gonna do?
No.
Like
they probably saw him landing in.
Yeah. Smart.
Alright, next circle has popped onto the absolute central location of Liquid, so we might be able to have a chance to listen into what they're thinking and how they could potentially win this game and get even more points to jump up the leaderboard. So let's try to listen in.
Tires, they're stuck there. Just pop some tires. We popped 3 cars, guys. They're fine. Save ammo for kills. Just chill. I'm gonna re-Korean park this.
Yeah.
Actually, I need to park it like here.
I was trying to run up on green.
I'm gonna look at midfield. I don't know if they're instead or one up.
Maybe knock on green, guys.
Kiss, Gappy,
Yeah,
Scappy,
he's in the blue.
never got knocked. Myth is wiped. It was Myth flying back in. He got run over.
Running right. Keep walking.
All right, that was, of course, Team Liquid looking. They've had themselves such a good compound. Of course, they were split across that from there, as well as the warehouses. Petrol Road going down in the end. I think they realized it was always going to be difficult to get in from where they were. Anyone's Legend digging on in as well, knowing that Full Sense is going to be their next point of contact, no doubt.
Yeah, trying to save the ammo to make sure they have enough ammo for the kills, for the knocks that eventually and inevitably that's going to be happening here. All the teams are pushed towards them. And they're guaranteed to be inside this next circle here, with it being 65% of the circle diameter remaining. Window finds Lookarooks. VP tries to get this 4 AM player absolutely cleared out. They're struggling to get into this next circle. This looks like a 17 pull-up onto 4 AM and VP's southern location here.
Yeah, I don't know how well it's going to go, though. They're kind of like almost a little half-hearted, as now they found themselves in a spot where it could be disaster. That exploding off the side of that, and another one follows through. Now the shield is gone here for the moment. And this is Shen moving forwards for the easy cleanup here. How does he always have a Groza? What's going on?
Every single time. An easy cleanup for Beamy here, though. Gets both Winter and Shen down. Now they have to disengage, but look at that next circle. They're going to have to make moves as well. Either push on to Liquid's compound or to try to get another foothold inside the circle on the southern side. Nixie already trying to go for it for the high ground push.
Yeah, I think that is very important. You've got to start thinking and planning these moves, even if you can just get one barrel looking down on this fight, right? Because that might, as you say, might need to be the next transition path. So he's already moved very early compared to the rest of his team, taking down Sololzi to start things off. Now a big push going forwards here with this third party. This could be huge here for Virtus Pro to make the catch-up happen against Navi at the moment. Tries to crash on through, gets the M249 out, just tries to make a few more shots happen here. And Beamy right next to him, just steal everything, mate.
Try to get as many kills as possible. A lot of third parties going on. Helmet's going down as well to Lookarooks. Look at that. Such a great play. Great pull-up and awareness that the two teams are fighting on the western side at Full Sense, and anyone's legend completely falling apart. It's down to just Delwyn and Belmoth. Belmoth's currently outside the zone, and I think they're completely aware that they're on that northern side. They're getting shot as well from both sides. Luke 12, though, gets the thumpong as E-Arena pulls up onto Liquid.
Yeah, just driving straight at the building. I don't know if that's what exactly you want to do here, because that was perfect. Easy pickings for Luke 12 there. And, of course, Petuli, of course, a steal away during all of that. I can't believe that Virtus Pro didn't even have a single knock go against them when they were trying for that move. Obviously, as the other two teams were very kind of focused on one another. Virtus Pro is currently on the cusp of taking number one away from Na'Vi. And...
Pons!
Pons takes down Alo.
Great play by them, but E-Arena's on a lot of pressure here. This split from Team Liquid, I think a little bit too greedy. They could have converged just a little bit on the western side. I hope that Copper's able to swing around and get something up, maybe save Alo here, but it's looking like it's going to be delayed. The C4 in hand, crazy pull-up, gets some shots in. Punch turns around and gets Cowboy down as well, down to just 15 HP.
Jump shots are too bold, way too bold. And now Curexy shuts down Belmoth as well. That's Full Sense going down in 6th place. That's Virtus Pro wrestling this position away. That's Virtus Pro wrestling away at number 1. The PGS3 champions taking down the PGS2 champions on the leaderboard.
Absolutely insane scenes here for the last game. This was the final game for tomorrow. It'll be absolutely wild, but we're gonna have absolutely insane scenes. Tomorrow, too, we have 5 more games, James, but Liquid, this could have been their game, it feels like. This was their compound. They locked it down, but stayed in the 2-2 greedy split. I like the idea to stay east to make sure, but I would like to see a reinforce, maybe, as all the other teams were fighting. I don't see Twisted Minds trying to make a push for a backfill, but let's see how everything is working out with this next circle about to pop.
I mean, we can't shy away from the fact that Twisted Minds not had the best day at all either, right? With only 21 points on the board so far, but they have been still staying alive. They came in from Severny. Nobody challenged them too much on coming out from there, other than Myth ahead of them, but they were able to dispatch of them pretty well. There's now Purdy repositioning, moving people across the roads from the smoked Cowboy, try and get him up as quickly as possible. They only have Opons behind them, so they have a little bit of time, unless the nades connect. It does not fully, and I don't think Opons has got anything left. No, he doesn't. Oh, bit of heartbreak there for Opons.
Yeah, they're gonna be the big. If he got the confirm and the knock there, that would have been absolutely detrimental for Team Liquid's game here. But now with the 3-man, it's still possible. It feels like VP is looking strong. They're going to have to make moves later in the game. They do have vehicles that they have taken away or moved into the locations of that bunker side. But Twisted Minds is looking like they're going to have just a little bit of that next circle too, as Liquid finds lots of damage done onto Perfectic, so he gets knocked from Purdy Curdy.
Is there anything that anyone's Legend can do from underneath VP? I don't think so, right?
No, it doesn't feel like it. This, I mean, again, should it be just to them waiting for the next circle and see who gets the most luck, or could they do a pull-up and try to get the points? I don't know. But again, Liquid's is just about getting opponents out and then stealing as many kills as possible. In my book, this is a 70% chance for Liquid and 15 for the other two teams, depending on where the circle goes. If they're able to reinforce a little bit on some of the ridges, and it forces the circle shift have to go completely west or completely northwest for the other team to have a chance against Liquid, it feels like.
Yeah, it's just so open. So open. Delwyn living the mole man, living underneath them for now. And, you know, don't peek your head out, I don't think. Just wait it out and hope that you get a few more placement points here and there. Because Opons have to make the move. That's 22 damage done here with the M249. Not much bullets in the chamber. And actually, for nobody on Team Liquid, they're running out of ammo right now. They do take down Opons, but man, they would have loved that kill box. They would have loved the ammo.
Yeah. And now no time to go across to get some of the stuff on the other side that so many teams crashed into. And look at this, Owen's still alive, obviously. He's just going to bleed out eventually. Their VP guys know that he's there, so they're just waiting for him. They have good kill feed information. Delwyn's just going to deny this one here.
Yeah.
Makes no sense. Just say, hey guys, I'm still here, bye.
It's the better way. You don't want to be giving it away, especially since you're in third place with 45 points, right? Virtus Pro still alive. Giving them even just a single point could hurt tomorrow down the line. And Virtus Pro here, still maybe a little bit of an opportunity to play in. Obviously dropping some of that deployable cover, trying to move forwards a little bit. Still the compound's in though, Martin. Still it's in.
Yeah. How does the two teams approach this one here? VP obviously trying to set up as many emergency covers and Doritos as possible here, but is it too close and close enough to take on Twisted? I'm not sure. Liquid and the guys trying to get involved as much as possible. Yeah, the angles might be enough on Twisted Minds. It could be just a fight for survival here for them. This 23 points is not enough to join in. And look, it's a big separation from 8 to 10. It's actually already 10 points. So tomorrow's going to be a hard time for them. They're going to have a record-breaking day to have a chance at getting into the top 3 and podium finishes here.
And if Team Liquid wants to challenge the top spots as well as Twisted Minds, they need this win. Need it, considering how separated it has been from VP, Na'Vi, etc. Cowboy has a perfect lineup shot here against Twisted Minds. Gets some almost free damage on them. An example does knock Nixie though, so that kind of evens things up a little bit, but not by much. I don't like their position at all for Twisted Minds.
Rich that Twisted Mind has to work with a little bit of utility. If they play it smart, they might have more time than VP does. A little bit of smokes here. Only one smoke grenade launcher. Put it on to Beanie. Only 2 stun grenades. And look, just looking sparse. Trades on both sides. 2 been found here by Twisted Mind. It's down to just 1 player.
Yeah, people are taking really egregious angles. I'll stand on the top of this deployable cover and hope that nobody shoots me back. It's like, okay, yeah, I think people are going to shoot you back because there's really just not much room to work with here. For Twisted Minds, Batulins will deny as well. Understandable. Virtus Pro, though, if they walk away with a win, they are going to separate themselves even more from that top pack at the moment, as Team Liquid now taking a few shots, now moving forwards, getting them some deployable cover themselves. With the cars already moved up, it's not too bad. They've taken spot on the exact dead center. Does Virtus Pro have any utility here, Martin?
I don't think they have enough. 2 nades as well on Luke for when they pack up close between the last kind of cover that they have. It's going to be a little bit rough. It's going to be a mechanical fight battle here.
Not bad. Oh,
able to get the peaks out, maybe.
Yeah, I'm just scared about the ammo situation, and I think they were a little bit as well. Purdy, though, okay.
Boomstick.
I guess everybody's...
Oh, that's one.
Okay. Catastrophe there for Beamy. He was just digging, trying to get something going, but nice shot out of that. Molly in the sky. Now a nade goes forward. You can't shoot that out of the sky, and you're going to get blown up on the ground as another one goes forwards. Nixie now down. Purdy Curdy moving forwards. Luke 12 with an absolute banger. Team Liquid had this game on paper, and now they have this game in reality, unless Curexy can make something magic happen.
I doubt it. Oh, it's just about denying, yeah, isn't it?
Fair.
Smart. Give it up. There's no point. But Liquid, though, they do get another one. The Americans strike back with a 7-kill chicken dinner here for a home turf circle for Liquid up north in Severny.
It's an important one. It felt like this was the team or the region that kind of needed to join the top pack, and that will push Team Liquid to try and challenge it, especially for tomorrow. Let's get Matro and Poro back in and get us talking about it. Team Liquid, Porosaurus, you've been able to put one on the board.
Who needs bullets when you got grenades if you're Team Liquid, right? Like, yeah, who needs it? But I guess this is what you guys have been feeling like for the longest time. They're leaving it all the way to the last game of the day. Look, from the word go, aggression has been the name of the game for Team Liquid so far today, and it hasn't been going their way. So finally, they get a circle home field advantage, and they manage to clutch out the win. So that is absolutely huge for them going into tomorrow.
Matrim?
I mean, yeah, that's all you can really say. They were burning through every single thing that they had just to manage to get into the later stages. You're talking about the economy that they had set up. They weren't celebrating that one in the slightest. It was them and Twisted Minds that desperately needed points going into this game. Both squads managed to make it into the later stages. Team Liquid, I think, barely overstepping Twisted at the very last section of it. But really, VP is the story on top. Now getting that first place position, getting the kills, and it's still just going to be a chase for Twisted and Team Liquid to see if they can get involved.
Yeah, let's take a look at the highlights. And also, I can't recall a time where I've seen someone like Alo try and mean mug.
Somebody was going to call that out.
He's like the most cuddly person in the world, Poro. There's no way he could pull this off.
he looks so angry. Navi doing everybody a favor here. I guess 4 a.m. doing everybody a favor by going down early and kind of allowing some of these other teams to catch up just a little bit. Got to see a lot of scrapping over there on that western side. But as you said, Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds looking really... I can't believe Twisted was able to get as far into that game after what looked like it looked like they were done. Like they were done. And then they were able to kind of salvage it up and get a top 3 spot. That's huge.
Yeah, not bad at all. I thought that it was going to be hard going up against Myth in the position that they have, but they were able to overcome that. And of course, towards the end, all of these players will see quite a few denies in these kinds of formats because it just gets too close towards the end. Even in the early games of day 1 of this final, we saw denies, but it will be 17 points going the way of Team Liquid. Virtus Pro with 14. I think, Martin, when we look at Virtus Pro being in number 1, we're very used to this now, especially with them going into day 2 looking strong.
It's massive for them to come in and secure even more points, obviously, here. But Liquid to get 17. They were 13 on the day. Now to put themselves in 30. They can put themselves into the conversation tomorrow. And now, yeah, again, 30 points. Only 8 points up to 6th place is very doable.
And here's the lay of the land for tomorrow. As, of course, it's interesting to also take stock of the fact that we had those advance points, right, Matrim? Because technically speaking, anyone's legend came in with a clean 10 points. So if you kind of deduct that and kind of how things all go, whereas for Virtus Pro, they had 2. For Navi, they had 0. So that really shows how much a bigger day that they have had today.
Yeah, in between, while we were watching that game, Poro and I were doing a little bit of math because both Twisted and Team Liquid were not necessarily having the best of days. And we were like, okay, well, Twisted came in with like 1 point, and then we were looking at Furia. Furia had 4 points, and they are just not having the best of days either. So at least seeing a little bit more of a rally here at the tail end of it, as yes, it is nice to see a little bit of a reward coming in for these squads based off of what the performance that they did in the winners brackets and stuff like that, but not necessarily enough to be a massive influence. And I think that we're starting to get a little bit of risk reward coming in off of that, and that's not terrible to see.
Of course, as Team Liquid, here's the numbers that they're able to put up. Luke 12 on the east side of this compound. I feel like as much as he's going to be the man of the match, he kind of drew the short straw holding that east side Avenger. And it was like, okay, well, I guess I'm going to have to try and shoot at everything and then maybe die in the process.
Yeah, I mean, I get the idea holding that eastern side, locking it down, trying to get as many points as possible, also making sure nobody backfills you. Well, the MVP for the final stage so far today is Spiro.
Earned.
Looking really good. Yeah, he has had an amazing showing today, so I'm happy to see him in here.
It's interesting that no Twisted Minds players up there, Poro.
Kind of hard to be up there when you're going
say
out early.
all four were EU.
Yeah, no American flags up there or Brazilian flags up there either. So,
all right, maybe tomorrow. We'll see. And of course, tomorrow's games come at you, and as we had in PGS4 finals, we have it same in PGS5 finals with double Tago to round out our finals. A bit of a shift for sure for these teams. But let's hear from Beamy, who's with Bella. Double Bs.
Hi guys, it's Bella on the stage with Virtus' Beamy once again. Hi Beamy. Well, Virtus Pro sits on top of that leaderboard and ends the day. You said that your confidence or the satisfaction on your performance was a 6 out of 10, just, when we talked in the middle of the day. Where are you at now?
Might be able to move it up towards like a 7 on 8. We had like a bit decent games, but we also made some mistakes, so hopefully we can clean it out tomorrow and close it off.
Yeah, it's still a little bit of a climb on the leaderboard and with the satisfaction as well. It seems like after the 5 matches that we had, it looks like the champions contenders are narrowed down for sure, right? Who do you think would be the biggest obstacle for you? Who do you see as a competition?
I mean, I think right now it's going to be Navi for sure if they're going to keep playing aggressive like they did today and just farm kills. That's like really their strong points. So if they can keep it up, they are tough to beat.
Yeah, they didn't get any chickens, but they actually reached to where they are with just complete kills, right? You guys can do that too, surely, right?
Yeah, I mean, we'll just have to wait and see.
Well, I'm already excited for tomorrow because tomorrow's games are going to be extremely dicey, right? What can we expect from Virtus Pro tomorrow then? Is it just going to be safety plays to make sure that you stay on top, or are we going to see some surprises?
I mean, if anyone has looked at how we usually play early game, we don't play safe at all. We usually end up in some shenanigans one way or another, so probably going to keep doing that if we feel like it.
Yeah, I'll be looking forward to that. Thank you. Well, and that is all for the interview with Beamy. I'll let you go so that you could prep yourself for tomorrow. But
thank you.
Yeah, but before I let you go, we have to talk about, you know what I'm going to talk about? PUBG Nations Cup 2026, which will be happening on June 23rd through 28th in Changchun Arena right here in Seoul. And so join me and Beamy, who will also be there, and we'll see you guys then as well. All right, thank you, Me. I'll actually let you go now.
Thank you.
All right, thank you guys. Good night.
Ah, yes, the master of the Belladome is a merciful god. You may now leave after I hold you hostage here in the final death throes of this interview.
No Anyong, though.
Oh, it's a no Anyong. No Anyong, no Kansamida, no nothing. Sure. But it was a different kind of control. It was a different kind of control that Bella exerted there towards the end. All right, gentlemen, let's get some final thoughts. We're going to start with Poro here for day number 1 of the final stage.
First of all, we need to take away any and all AI tools from Martin. He's overusing them. And it's just insane.
He's a menace.
That he is an actual menace. Crazy work by the EMEA squads to start off the day. I just hope that they didn't peak too early. Obviously, 5 games tomorrow. We saw what Myth was able to do in one day, where they got in the last PGS and come from behind and take that championship. So, yeah, I mean, it's anything but written in stone as to who's going to win this thing.
Avenger?
It's anything but, except for it's going to be VP or Navi, I think, once we get into tomorrow. Yeah. I mean, there's a massive chance that that's happening, obviously. And I like the insights from Beamy is like, okay, we're winning if Navi doesn't go out and frag out the entire lobby, because that's all they've been doing today. It was actually it was a pleasure to watch, especially that Tago game. That was so clinical, the way that they're able to get everything rolling. If they're able to keep Hackatory alive, I think they're going to be winning. If he's not dying first in 2 or 3 out of the games tomorrow, then yeah, Navi could win this second PGS of the next circuit.
Yeah, they were doing
all right.
Can you imagine, like, in the 2 games that they were doing really well with, they did not have Hackatory? That is absolutely farcical. But Matchroom round us out, my friend.
All right, VP, you said that you get involved in all these early game shenanigans. Give me some more of that. You guys are always fun to watch in the way that they handle the circles. So keep the entertainment up. Navi on the other side of it, don't run over each other on your collapses, and life should go a lot better for you. Team Liquid, please? Just the left side of the leaderboard at this point. I'm not a greedy man. Just
Put your
hit
hope in
it over on
Fortnite.
that side. I'll be cool with you. Just everything's gonna be good over there. And on top of that, though, 4 Angry Men, 17 Gaming, big days today for them, and I want to see continued climb. These squads are becoming more and more entertaining, more interesting to watch. They're approaching circles very dynamically, as now we've got Tian back. Tomorrow could be very, very fun.
Yeah, I'm very glad for that, that's for sure. Obviously, you want the star players to be here, to be able to perform, to be able to play. All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. That does it here for day number 1 of our final stage for PGS 5. Tomorrow, we are back. Same time, same place. It's going to be 5 games. Double Tago to round out PGS 5. We'll see you then.
They wanna see me in a shiny flash. Tell a pretty face. Got something dope, aren't you mad? I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't rock things with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. I don't bargain, sat them down and raise a bargain. I beg your pardon, caution. Run up, I'm breaking necks, make them do the double take. When I dictate, so straight, no debate, the pressure elevating. Got no time to negotiate, never chase, I set the pace. I'm a 5-star click from the quick to the great. You wanna see me in the shining flash? Got to sell a pretty face. Got a son, don't hurt you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile lane, got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you really safe. Repeat again. 나는 놈이 기념받지 않면서 해줄게 인사 반응도 못해다 쓰러져 땀이나 원인 I'm very 예상 심사 기상 패기를 팀사 긴장 슈리어 비상 산책에 부수이든 팀장이 밤에 쏟아내서 할 말은 peace out. Locked and loaded like my gun toted. Take me to the battle, my team, you know it. Skies pitch black till we pull up and glow. I'm all day with it, no, I never get off it. Everywhere goes down, all the hoes that get the drama down. The part, pretty face on that video. They say I pay, making me really wanna. Now gotta pave the way, they'll never walk. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. So tired of hates and comments. Why you got no sense that's common? Talk the beef get cooked like ramen. I just make gala and I dress her up with diamonds. I know I don't bargain. You can price me, look at all my garments. 나는 놈 위에 있는 놈이 난데 채널 고정이 5번으로 내 향이 남네. 난 got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake.
You heard what I said.
They wanna see me in a shiny flash. Who got to sell a pretty face? Got us something dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. I don't bargain, sat them down and raise a bargain. I beg your pardon, caution. No flame, I make them nauseous. I'm all in this, my homemade never auction. Run up, I'm breaking necks, make them get the double take. When I dictate, so straight, no debate, the pressure elevate. Ain't got no time to negotiate, never chase, I set the pace. I'm a 5-star click from the quick to the great. You wanna see me in the shining flash? You got to sell a pretty face. Got a son, don't hurt you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again.